just me, right? Might as well. I'm walking through a ghost town, y'all ain't playing my sounds. Don't tell me to calm down, don't tell me to calm down. Only time I go backwards is when I wanna moonwalk. Don't test me, my mood's wrong. Don't test me, my mood's wrong. We are who we say that we are. Yeah, we're lost in the stars, and it's all from the start. Never running no pace, never on the right page, but we still read that book, and we still run that race. Mississippi Racer riding out, no shortcuts, no time for that. Mississippi Racer riding out, till the wheels fall off, I'm driving that. Mississippi Racer riding out, we'll stop burning, strike the match. Mississippi Racer riding out, red light, green light, red light, good night. 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 Time to chill, don't sweat it.
This is the draft party of all draft parties. This is sideline to sideline has been off for way too long, and this is exactly how you come back after some time off. You have a 5-hour stream to talk about the NFL draft. I'm fired up. Now, we don't even have everybody that's here yet tonight. We're going to start off with Taking It Deep, the V Godfrey, TheGodfrey. Mr. The Godfrey, how you feeling, buddy?
Feeling good. It's draft season. The Sixers are about to beat the crap out of the Knicks. That's a side thing. That's in a half an hour. And it's draft season. I mean, this is the best time of the year. How can you complain? There's going to be a lot of action tonight. I got some predictions for surprises, which I'm pretty sure we'll get in later. It's going to be good.
Well, speaking of the NBA, I don't want to talk too much NBA, but I got to talk to my man, Guardy3 from the N1 podcast. Guardy3, the Sixers going to dominate tonight. Before it's the last NBA thing we're going to talk about tonight. Sixers dominating tonight or what?
I think so. I said it before. I say it again. I think the Sixers defend home court and make it a 3-game series.
I think they blow them out, but I don't want to get too far. I think they blow them out, though.
The refs are backing up a Brinks truck with foul calls on it to make up for game 2.
Bro, literally, that's a record. Less than 4 minutes, and you're talking with your mouth full. I love it.
5 hours, baby.
No, we're gonna eat tonight. It's definitely gonna be a thing. Like I'm okay with that. We got NFL action. Before we get NFL action, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make sure everybody can see this. So if you don't mind, go in the Facebook group, Facebook page, tag your followers. Everybody tag their followers so they know where to go for YouTube. Share us out. We're going to be here for a long time tonight. So I'm going to need you to highlight us. I'm going to need you to tag us. I'm going to need you to share a friend. And let's get all that situated first before we get rolling. But we're going to talk about some NFL news. First pick's pretty easy. It's very easy to get into who's going to be the first pick. But we have our first, he's not a guest. He's just part of the show. Our first guy that's going to hop on. He's going to be our fourth. We're going to have 6. We're going to have 7 sometimes tonight. We got guests throughout the night. We got surprises for you guys. My man hasn't been on air in like 27 years. It's Chase, Mr. CR Media. How you feeling, big dog?
Coming in with audio issues.
No, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can now.
Nice. Right now, we're just in the tagging phase, getting everybody knowing where we're at. I'm posting a link on Facebook. We're going to share everything out. Other than that, man, we're going to roll tonight. We're going to be a fun night. We're going to talk about some Chase has got to wait all night for a pick. He's not basically like if Chase is not here until the end of the night, we will not hear a reaction to a Kansas City Chiefs pick.
Yeah. Unless they trade up.
They're not trading up.
Well, listen, Chase, I think the Chiefs were going to take a receiver anyway. I don't think Rashee Rice is going to be suspended more than 4 games. That's my prediction. So I think he got lucky that no one got injured. But can you see the Chiefs trading up to get a receiver? I don't think they're going to do that. But
that would be the only position I would see them trading up for is a receiver. In all realistic or to be completely realistic, I don't think that's what they're going to do. I think they'll pick at the end of the night. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if they traded down.
I am tagging people. And by the way, guys, not trying to be smart when I say this, we are going to be adding people throughout the night. Here's our 5th member on the panel. My man, Kyle Edwards. What's up, Kyle? It's been a long time. It's been a long time.
It's been a while. Been a while.
Man.
I don't know what to do with myself. I'm not used to the Patriots picking this early.
Bro, listen, you got the 3rd pick in the draft. And so that's fun. That's fun. That's a fun place to start. Where do you feel like your Patriots are going tonight with the 3rd pick? Do you think it's locked in? I think it's Drake May. I've been saying that all week. I think Drake May's the guy, and I think he should be the guy, right? To me, everything fits like a glove in the first 3 picks. And what I explained by that, I'm not going to have his opinion on that, but what I really think, all right, so Caleb Williams is the no doubt about a prospect that'll go to Chicago, and Chicago will find a way to throw him up, right? I got to mute Godfrey. It's too loud. But he's the no doubt about a prospect, right? He's the guy. Then the 2nd pick, you got Cliff Kingsbury. Cliff Kingsbury's the offense coordinator for Washington Commanders. You think they're taking Drake May, a pocket quarterback? Why do people think they're taking J.J. McCarthy? Like, are people out of their damn mind?
J.J. McCarthy's agent needs to raise.
Dude, that's a fact. But, like, you see all this situation, everything breaking down, and I'm going to be honest with you, man. The perfect fit for Drake May, and what Drake May's known for is the big arm, strong arm. Guys, why didn't Mac Jones work out in New England? Anybody want to help me out? Couldn't throw the ball in cold weather. Doesn't have the arm strength. It just is what it is. That's what happens. What's that?
Overdrafted. Should have never been a 1st-round QB. I was on record saying that.
2nd, 3rd, doesn't matter. He didn't have the arm strength. You could have taken him in the 5th round, developed him for 3 years. When you can't throw the ball in 14-degree weather, you're not going to work in New England. Guys, I've said this forever. You cannot be a warm weather quarterback your whole life and go play in a cold weather scenario. It takes a real special arm to do that. Aaron Rodgers, I guess you can make an argument for Eli Manning. There's not many. Jim Kelly. But there's not many guys that go from warm weather areas to cold weather areas and succeed. There isn't. So, Kyle, since you have the earliest pick of the night of anybody on this board, where do you think the Patriots go? I was going to say Patriots. And where do you think they should go?
So I do think it is interesting that teams are trying to move up to 3. They're saying the Giants are trying to get up there. We already know Minnesota's trying to get up somewhere in the top 5. So I think if the Patriots stay at 3, it's Drake May. I don't see it being anybody else. I mean, the only way Joe Alt comes into the conversation is if they, trade back with like a Minnesota. They're in that 11 area. Alt's there. I could see that. But I think it's May. If they trade with the Giants, because they're saying like that trade's gaining some traction, supposedly, of the Giants going to 3, Patriots go to 6, I think it's for J.J. McCarthy at 6.
See, and it would be a mistake, right, guys? I'm going to tell you something right now. J.J. McCarthy reeks of a bust. And we'll get into everyone's opinions on these guys throughout the night. Mm-hmm. But I think Drake May's got to be the guy for New England. They got to draft a quarterback. I'm getting massive feedback. I'm not sure where it's coming from. But anybody else getting that feedback, or is it just me?
No, I'm hearing it.
Okay. So, by the way, shout out to Danny Dempsey. Appreciate you in the chat. Derek Dempsey, appreciate you, brother. We see your comments. I promise we'll get to them. So
I have a anti-opinion to that. I think I'm going to go on a ledge here. I think the Patriots take Marvin Harrison. And the reason why I think that is because I think Drake May has bust potential as well. Outside of the top two QBs, I think he does. I'm not saying he will be, but they don't really have anything in New England as far as weapons. The question is, do you get the weapons or do you get the QB? Is it the chicken or the egg first? And when I look at Marvin Harrison Jr., he is the best pro in the draft from top to bottom. He could be a generational player, and you could miss on him for a jag, just a guy, because this era in QBs, I mean, if you go back to 30 years, QBs are invented. All right, they're invented now. They're hyped, and it's evident with the JJ McCarthy shooting up the way he did, right? And you have to look at the systems. Where does the systems fit these players? I think Drake May has that prototypical build, but what does Alex Van Pelt bring to the table? You know, he was with the Browns, you know, and I think that you bridge with Jacoby Brissett to next year. Maybe take a Jordan Travis in the second round, let him sit. You know, something to that effect, you know, because maybe a Michael Pratt from Tulane. I think you just can build around Marvin Harrison. He's a can't miss prospect, in my opinion. He is the most polished receiver. You can see by the way he runs routes, the moves he makes off the line to the receiver. He's the best receiver in the draft. Some people say maybe Malik Neighbors is more athletic, and I could hear that. But the most polished pro ready receiver in the draft is by far Marvin Harrison Jr. And you can't miss at 3. There's a potential to miss on Drake May. I think Jalen Daniels is in a perfect spot with Cliff Kingsbury. He's got 2 receivers that he could throw to in Jahan Dotson and Terry McLaurin. Caleb Williams, they put a team around him. I don't know if you're going to be setting him up to succeed. Will Alex Van Pelt be there in year 2? I don't know. I mean,
well, here's my take on that. And I'll make this clear. The Patriots could draft Marvin Harrison, but it won't be at 3. If the Patriots draft Marvin Harrison Jr. at 3, I will get naked and run outside and get arrested during this draft party. We're going to do it. We're going to go nuts. If they do it, I'm streaking.
Will it be a blurry?
No, I'm not going to put it on air.
Okay.
We're going to go from the gymnasium down to the quad.
I mean,
if you name that movie, I will be impressed. Chase knows. I seen the eye.
What movie is that?
It's old school.
Isn't it old school?
Yeah.
Is that Vision Quest?
It's everyone's doing it. Derek Dempsey's got it. Everybody's doing it. We're streaking, baby. Going from the gymnasium down to the quad.
I mean, the report did come out that people are giving them laughable offers to get the 3.
I think the Giants are going to overpay and trade up. And I don't know who it's going to be for, but Giants get a Giant, right? That's what they're going to do.
Well, they said the Giants love Drake May.
I love that. Give them another ACC quarterback that's going to not work out in the NFL. I love that.
No, they love Daniel Jones too much. They're not going to move on from him. Just
do they?
Yeah, I don't know if they do.
They just said recently that they're done with him.
Yeah.
You know who doesn't love Daniel Jones? Brian Dable's job security.
Everybody else.
Did you guys hear the comments from Malik Neighbors about going to the Giants? Right. Did you hear this?
I did not. What did he say?
He said, you don't draft a talent like Malik Neighbors, which, by the way, he talked about himself in the third person. He's like, you don't draft a talent like Malik Neighbors with the quarterback situation that they have. I was so when I heard that interview, I was dying, bro.
What if this happens? Giants and Patriots make that trade, okay, and then part of the package is Daniel Jones and picks.
Boxes says Danny Dimes' mom doesn't even like him.
I mean, yeah. Listen, Brian Dable. I think he's going to get a quarterback, and I've been arguing with a lot of my friends about this because they're like, no, you know. A lot of people say the Giants don't have weapons. I disagree. I think they don't have top-tier weapons. You lost Saquon. But I think Jalen Hyatt's a good receiver when you have a good quarterback. I think there's players on that team, if there's good quarterback play, will elevate their play. And, you know, I don't think they had the opportunity to show that off last year. So people say the Giants need weapons. But what they have to remind themselves is Brian Dable came in there supposed to be a quarterback guru, a guy that can groom a quarterback and grow him. His job is on the line. I don't care who they draft. He's got to get a quarterback that's going to keep his job, because if he doesn't, he is gone. There is no plan B for Brian Dable. So they're going to get a quarterback this year, because you're that high up. That's been your major problem. You're gonna have to get a quarterback. I don't know if they sit at 6 and get one, but what about this scenario? And I would love for this chaos to happen. This, the Marvin Harrison does get picked at 3. Drake May starts dropping like a Plinko chip on Price is Right. That would be there would be so many calls to the Cardinals and then the Chargers after that. It would be insane. So I mean, there would be so many teams scrambling if that happened. Especially, if you're the
There's a lot
Giants.
of teams that need quarterbacks in this draft. Like, I'm not saying this. All right, let's answer the question. I'm going to go around the horn. How many quarterbacks get drafted in the first round this year? I'll start with Chase. Chase hasn't really talked much. I want to hear his voice. I really miss him. Chase, how many quarterbacks go in the first round this year?
2.
What?
2.
Incorrect. Your opinion is wrong. That's not real. Are you serious?
I'm dead
Chase, try
serious.
again. Like, can I get the wrong button? Do we have a button? Wrong.
Well, I'll say 3.
Okay. I won't live with 3. All right.
Can I get some explanation to this opinion, sir? Can I get clarification?
I think quarterback is the position that all your media heads have overhyped this year. That this idea that there's going to be 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round, I don't buy it.
Okay.
I don't see 6 first round rated quarterbacks. I just don't.
I don't think there's 6 first round rated quarterbacks.
I
But
agree
I
with
think
that.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Mac Jones was in a first round rated quarterback.
Yeah, desperation is a stinky cologne.
Guardy 3. How many quarterbacks go in the first round this year?
I'm gonna go with 5.
5. Okay. That's interesting. Kyle, how many quarterbacks go in the first round this year?
I mean, Williams, Daniels, May.
Williams, Daniels, May,
I'm gonna go 5.
here, all locks. They're
Yeah.
locked. It's 4 locks. Like
Yes.
the answer is 4, 5, 6, or I mean, you could be crazy and say 7, but I don't think Spencer Rattler's got a chance of going first round.
I think the 5th will be Penix. I think Bo Nix is
I
a
think Penix
second
goes
round guy that, yes.
I
I think
those-
that's 5.
I got 6.
I got 5.
I could see somebody trade up at the bottom of the first to
Wow.
go get him. I could see
Watch
that.
how this works. Watch how this works, Kyle. I'm gonna give you a team, and you tell me if they absolutely need to draft a quarterback.
Okay.
All right, just go through it, just for fun. Me and you, Kyle. We're gonna go wham, 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 wham. Let's go. Chicago Bears,
Yes.
Washington Commanders,
Absolutely.
New England Patriots,
Yes.
New York Giants.
They shouldn't, but they're going to. Because they
4.
already paid Daniel Jones.
Minnesota
but yeah.
Vikings, Minnesota Vikings,
Do they even have a quarterback on the roster? So, yeah.
Denver Broncos,
Unless you like Jarrett Stidham, they need one
Las
too.
Vegas Raiders.
Yeah.
Do you know who the Las Vegas Raiders 2 quarterbacks are right now on the roster? Do you know who they are?
O'Connell.
Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew. That's what you're selling to your franchise this year? That's 6.
Yeah.
That's 7 teams. 6 quarterbacks are going in tonight. 6 quarterbacks are going in the first round tonight. Chase says 3. I say 6. We're not splitting the baby. I'm going 6.
I'm going. Listen, I think the faller in the
got
draft is going to be Michael Penix. I like his arm.
You say Faller, he was not even a first round pick up until like a week ago. Now he's like, then they had a mock at 28, 29. Now they got a mock at 13.
Yeah, I don't see
I
him
think
going
his
to the
40
Raiders.
he ran at his pro day helped him.
But he doesn't
And he
run.
runs.
He doesn't run. He didn't run in college. He doesn't run. He's a statue that can run. He doesn't run. He doesn't run. I mean,
don't care if he runs. I don't need him to run.
yeah, but the
Throws a good deep ball.
4.46 doesn't mean anything if he doesn't. He's not a dual threat quarterback. He's got a good arm.
Great.
I feel like the
great
40
people.
was just for the knee to show that. But he throws a good deep ball. A team's going to take him just for that.
See, the Raiders don't fit him because you need Devontae Adams is a crisp route runner. He's not a go up and get it guy. I'm pretty sure he can. You need an accurate quarterback. And Penix has a great deep ball, but he needs to be on a team where you got some you got some high point guys on there. That's going to be where the system he thrives in, a vertical pass attack with high point guys. That's where Penix will thrive. I don't think he thrives in it. They'll probably, you could take him. I don't think he fits in Oakland.
Do you know what I think fits in Oakland though? Bo Nix.
That's just going to say that. I think Knicks goes to the Raiders or Broncos, in my opinion.
Okay.
I feel like Sean Payne would love Bo Nix.
I see zero. I won't say that. I see a 1% chance that the Broncos and the Raiders take a quarterback in the first round. 1%.
Well, both of them would be tough because you're almost guaranteeing you're getting 4, right? The Vikings don't have a quarterback on their roster right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're almost
Sam Darnold. Don't forget about Sam Darnold's on there.
Okay. They have Sam Darnold.
Future Steve Young.
Look, making it very clear. I think that they have, what's the right way to put it? The Vikings have to take a quarterback. I think they're going to trade the whole farm to get J.J. McCarthy, which I think is a terrible idea. And then you look at the Broncos and Raiders, and all you need is one of them to take a quarterback. If the Giants take a quarterback, that's 6. That's 6 quarterbacks. It's a lot. It's a lot of quarterbacks.
I agree with Chase somewhat about the hype. I think I think many quarterbacks will be taken. I just don't think there's going to be as many people jumping up as teams would like to believe, to gain from that. I don't see someone paying to jump to 3 to take McCarthy. That's been rumored out there. I don't see someone paying to 3 to take Drake May outside of the top 10. Maybe the Giants do it because they're only 3 picks away. But, I don't see someone doing that. That's 9 picks away. I don't see them paying that price tag for JJ McCarthy because when all comes down, all the hype, there's nobody that can evaluate him. And I'm not a huge college guy, but I've watched enough of JJ McCarthy to know that he's not a superior passer. He was in a running offense. There's no way you're going to tell me he's going to go to for him to go to Minnesota. Maybe he works out and they coach it out of him and he can do that. Fine. But you're telling me that's a problem I have seen. So I don't see them jumping up for him. I see him working in the Broncos because Sean Payne has a check down offense, and I see Bo Nix working in there because of that. I think really the Vikings covet Drake May. That's what they really covet. I mean, and that would make the most sense for Jay Jettis and Jordan Addison in that offense.
Okay.
There's also something McCarthy has going for him. He had John Harbaugh. I feel like that's going to carry a lot of weight with him, and maybe that's going to be a reason why a team goes up to get him. They're going to assume Harbaugh put some stuff into him. Maybe, sure they didn't throw the ball a lot. They, did a lot of run, relied on the defense, everything like that. But I think their teams are going to look at him as an untapped talent and try to, make the best of it. Who knows? Maybe he's like Brock Purdy. Nobody liked Brock Purdy. Then Brock Purdy started making some plays, and Gene talked about it all the time, how he wasn't a big believer, and then, Purdy kind of convinced him. Maybe people look at Purdy and go, what if McCarthy is just that we take him a little bit early? Because if you redid that draft off of what you know about Brock Purdy, he wouldn't be Mr. Irrelevant. He'd go much higher, clearly. So those are 2 things that might be working in McCarthy's favor.
Don't get me started on the rabbit's foot that's in the draft room of the 49ers. Okay. They passed on him 6 other times, just like every other team. That just happened to work out for them. Mean, I don't know, man. It depends on how old people are. I'm 42, and I just remember, at least for the last 10 years, it just Chase is right. The hype machine on quarterbacks is crazy. It is crazy.
Godfrey, I don't think any of us disagree. Yeah. Chase, I don't think anybody disagrees with you. I think the hype machine is crazy, but there's too many teams that need quarterbacks right now. And see, listen, don't get it twisted. If I'm one of these teams drafting 14, 15, I'm picking up a journeyman this year and trying to relive a Baker Mayfield with Tampa Bay. like a Carson Wentz that's on the trash heap that you could pick up. And did he sign anybody? Is he on? I know didn't he sign it? He's a backup for the Chiefs. So like you got guys, Justin Fields, trade for him. I don't know, but like there's so many teams that need quarterbacks going into the season.
If I'm Carson, I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna this is my home until I retire. It's because he plays 1, maybe 2 games. I'm like, let's be real, you know what I mean? And that's like if he's settled with you know what, my starting days are over, just can't collect that check, baby. That's all I gotta say. Carson.
I do want to answer Box's question. He's I don't know if to he or she, I don't know who Boxes is, but is there a Stroud in this year's draft? So I'm going to be clear when I say this. Yes, the answer is yes, right? I think there's a Stroud in any draft. I think that situation and system matters. And if you're asking me to grade a prospect coming into the NFL, Caleb Williams is better than Stroud. There's no doubt in my mind Caleb Williams is a better prospect than CJ Stroud was. No doubt in my mind.
I want to ask a real serious question, one that needs to be addressed before 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Standard Time. Okay. That is, what channel are we watching the draft on? And explain why it's the NFL Network and why NFL Network is the best one to watch it on.
Well, I'm telling you right now, I have the NFL Network. We're gonna
wait. Did you just ask the question and answer it in the same question?
He's right.
I feel like that's what you did. You asked us and you answered it.
It's funny you say that, but we're not going to watch the draft. We can't for copyright rights, but we'll have but we're going to use the draft tracker from the NFL.com. I went with it with Brett, and we looked at both, and it looks a lot better.
Yep. But just as kind of like a roundtable question. Well, obviously everybody's going to have the draft on their TVs. What are you watching it on, and why is it the NFL Network?
NFL Network's the move. I can't, ESPN has just become such a blowhard network. It's just driving me nuts, man. Todd. Like I can't do it again. I can't do it. I can't. Look,
I'm still waiting on Mel Kiper to retire from the Jimmy Clausen bet.
I remember that. So Boxer said I was speaking more to his performance as a rookie. Is there a quarterback that will replicate what Stroud did? I mean, I think Caleb Williams is set up in that situation perfectly. I just don't like the coaching situation over in Chicago. But think of it this way, right? Caleb Williams is going to walk into a situation with one of the best possession receivers in all football in Keenan Allen. He's got a deep ball threat in DJ Moore. In a division that's decent, the Vikings are okay. The Packers defense, they get a little bit weird during the regular season. The Lions don't really have a secondary right now. He's going to walk into a division in a situation that I think that he can have a great situation. What do you think? Do you think Caleb Williams can match the CJ Stroud hype from last year, Brett? Your division.
I think he absolutely can. I think he's walking into a very favorable situation to do so. The Bears are, as much as I hate to admit it, theoretically should be set up real nicely for him. The real question is, can the coaching staff stay out of his way? Can the Bears put him in a position to succeed? That's what always seems to plague Chicago. But in terms of just raw talent and what I see from the Bears roster and depth chart, yeah, he can absolutely blow Caleb Williams' numbers out of the water. He is that good.
Are you saying Bears going to bear?
Very much so.
So the Bears, when I look at the Bears, and Kyle, I'd love to hear your take on this, but I ask this question all the time. I've asked it numerous times. If you've just listening, just tuning in for the first time, who's the greatest quarterback in Bears history? And it's funny, right? Like you go throughout the NFL teams, like who's the greatest quarterback in Patriots history? It's Tom Brady. Jets history, it's Joe Namath. You also have Aaron Rodgers now, Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen, Jim Kelly, Miami Dolphins, Dan Marino, like Philadelphia Eagles. You got McNabb, you got Hurts. The Giants, you got Eli Manning and Phil Simms. The Redskins. Like you have all these teams. The Cowboys have 3 or 4 of them. The Chiefs have 2 or 3 of them. Every team in football has a guy that either a Hall of Famer or close to a Hall of Famer.
Jim McMahon?
The greatest quarterback ever is Jim McMahon or Jay Cutler. Is that real?
Smoking Jay.
That is terrible. Could you imagine being a franchise and being like, our greatest quarterback ever is Jim McMahon or Jay Cutler? Do you remember when they gave Mike Glennon like $60 million for over 3 years?
Oh yeah,
Oh, I remember
that.
3 years, $59 million for
Yo,
Mike
I
Glennon.
need you to put some respect on my man Sid Luckman's name. Okay, it's the best Bears quarterback ever. And actually, that is the best Bears quarterback ever. But Sid Luckman was so long ago. I mean, that really is their best quarterback ever. 4 championships: 40, 41, 43, and 46.
I don't know who Sid Luckman is. They're talking about Super Bowl era, Godfrey. Not when you were watching football.
Well, come on, man. Sid would have balled today. Listen, I think you're right about that, but I think you have to look at I look at that like when people say like, oh, this guy won't be a good quarterback because he came out of USC. Like, right. And why I think that is you got to look at the offensive coordinator. Shane Waldron is from the school of Kyle Shanahan. He's going to use motion. He's going to do things of that nature. And I think that could help Caleb Williams be successful, because the thing that worries me about Caleb Williams is when they say, well, what's your best play? He's like, I'm doing my best when I improvise. I get scared when a quarterback says that, coming from the college to the pros. But the offense is a very system-based offense, so he's going to have to learn it and kind of work within that framework. And I think if he does that successfully, which he can absolutely, because I think Caleb Williams is a very accurate quarterback, I think they're going to ball out. I mean, I think Shane Waldron has some – I think they have a good offensive coordinator in there for him, and I think he can do well. I do think he's going to do well, very well. He's the best quarterback in the draft by far. And that's the best quarterback, and I think the Bears can make the playoffs this year in the NFC. I think they're going to compete, and they got Montez Sweat. I think they're going to go D-end in the draft. That defense started getting better at the end of last year, and I see a lot of good things coming out of them.
This is definitely Cottrell trolling. This is Cottrell trolling my take. Okay. That's fine. I don't mind it. You can troll my take all you want. You can't name more than 5 quarterbacks in NFL history that have played quarterback in a warm weather situation, went to a cold weather situation, and was very good. You can't do it. You can't. So you could say what you want to say. There are definitely exceptions to the rule. Aaron Rodgers is one of them, but there's not many. Josh Allen played at Wyoming.
But he's from Fresno.
He played at Michigan. These guys went from cold to cold. Ben Roethlisberger, Miami of Ohio. You got Favre, Rodgers, Jim Kelly, Eli Manning. And I don't even think Eli Manning was that good of a quarterback. But I'll give you New York as cold weather, and I'll give you Eli Manning as a good quarterback. There's not many, though.
Except when he played.
Peyton went Tennessee to Indianapolis, but they got a dome. So
yeah, Indy's not cold weather. It's a dome, and they play in Tennessee, Jacksonville. Yeah, I'm good. No, that's not considered cold weather.
John Elway.
John Elway played in Denver. I wouldn't consider Denver cold weather. I mean, they have cold games, but they're not a cold weather cities to me are Green Bay, Chicago, New England, Buffalo, maybe New York, maybe Cleveland, maybe Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
there's a rumor that the Patriots and Niners are working on a deal for Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Put it up. Say it. We're not talking about the 3rd pick, though, right? Brandon Ayuk's not worth anywhere near that.
No, I don't think it's the 3rd pick.
Brandon Ayuk could have the 4th pick, and he wouldn't be worth the 3rd pick.
I like to point out that the Niners, and I know this is 2020 vision, but they did spend 3 first-round picks and move up to 3 to draft Trey Lance. So, I mean, would they do that again to go and get the number 3 pick and maybe 2 first-round picks and a Brandon Ayuk?
See, the Admiral Allah just said, hot take coming in, Caleb Williams is going to be a bust. And that could be a hot take, and that's fine. I don't necessarily think that's that much of a hot take. I think Caleb Williams has all the talent in the world. I just think he's going to a situation where they can't help but screw up. If they have one bad year, they're not re-signing Eberflus, and then what happens? They get another coach in there, another system, a quarterback that's not married to him. They try to reinvent the wheel again. They give him a second system in a second year. You realize Caleb Williams played in the same system his whole college career. Lincoln Riley. He's going to go play a new system, and if the Bears stink this year, you think they're renewing Matt Eberflus? He's gone. They do this all the time.
They do. I think they brought Shane Waldron in, though, to be the successor. I really think that's what they're picking from that tree, and I think that's why they brought him in to be an offensive guy, and then he stays with Caleb Williams if that happens. I mean,
okay, so you find an NFL head coach that's going to take an NFL head coaching job and not be able to pick his offense coordinator. That's not named Nick Sirianni.
Well, they could find the next Nick Sirianni. I mean, there's plenty of those guys out there.
There's no Howie Roseman up there in Chicago, bro.
But there's plenty of
GM that wants to control the coaching.
I mean, there's no. I hear you on that, but there's plenty of guys that would just like to get their feet wet and get a job that they never would have had a shot at before. You know, I mean. And they might look at Nick Sirianni, and that might be their inspiration. I could be just like Nick.
If I could be like Nick.
I mean,
brother, I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother. What were you saying?
Brother, I was agreeing with what Kyle had broke the news about the 49ers
the
Patriots trade. Yeah.
They're saying it'd be for 34. And that the Niners might take McConkey at 31.
Okay. I think Lad McConkey is a bad fit for Brock Purdy. I do. I think Ayuk. See, here's a problem, right? You can't have two receivers that can't stretch the field on one team. Deebo Samuel is not a stretch the field guy. Brandon Ayuk was that guy for them. I think they need a guy like, you know, what would be a good pick for them? And I don't know if Xavier Worthy's the guy because I don't think Purdy can be able to airmail the ball enough to give him a chance at it. But like, I don't know, man. Brian Johnson, if he falls there, there's just a lot of guys that could. I think you'll have to see who's on the board at 34 before you make that move. And by the way, I think that, just given my personal opinion, I think that the 49ers trading Brandon Ayuk for pick 34 is highway robbery to the New England Patriots. That'd be a terrible, terrible trade for the Patriots. You're giving up second round, third pick to overpay Brandon Ayuk? Well, they're not going to pay him. He's gone. Why would you give up a second round draft pick for him? He's not a quarterback. I mean, he's not a game changer.
You have crazy amount of cap space still.
I don't think
I'm assuming if they're going to do that, they're probably going to pay him.
You're right.
If they take Drake May, I don't think it's bad.
Yeah.
Who's the number? Who's the
number one receiver? Report, that they're staying at number 3. That's the second part of it.
Who's the number one receiver?
Staying at 3. Kendrick Bourne.
Tyquan Thornton. Who? You know what I mean?
That's Kendrick Bourne. But
the thing about the 49ers, they're so up against the cap, they have to trade Ayuk. They can't afford to pay him. They can't. They have to restock the cupboard, and they have to go get a receiver that they could get that 5-year deal on or a 4-year deal or whatever at a cheaper rookie rate. And it's a deep receiver class. So I just think, by the way, I think Xavier Worthy is going to be the combine champion, and I don't see him doing that well in the NFL. I don't care how fast he runs. Show me what system he's going to be in, and show me where he came from. Anybody ever heard of him until he ran to 40? There's a lot of guys that run fast 40.
He was an absolute stud with Quinn Ewers all year, last 2 years actually.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see how fast it turns out.
Are you asking anybody ever heard of Xavier Worthy before his combine?
I mean, was he a household name like a Malik Neighbors, like a Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Malik Neighbors wasn't a household name up until this past year.
I heard about Worthy. Yeah, you heard about Worthy before this year. Yeah.
He says he's the next John Ross. He could be.
Bro, Bro, that guy's profile picture and his name are just flipping me out, man. Every single time you put that on the screen.
Love it, man. But I think that Xavier Worthy has been a stud at Texas for a while. And I think that I think he can come in the NFL and be a top receiver. I like him a lot better than a lot of the guys. See, I think he's risen up draft boards because of his combine, but you got to understand he was a top 5 wide receiver going into this year. He fell off a little bit, and I think he fell off a little bit because Quinn Ewers got hurt. I'm being
5'11", 165. This is the NFL Next Gen Stats. Will eventually be a starter. Prospect grade 6.29 is what you got.
Okay.
That's what they say. Yeah, I let's see if that dog hunts in the NFL, right? Let's see if that build hunts. I know that receivers are getting skinnier, but you got Devontae Smith is one of them, but 165 is real light for a receiver. He's got to come off that line, and the cornerbacks are a lot stiffer in the NFL than they are. What was it? Big 12, Big 10, whatever Texas is now.
Well, we're just on the Big 12 this year to go in the SEC.
All right,
Yeah.
so it'll be a SEC. So he's fast, yeah, but I mean that doesn't. I got to see more than that. College is different, man. Like that's why I look at.
That's all we can go off of Godfrey. It's all we've watched him playing as a college. Like I don't have any pre NFL tape of him. I have him playing in college, and he play. It's not like he's coming from TCU. It's not like it's Jalen Reagor
or Quentin Johnson. Or listen, the thing is the windows are wider in college than they are in NFL. The cornerback talent is thinner because you're playing everybody's best player in the NFL. I just have to see that 165 is small. He's got to bulk up, man. Like he's got to have 15
He'll
pounds.
be 185 before he takes an NFL field.
Yeah, I mean, let's see that translate. And he's got to be in the right system too. Like I really think if he goes to a system where it's quarterback poverty, I don't know if it'll take advantage of his skill set.
I think Xavier Worthy should go to Buffalo. I said last night on Wire to Wire, I don't think he should go there because I have Khalil Shakir. But could you imagine having a guy like Josh Allen that can rocket the ball 600 yards down the field with Xavier Worthy running past the defense? I don't know. Devontae was 166 coming out. Don't let water weight. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but he had a lot better of a pedigree too. A lot better.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Heisman winner, top 10 pick.
First round talent, 4.240. I mean, he could be John Ross. Godfrey, he could be John Ross.
I didn't say that.
But I think Xavier Worthy will be a guy that can play in the NFL. I really believe that.
Yeah, I would like to see Xavier Legette go to the Bills.
So let me go around the horn real quick and get who you guys want your team to draft in the first round. And I'm gonna start with Guardy 3. What are you looking for the Packers to pick up in the first round?
So for the Packers, something I've noticed with the Packers drafting strategy is Goody likes to double dip. Sometimes you can tell what he's going to do based on his free agency signings. For example, the year we signed the Smith brothers, we drafted Rashawn Gary. Then we signed Devondre Campbell to an extension, signed Jaron Reed. What do we do in the draft? Draft Devontae Wyatt. We draft Quay Walker. So part of me is starting to think that we signed Xavier McKinley, so I'm starting to think they have eyes on Cooper DeJean, which I would not mind at all. Okay. Other than that, I think I like the versatility of Brandon Graham, the offensive lineman. There's somebody else I was looking. The Packers love versatile offensive linemen. So at 25, I'm thinking to either go O-line but what I'm thinking in the pick I kind of want, because I think it would be a great pickup, is DeJean.
Listen, Cooper is one of those really interesting guys in this draft. I think that he could easily be a safety. I don't think he projects to be a long-term cornerback in the NFL, but I think he could be one of the best safeties in all football. And if you watch his tape, and all you have to do is go back and watch Real Recognizes Real, Cottrell's breakdown of him, he is not scared to make tackles. He could be an in-the-box free safety. He could be a nickel. He could be a Chauncey Gardner-Johnson type player in the NFL. I love the kid. I would love the Eagles to get him. He's very versatile, and you can play him in a lot of different roles.
He
And
fit
it's a
perfect.
football player.
He fit perfect with Vic Fangio defense.
Yeah, I agree. So let's move over to Kyle. And outside of who do you want your team to take in the first round? And then what would you like to see them go at early second round?
So I want them to take a quarterback. I like Jaden Daniels early in the process, but obviously it seems like Washington's going to take him. So I would like Drake May at 3. In terms of 34, I mean, they need a tackle, and it's supposed to be a deep tackle draft. But I kind of wonder, we might get a run on tackles, probably like teens to like the 20s, late first round. So I wouldn't mind seeing a wide receiver at 34. Now, if the rumor is true and it turns into Brandon Ayuk, sure, I could live with that as long as they pay him. Then it makes sense. But if not, I might kind of like Legit, who Godfrey brought up a little earlier. I like the fact that he's kind of a bigger wide receiver. He's got pretty good speed to him, so I wouldn't mind seeing him at 34.
Well, we're going to have some fun right now, okay? So, Godfrey, me and you are both Eagles fans, so one of us is going to draw the shit end of the stick. So, here's what I want you to do. Brett, I want you to think of heads or tails. Don't say it. Let me know when you got it. You got it locked in?
Yep.
Godfrey, heads or tails?
Tails.
What was it, Brett?
It was tails.
Okay, so Godfrey gets the Eagles. Somebody give me a team that they want me to draft for. An interesting pick in this draft.
Jacksonville Jaguars.
They are picking 17. That works. So I'm going to do a 2-round mock draft with all of us on here. And I'm just going to, and I'll share the screen and we'll do this real quick before we get into the regular draft. Have a little fun here. And everybody's just going to pick for their one team in 2 rounds, okay? Tell me if you guys see that pretty good. See that mock draft? We're going to enter draft right now. And we're going to start draft. And the Patriots are picking 3rd. So, Kyle, you are on the clock. This is what you got. What do you want?
Let's go Drake May.
Drake May is now a New England Patriot. You guys see that pretty clear, right?
Yeah.
Look at that. Roma Dunze, 4. Marv, 5. JJ McCarthy, 6. The Giants would love that.
I would love that as an Eagles fan.
That should be Joe Alt. Okay. Dallas Turner, I like that. Joe Alt goes 9. This should be Brock Bowers, but it's not going to be. There's Brock Bowers.
They're not drafting. I mean,
Ashanu, baby. It's my Penn State guy. Garrett Verse. AC Latham. I'm the Jaguars, so I'm going soon. Quinyon Mitchell. Okay. So I get the pick now. See, I think they're saying guard, edge, and D-back. I'm going to go with the best corner in the draft, and I'm going to take Terrion Arnold for the Jaguars. I think he's the best corner in the draft, bar none. Byron Murphy goes off the board. He's a top 10 pick right now. And the Eagles are coming up. Godfrey, it's on you, brother.
I'm going to give a pick that a lot of fans are going to complain about. I don't think you will, Gene. I want Mims.
Amarius Mims?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bring him to offensive line U with Jeff Stoutland. He's raw, but you can move him all over the offensive line. Lane Johnson's gonna be gone eventually, not too far off from that. And then you got him at tackle, and then you got Mailata. I think
you're gonna make him a guard for the first year until Lane leaves, and then you're gonna. He's too big to be a guard. Amarius Mims is way too big to be a guard. Your quarterback won't be able to throw over him.
Well, I mean, they say he could
You
play.
just got to sit him for a year if that's what you want to do.
They could do
Amarius
that.
Mims isn't the pick if you want a guard to move into a tackle. In my opinion, he's just too big.
Right. So I don't not permanently there, but you're gonna. I still think he's raw. I mean, based off the scouting report, and he's fascinating pick. I mean, I think I like him, and I think that we have the system in Philadelphia where you can cultivate talent on the offensive line. I mean, Jordan Mailata is proof. I mean, there's a lot of guys that have come out of here that have done well on the offensive line. It's a boring pick, but I know you want Cooper DeJean. I wouldn't be mad at that.
No, I'm circling it because I know that's where Brett's going.
Brett.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who you going with, Brett? 25.
Cooper DeJean.
I love it. Love that pick. So we're gonna
Could that be? Do you happen to watch Iowa Hawkeyes football? I'm just curious. Where you live? Because where you live.
Look at that. Xavier Worthy of Buffalo. How you like them apples?
I watched a little Iowa football. I kind of mix it around, and I try to watch as many teams as I can, but I catch a little bit of it over here.
I'll leave
Troy
this up.
Franklin.
The Chiefs
Already
are taking
knew.
it. All right, we're in the second round, pick 34. What are we looking at, Kyle?
I mean, I'm going wide receiver here.
All right, hold on. Let me pull it up for you.
I'll take McConkey then.
Okay, you got Lad McConkey. Jackson Powers Johnson is a stud. Rosengardner. That's hilarious. All right, Packers are next. Who we going with here? What you want to pick? Position you want to look at?
Ooh. Which guards are available?
Got you. Interior offensive lineman. The center best guard available is Christian Haynes. I'd probably steer clear.
And then, are there any good tackles available?
You want tackles? I got you. Hold on one second. Let me just take interior offensive line off. Tackles went a little too early, apparently. So hold on. There's not much. 57. No, I don't think there's really anything you can go with here.
No, there's not. Whew. Then I'll go with
You want to pick a different position? I'll show you them. Maybe a Blake Corum, Jonathan Brooks, top running back in the draft. You probably need one of those.
let's see. And then
Oh,
what
no,
about,
you guys got a running back. Sorry.
yeah, no, this is tough. This is really tough.
What position you want to look at?
Let's see. How about cornerback?
Corners? Okay. You already took Cooper.
Oh yeah, no, this thing might
Went
end
up
up.
on corners. I mean,
Yeah, I'll go Mike. We'll go
right.
another corner. We'll double down.
all right. Next on the clock is me with the Jags. I take in the first round. I took corner. I went corner. And then the Eagles are coming up. Pick 48. Oh my God, this is just too easy right here. Tyler Newman's got to be the pick, right?
That's no fun though. Why are we gonna go easy? I want to go.
I mean, I think they need a safety though. Like I really do. I think that they're
Sure, but I'm gonna. Are you picking the Eagles one or am I?
no. You got the Eagles one. I'll
I'm gonna-
take Tyler Newman. You're on the Eagles, brother.
I'm gonna go Keon Coleman, wide receiver, Florida State.
Oh, I don't like that pick at all.
Well, listen, everybody.
I
love
got another
it.
one. 53.
Oh, that's right. We got the 3 picks. What do we got left is cornerback and
Took an offensive lineman already, right? You
Yep.
definitely need a corner.
yeah. What do we got left here?
I'd stay away from. I mean, TJ Tampa would be the only one you could take there. There's your pick right there. Penn State, move them right over.
I would like to see him take another edge, so I'll go with the Penn State guy.
All right.
I mean, I like Keon Coleman, fastest cone drill in the last 2 seasons. So I know he run a 4.46, but I think sometimes a little overrated. So
Yeah, Kyle, you're sound. I don't know what it is, but it's coming through pretty. They're
All right.
calm.
Well, I'll fix it.
All right. All right. So who's up now? We got Green Bay Packers on the clock. We're almost done the second round. We got 2 more picks.
Take a look at offensive linemen again.
Yes, sir.
Maybe one won't be a reach at this point.
Well, no, I mean
There we go.
he's not a reach at this point.
No, yeah. I'll go with Kieran. I'll go with tackle.
Okay. And then the last one in the last pick of the second round, defending Super Bowl champions, back-to-back Super Bowl champions, the Kansas City Chiefs. What position you want to look at?
Give me Jatavion Sanders, tight end out of Texas.
Jatavion Sanders, huh?
I would do that if he wasn't gone.
Oh, wow. You schmuckles. Give me Kieran, tackle out of Yale.
Okay. I think he just took him now.
I did.
Oh, you schmuckles.
Is Nate Wiggins gone? Nate Wiggins, where did he go?
Give me Braswell, I guess. Edge rusher.
Love that. Alabama edge rushers are always good. Oh,
And then did y'all see the news on AJ Brown?
yeah, he just got extended. AJ Brown just got extended, which is wild to me.
They did that to mock my pick. Sons of bitches. Totally messed up my draft right there with that extension.
Kyle, I muted you for a minute just to see if it was the sound coming from you. It is, just FYI. I'll
It's
mute
still
you
coming.
now. Yeah,
It's still coming through.
nothing crazy. Not right now. Not right now. It was maybe a minute ago. So right now, let me stop sharing because we're getting ready for the NFL draft. We're gonna have an NFL board tonight, and we're gonna use the NFL.com. I love the way this looks. I think it's super clean for the draft tracker. So we're gonna load this bad boy up. We're about to start the NFL draft in just a few minutes, boys. And I think this is the cleanest look by far.
Why is Caleb Lane crying in his mom's arms? What's going on? I'm just joking.
Oh, you're watching the ESPN look?
No, I'm watching the NFL Network one they were showing. Caleb Williams.
Dancing.
Yeah.
I have the ESPN on just because it's easier for me to see on the TV. But Miami better not draft a wide receiver, Daniel Dempsey. They need an offensive lineman really bad. Protect Tua. Protect the yard.
They better, you know what? They should get some 3M bubble wrap and put him around Tua. I mean, do you think he's a $40 million a year quarterback?
No.
But they're going to pay him that.
I don't understand how that. If everything that happened this year, extending AJ Brown's probably not the move, but whatever. I'm not thrilled with that. Am I the only one that's not thrilled with that? Like, the guy has had so many issues in the NFL. I'm not thrilled with that.
But like, what issues? Like, I mean, last year the whole team was an issue.
He has problems with the quarterback, bro. Him and Jalen Hurts have issues right now. Unless they made up, he's a psychopath, bro. He's a crazy person. Wide receivers are nuts, man. I can't.
In general.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They like to drive Lamborghinis and Corvettes down the street and flip cars. And then after winning the Super Bowl, and then, go to Twitter and have burner accounts like AJ Brown. But,
What a crowd in Detroit.
Yeah.
So excited for
You're
this.
not used to nice things. You got to understand that, Brett.
I was just,
Right.
I mean,
I don't mean to take any shots at anybody. I'm going to take a small shot at a person that we know. So I put out there, and this is going to be funny. It's not really too serious. I'm happy for the guy. I'm really happy. But you guys remember Kneecap Biting? You guys remember him? I
Yeah.
won't throw his name out there. But I put something out there and I was just like, hey, anybody want to come on and talk about their team for the, for the NFL draft? We're going to have a watch party. And he comments like, I'll talk about the Lions, but I'll be on radio. I'll be on Media Row at the draft. I'll be there, so I can't. Well, then why the hell did you reply? I'm really happy that you're going, dude, but you just wanted to tell me that you have press passes? Cool, dude. I don't know. I like the guy. It was kind of weird.
Was that? Never mind. Shut up.
Sometimes you get excited and you flex as a reflex. You're like, yeah, I got passes, and it's not really relevant, but you're just kind of flexing, and you're like, why? Why did I just say that? And then at that point, you got to stick with it.
The draft just started. The Chicago Bears are on the clock.
Oh my God, the suspense for that pick.
I don't know who they're going to go.
How long do they take to make the pick?
Can I sound off on the Bears right now of being that? I think Caleb Williams has a shot to succeed, but the Bears started bearing when they effed up with Justin Fields and trading him. That GM made the dumbest move ever, is showing his cards and saying, hey, Caleb, don't even take the physical. He devalued his current quarterback so badly that he got a 6th-round pick for him. And that was the idiot move of idiot moves. That GM made with that right there. And that is really what happened to it, because why are teams going to step up if they know you have to trade the guy? I mean, kudos to the Steelers, but dude.
Ryan Poles definitely failed on the Justin Fields trade.
Yes.
Oh,
No
so
doubt.
bad.
No doubt he failed on that. Why we're waiting for the first pick, I'm going to ask anybody that's listening to us right now, anybody that's live, if you don't mind sharing us out, giving us a share, tagging your followers on the Facebook page so they can watch on YouTube. We're doing a whole YouTube draft party tonight. So any help that you guys can get where you can help us, we'd appreciate it. So give us a share, like the page, subscribe on YouTube, do weird things. I don't know. I don't know what you like on YouTube. Just have fun clicking buttons. No, but you can sound off on the Bears.
I mean, it just made no sense. Think about them. You could have got. I have an interesting question for you guys, right? Depends how you feel about Justin Fields. If you want a quarterback that's a dual threat quarterback and you're trying to rebuild, why wouldn't you go get a Justin Fields for a 6th-round pick or a 4th-round pick instead of spending a 2nd pick or earlier pick on Jaden Daniels? Not saying he's not going to be good, but when I look at Jaden Daniels and Justin Fields, I think Justin Fields coming from a bad situation. They're similar type of quarterbacks, and I'm more confident in the physical build of Justin Fields than I am Jaden Daniels.
I want to answer the first question that Paige asked. That's Derek. Why didn't the Eagles get Fields? I think that they don't want to have a quarterback competition in Philadelphia. I think Kenny Pickett, it's very clear he's the backup quarterback to Jalen Hurts. Whereas with Justin Fields, I feel like that they could create a whole situation with Carson Wentz 2.0 with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, you don't know Philly, bro. Philly loves the backup quarterback. Okay, and soon as he has a bad game, they're gonna be like, let's throw Justin Fields in. And it's just a nightmare waiting to happen. I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole holding another 10-foot pole.
Yeah, I agree with you. Danny, I really appreciate the picture. Appreciate it. Just got it.
You're not going to be trying to get Kenny Pickett into the game after
I really don't think we're going to have to worry about that.
The Steelers, truth be told, the Steelers overdrafted him in the 1st round when they drafted him.
easily.
He was not a 1st-round quarterback, and I guess they thought that they were fixing the Dan Marino's mistake of many years ago, where they passed up on him when he went to Pitt. So they're like, we'll pick Kenny Pickett this time. Imagine if the Steelers years ago took Dan Marino. How it could they might have won a couple Super Bowls with defenses they had. They won a couple more. Crazy how things play out because he smoked some pot. So
bro, talking about it's crazy how things play out because people smoke pot. Laramie Tunsil. I was just reminded of that today.
Yeah.
How about that, bro? That was
Wild.
one of the wildest things ever. By the way, speaking of Steelers, why did they not pick up the 5th-year option for Justin Fields, knowing how valuable quarterbacks are?
I had that argument with someone, and it's a good question. I think it's smart to do that because, listen, yeah, it's a little bit more money than you want to pay, but then you'll be in the Daniel Jones situation if he has not a great season, but a pretty okay season where you end up having to sign him for 3 years and you can't really, you can't have that 5th-year option in your back pocket. I agree. I think that it would have been smart to do it, but the argument is that now you're not going to do that so you can renegotiate. But if he has a good year, you're going to have to pay a copious amount of money. If he balls out this year, you're going to pay a lot more than that 5th-year option.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Chase, what's your thoughts?
I don't think Kenny Pickett should touch the field again.
No, why didn't the Steelers pick up the 5th-year option for Justin Fields?
No, I think that they're playing it and they want to see how he pans out before they decide to lock him down.
I just think it's 1 year, man. Like, why not lock him in just in case he does have a good year? You have him. Like, what if he has a good year and he just goes out in free agency? Like, I just think that's wild to, especially with the, I mean, you got to think of it this way, right? When you have a 5th-year option for a quarterback, you have a guy that's sitting in he's worth something, right? So what happens if a quarterback goes down? Wouldn't you rather have the option to be able to trade Justin Fields?
I think the other big issue that, I've kind of paid attention to is what if we're wrong?
About
I
what?
mean, Justin Fields.
Yeah.
I mean, what if you're wrong?
What if we're wrong? And that's the prime or the reason why Pittsburgh didn't want to pick up the 5th-year option.
Yeah, but
because they don't know.
If you're wrong,
they don't
you have a backup quarterback for cheap.
Yeah, I agree. And the flip side of the coin is there a motivation piece behind it, right? Like they have these two guys competing against each other, Russell Wilson and Justin Fields at different stages in their career, but they're both competing for their careers, right? So maybe they want to give the incentive of getting a contract later and not feeling that you're guaranteed for another year after that. Maybe they want them playing like there is no tomorrow.
It's possible.
But Gene, I think you're right. I agree with your what you think about it, 100%. I thought the same thing. I mean, look at the Giants though, right? Like they didn't pick up the 5th-year option on Daniel Jones, and they had to give him 3 years, and they could have walked away. I think they want to walk away, but they can't really walk away financially till after this next season because then they have an out in the contract. But if they picked up the 5th-year option, it'd have been a different story. They could have had other options, and they didn't. So it's a catch-22. But I agree, Gene. That would have been the move because quarterbacks are getting paid $20 million a year now anyway. I mean, it's 1 year; it's not going to kill you. But I thought it was a head scratcher as well.
Kyle, what's your thoughts? I haven't heard from you in a minute. I'm missing your beautiful voice.
No, I mean, I was definitely surprised that they didn't do the 5th year, but I guess if they have some type of deal worked out where they're going to extend them out and it's going to be for less than, I don't know, for a little bit less than maybe market value, I guess I could see it. I don't understand the Steelers making the move if he's not going to be part of the future.
Okay.
Because I assume that's what the whole point of them picking him up was. You have Russell Wilson. He's on a 1-year deal. You kind of just have him out there until Justin Fields, you're ready to put him out there, or just for the competition in the offseason camp. And if Justin Fields turns out to be a better quarterback than what he showed in Chicago, obviously he's your next quarterback going forward. So maybe they just didn't do it right away because they want to make sure the problems in Chicago were because of the situation in Chicago and not necessarily something with him.
What blows
Godfrey. No,
blows my mind about Justin Fields It blows my mind.
You're waiting for what? What blows your mind?
How there was more excuses made for Mac Jones than Justin Fields, and they're both in very bad situations. But it seems like Mac Jones got forgiven more than Justin Fields. I wonder what it was. And, I heard so many excuses for Mac Jones. I heard so many people try to push him. But yeah, even though it didn't work out there, the reason why it might have been perceived that way is because he had more stability. The coach who drafted him got fired the very next year. New coordinator, new GM. The dude was walking the plank year 2. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Well, that's because what Chicago has done for year after year. They've done this now for 3 straight quarterbacks, and they're going to do it again. I'll remind everyone, just to remind everyone. John Fox drafted Mitch Trubisky. Everyone thinks Matt Nagy did. He did not. John Fox drafted Mitch Trubisky on a lame duck year. They hired Matt Nagy to coach Mitch Trubisky. Matt Nagy drafted Justin Fields on a lame duck year. They hired Matt Eberflus to coach Justin Fields. And Matt Eberflus is going to draft Caleb Williams, wait for it, on a lame duck year. Oh, that's a revisiting the trade. On a lame duck year. So if Caleb doesn't have a great first year and they fire Matt Eberflus, it's just revisionist history. And it's really annoying. One of the things that's super annoying about the NFL draft, I wish they did all this like introductions and like Chicago's finally on the clock now, but they do all like Eminem comes out, Barry Sanders, Aiden Hutchinson. We're in Detroit. Why couldn't you do that between 7:30 and 8? Why can't we start the goddamn draft at 8 o'clock? Why do we need 10 minutes of you showing me Eminem, Aiden Hutchinson? I didn't turn in to listen to this shit. If I wanted to watch the pre-draft, I would have watched the pre-draft from 7:30 to 8. So screw you guys. Starting at 8:10, jerk-offs.
Listen, man, it's a show now at the NFL because I used to go to the draft in person when it was in Radio City Music Hall. They jumped the shark once they did that. People were like, you want to go to draft in person? I'm like, nope, because it's a glorified concert. I'm going to watch it. But, I mean, I don't know. It's going to be one of these things. By the way, side topic. I feel weird this year that the Rams actually have a first-round pick. How long has it been?
I don't know. I don't know if Brett's been alive. I don't know if Brett's old enough to remember the last time the Rams had a first-round pick.
It's like, wow, they're pick 19.
I'm kidding.
It felt like it's been like 3 decades since they had a first-round pick.
It's wild. It feels like it's been forever. Remember the slogan for the Rams, F them picks?
Yeah.
It's my favorite slogan of all time. Kyle, what do you think? Do you think they go Caleb Williams here?
Nah, I think they go Marvin Harrison. Everybody just minds get blown and, people start scrambling. I mean, it's clearly that's what's going to be. They keep showing the draft room and like nobody's doing anything.
Yeah, because the pick's already been made. I don't even know why. I don't know why. I feel like the first, and I heard this earlier, I feel like the first pick should have like a 1-minute clock.
Well, now they just showed Caleb Williams on the phone, so.
They've shown Caleb Williams highlights the entire time.
Right.
The funny thing about, if the Bears did that and they drafted Marvin Harrison, the GM should be fired on live TV.
I told you, if the third pick, if the New England Patriots draft Marvin Harrison, I will be streaking outside of my house. I'll probably get arrested, but I'm going to do it because I said it. I don't lie.
I would love that. I would love the chaos to start. Drake May would just be like, it would be like the Drake May sweepstakes because, the next 2 teams aren't taking a QB.
All right, well, we're going to get our bets in. Over under 5.5 quarterbacks in the first round. Godfrey.
Well, which quarterback would be a half?
Well, no, over under. So I say 5.5. So 5 you go under, 6 you go over. That's why it's 5.5.
It's 5 for me. I don't think it goes.
So you're gonna go under. Yeah. I'm gonna go over. Brett, where you at?
Under.
Okay. I know Chase is under. He said 2.
I'm under. I got 5.
I got 6. So I'll go over. I'll be the only one on my ledge.
Okay. Can
If Jordan Travis was healthy, would he be a first round worthy pick?
No, he would not.
we make this pick already?
I mean, they obviously don't want us to know who they're going with.
All right, let's show the war room.
I love that.
Oh,
Yeah,
maybe they're calling
The one guy, in
Spencer
the
Rattler
one guy in
now.
the back, I need him to get a better pair of shoes on. I'm seeing too many Skechers, old guy shoes. Like you guys, you work in the NFL. Come on, man. See, untied shoes. Come on,
Uncultured swine over there.
ridiculous. Probably in lo mein out of the carton.
Bro, don't be shitting on low main Chinese out of the
Oh.
carton, bro.
I
I
mean,
think that John right there. I don't. Who here has not been worked at a retail job and ate lo mein out of a Chinese carton at work
I have.
with some
My
kung
work-
pao chicken, bro? Like that's what
All
we're
right.
doing.
I'm gonna ask you, what was your worst iPhone launch meal where you bought? Because I've had plenty of iPhone launches. I know you have more than me, but I've had at least 7.
No,
What was
it's
your wor-
always pizza every year. I don't know how to say worst. It's always pizza.
We decided as a group in the store, we said, let's go Popeyes this year.
It's a terrible idea.
It was a terrible idea. You're right.
Chicken. That's a terrible idea.
Popeyes chicken it's tasty, but let's just say we almost ran out of toilet paper. Okay. So and there's one bathroom in the store.
Jesus, Godfrey.
Listen,
This show's really gotten off the rails, man.
I'm trying to fill time. You blame the damn Bears. I mean, we're
What's
just
that
extra.
still time? He won't be talking about his bowel movements at work.
Hey, the pick is in. We'll finally know.
It was
I don't know what it's gonna be.
It was a
Ooh.
group bowel movement.
Come on, Spencer Rattler. Let's get it.
Bro, I'll tell you right now, Spencer Rattler is, in my opinion, the guy that will be drafted on day 2 that will start a lot quicker than people think he will.
Well,
I
that's
agree
why.
with
That's why I put it at 5 instead of 6. I just think there should.
Bo Nix. When do you think Bo Nix gets picked? Day 2?
I think he should get picked day 2. I think he gets picked day 1.
Well, then that would be 6.
I know in our
Yeah.
mock.
I have Penix falling.
How am I?
I think
I have
Godfrey has
Penix falling.
Penix being a second round guy.
Yeah,
No
I do.
way.
There's a
There's
chance
no
of-
way. Michael
Why not?
Penix.
Chance Penix is.
Didn't you just say he wasn't a first round pick until recent?
Yeah,
Like,
but Bo Nix wasn't either. Bo Nix has been behind him on every mock. And Michael Penix beat him twice.
It's
Yeah,
almost
but-
like Penix and Knicks became first round picks because of the JJ McCarthy rocket up the draft boards.
Bo Nix, I think, fits the Sean Payton style of offense. He checked down a lot in college. He's going to check down any quarterback in that system. Is going to have to check down. I mean, I will say Sean Payton made Teddy Two Gloves look good for about 8 games. I remember betting on those games of like, there's no way they win this game with Teddy Two Gloves. There's no way. And after 7 lost bets in a row, I'm like, you know what? I'm never doing it again. I'm never down
I
Sean
remember
Payton
that.
again.
That was insane.
I was like, you got to be kidding me. He went 7 or 8-0 with Teddy Two Gloves, and they still didn't win a Super Bowl. But whatever. I'm just saying, like, I remember that stretch. I'm like, how is this even possible? Bridgewater stinks.
Caleb
they were-
Williams is officially a Chicago Bear.
All right, so now the draft can actually start because you already. Yeah.
I wonder if this is not going to update. Like, I want this to update. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah,
I don't want to have to refresh this the whole time. How do I get this where I don't have to refresh it?
You
We
gotta-
got
I mean,
I don't want to switch over to ESPN. I really don't.
it might have just been because it was the first
Hold
pick.
on.
I'm assuming maybe now.
all right, is that
it'll
Caleb
start.
Williams' girl?
I'm not seeing that.
That's my number 1 draft pick.
Jesus Christ. How do we let this guy on air?
First off,
That is
this conversation
that is not
had-
where,
wait,
that is not where I thought that was going to go, but I am glad that it went there.
Where did you think it was going to go?
Move,
Godfrey with you. Who
move
knows?
on.
So listen,
We never know with Godfrey, ever.
That's,
Right.
you got to live on the edge. It's vanilla's not entertaining. We want chocolate swirl here. What can I say? Listen, I just know that you guys every year when there's a top pick, they always look at the girlfriend. Don't you remember the smoke show of Ryan Tannehill's girlfriend that year? Everybody remembers that smoke show on Hard Knocks. All right. We should do a top 10 quarterback girlfriend smoke show list or a bracket. And we got at least 64 we could pull from. There's when there's a top draft pick, there's always a hot girl around there. I mean, let's be real. It's like watching Real World. You're never going to be like, oh, you know what? She's kind of plain Jane and average. You know, oh, I think she has a bug collection. You're never going to say that.
So we all think Jaden Daniels is going 2 here, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Does anyone not think he's going 2 here?
No, I'll offer the chaos if it happened, but it's not. It's definitely 2. I mean, Cliff Kingsbury is there. They took him. Or they're going to take him. By the way, if there was the report was true that the Bears got offered 3 first-round picks to go from 2 to 1, and they didn't take it, if that's true, they're doomed already. Like that. Never mind. I'm still fascinated by the thing. They purely didn't keep Fields because he didn't draft him. And basically, if Fields failed this year, Ryan Poles would have been fired. Caleb Williams buys him 3 more years, at least.
I don't think he buys him 3 years. If Caleb Williams doesn't have a good year or 2, I think
Say
Chicago else.
I love how they hug each other like it's a surprise. Like I'm always annoyed by that. Like you didn't know who you were picking. You guys are having an emotional reaction. Like, oh man, I can't believe we made it across the finish line. This is amazing. You told the kid not to take a physical. Don't even worry about taking.
They got to take the guy who's at the top of their draft board. They're excited.
Yeah, okay. They're like, oh my God, we did it. We did it.
The Commanders are on the clock. It's going to be Jaden Daniels. I think the draft gets really fun at 4. I think trades start happening at 4.
I think when a team like that already knows their pick, they should just. What would be really cool is if they all put like cardboard cutouts of them in their seats, and they're like, we already knew who we were picking, and they went to the camera and it was all cardboard cutouts of all the scouts and GMs. Why not?
It's possible.
And then Steve Austin comes in and stuns every single one. No, just stuns.
I think Arizona or the Chargers trade. Neither one of them are drafting a quarterback, and I think that a quarterback-hungry team will trade up to get one.
Why are they going to do Caleb like that and put him on the screen with Fields and Trubisky? They're just showing like a factory of sadness. They're like, listen, we didn't succeed with the last 2. This is what's on the way.
All right, so last 20 years, and this is from 2004 to now, would you rather have been a Bears fan or a Browns fan?
Oh, the Browns list is ridiculous.
Yeah, Bears. They made it to a Super Bowl at least. And you had Urlacher.
I think that was in 2000. When was that?
2006.
Right.
You had the Lovie Smith era, which was a good era. You had some. I'm going with the Bears. The Browns is just a factory of sad clowns with.
I like it. Dreed. I love what Dreed just said. I think the Chargers want Latham and be willing to trade down.
I think that's true too. I think look at their offense. By the way, I cannot wait until the Chargers, this is going to be his revenge tour. He's going to be like, hey, Lamar, this is what the offense was supposed to look like when you add the passing element to my offense.
Oh, I love this. The Commanders are running low on the clock. Like you don't know who you're going with. This is so ridiculous.
What if they pull a Mike Tice and they get bumped because they didn't get the pick in?
No way they would do that. Not pick 2. That's like pick 19. That happens.
I'm just saying, what if? I mean, that would be some.
Dylan, what's up, Dylan?
What's going on, Dylan?
The good Dylan, too, not the piece of trash Dylan.
Oh, my God.
Right.
Well, I mean, we know the piece of trash Dylan.
There we go.
Ever shows the picks in? Okay.
Oh, we got Caleb Williams with a selfie stick taking pictures with Bears fans.
Good for him. It took him a little while to warm up to Chicago. Yeah, Jaden Daniels is going too. We know who it is. And look, it updated. The NFL auto updated. I'm happy. Derek Scott pick 1.1 and 1.2. Who don't I pick? I have AR and Watson for quarterbacks.
I just can't wait.
You got to get a quarterback. You have to get a quarterback. You have to get a quarterback in Dynasty. It's a 2-quarterback league, right?
You don't have to get a quarterback at Dynasty. If it's 2 QB league, you have to, for sure.
If he has AR and Watson, he might not have a quarterback next year.
Who's this pick? Watson and who?
It's AR and Watson. Deshaun Watson and Aaron Rodgers.
Oof.
If he doesn't get a quarterback this year and he's got pick 1.1, You have one of those is 1.1 and 1.2. He has to take quarterback on one of them.
Yeah, I guess if you got, I mean, I'm going the 1.1 in Dynasty Leagues is Marvin Harrison. There's no doubt about it.
No, the 1.1's Caleb Williams, especially the way quarterbacks are. You can get 12 receivers in this draft. You can get 3 quarterbacks.
I'm going Marvin Harrison. I disagree. It depends. If it's a 1 quarterback league, you're going Marvin Harrison. I can see the argument if it's a 2 QB league, a super flex league, but you know,
well, he's got the second pick, so if he goes Caleb and Marv, I think he's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
Caleb and Marv. Anybody disagree with that?
No, I think that's the right call.
is it a 1 point PPR or is it a half point PPR? Is it non PPR?
Will it matter? You're not going to take a running back at 1.2. Does it matter?
Well, I mean,
Well,
it does. If are the touchdown passes 6 points because then the value is different, then yeah, quarterback is definitely something you gotta.
Hayden Daniels, quarterback
Really?
at LSU, second
Surprising, very surprising.
Everybody's got to be quiet, right? We all have to be quiet. It is now Kyle Edwards' turn. Kyle, I want you to navigate us through this pick. I want you
Marvin Harrison, baby.
Bro, can I get I want to see if I could do this. It's probably not work didn't work out very well. I got to reshare the screen. Darn it. I was trying to get like Kyle like really like next to the screen. Like I want his live reaction to the
I want you to zoom in on him where I see the bead of sweat come off his forehead. That's what I want to see. Like I want a close up.
Yeah. So let's go to NFL.
I mean, I see everybody in the chat is hating Drake May as the possible pick.
It's over for y'all. Y'all take Drake. It's Daniels. Yeah, we know it's Daniels is too. The third pick, it's probably going to be Drake May, but look at this. Danny Dempsey keeps saying Joe Alt. Listen, I'm sending in something to get this. I want to say this on YouTube, on air. I've said this already multiple times. Control Alt Delete T-shirts need to be made for whoever team drafts Joe Alt. Because you have a picture of him controlling the lineman, then you have his last name, and then him pancaking. And it's Control Alt Delete.
Yeah.
Control Alt Delete.
I think
that should be in production the minute his name's called.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the Chargers, you know, I could see them taking Joel, but really, if you can get Neighbors at that draft pick, you should take Neighbors. And they need a playmaker.
Well, the Chargers don't have a wide receiver. They have Joshua Palmer and the ghost of Quentin Johnson. That guy stinks.
He might flourish under a better coaching staff. I mean, they were so inept on that, you know, over there. I mean,
Kyle, navigate us through the pick, brother. I need to hear it.
Okay.
It's all you. No one else talk. Everyone be quiet and let Kyle talk for the whole 6 minutes.
I mean, people want 6 minutes of me talking, I guess. Like I said, I'm expecting it. If they stay at 3, it's Drake May. If somebody comes in last minute, gives them some crazy offer, 3, and they trade back, that's because they understand that McCarthy is going to be available after 3. That's the only 2 I could see. I see Daniel Dempsey talking about Joe Alt. They do need a tackle, but I don't think they're going to do that at 3. So it's quarterback or bust at 3 for me.
were you guys able to hear that?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm summoning the spirit of Marvin Harrison Jr. to get picked by the Patriots at 3. And
I'm running around naked.
I mean, look, you would say obviously take the generational wide receiver, but the problem would be who's going to throw it to him. And yes,
I'm dead serious. If they take Marv 3, I'm taking my clothes off and I'm running. What do you think? 1 lap around my building? What do you guys think?
Well, okay, so if they take Marvin Harrison at 3,
I think the jog is too easy. There needs to be a booty clap out front. Like,
well, I'm not doing a booty clap with no one watching. There's some female over here. I probably would.
You walked right into that one. You're like, I'm not doing that without anybody seeing me.
Yeah, I'll run around naked though.
We got to make Gene start an OnlyFans if he does that.
I'd start an OnlyFans. I don't know who would subscribe.
There's a customer for everyone. There's a lid for every pot. You get plenty of fans, Gene. Don't have
One
confidence.
lap. Danny Dempsey said 1 lap.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna do 1 lap around my apartment building if the Patriots take Marvin Harrison at 3 here.
If
Naked.
they take Harrison at 3, then the Ayuk deal at 34 probably doesn't work, and they probably try.
That's
to
Mel
to get
Kiper's
somebody.
best available is left on the
That's
board. He
great.
has Marvin Harrison.
That's great and all, but you need a quarterback.
Control Alt Delete, guys. I'm kidding.
Who's he get a pass to? Is Irvin
And
Fryer?
it's the only pick that we don't 100% know, right? The first 2 were already written in the stars.
Yeah.
Is he
This
gonna?
is not
Patriots draft room
100%.
is not just Belichick and his dog. Something new, huh?
This is not 100. Schefter's on there. He's
What do
talking
you
about
think?
trade. Hold on.
What do you think Robert Kraft is thinking right now?
Patriots are they might be trading something. Hold on.
Yeah,
It says the pick is in.
Oh, then maybe that's not trade then.
unless it's a trade for 4.
And by the way, guys, if you know the pick before us, do not post it in the chat. Like, don't. Because I want us to have our natural reaction when it pops up.
That's why I have it set on private chat so I can't see it.
No, I won't. Well, you always said on private chat. That's what your girlfriend always tells me.
Yeah, well, she is. That's why I dumped her. I hope you're happy with catching the clap because
All right, here we go. There you go.
Marvin Harrison.
Pick is in. Goodell's up there. Hold on. I'm gonna read it out for you guys. With the 3rd pick, the New England Patriots select. Here it comes.
I know it already, but I'll let you do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Drake May, quarterback out of North Carolina. So 4's Marv, right?
Yeah.
Unless
Yeah.
somebody.
They don't have a wide receiver on that team. Like, there's not. Like, let me pull up Arizona's depth chart. This is fun.
Michael Wilson is their number 1, I think, right now. You got some guy that was bagging groceries at an Aldi.
Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch, and Chris Moore.
Greg Dortch, that's who it is. Chris
Love
Chris
that.
Moore is a training camp legend, okay?
4's a trade. That's what I'm hearing. I'm just taking what Danny Dempsey said as fact.
So if Meg went at 3, could the Giants move up to 4 to get McCarthy? Because they're afraid
That would be
somebody
the-
jumps ahead of them.
I'm
All
all
right,
for it.
all right, real quick before everybody gets before the pick comes up, is 4 McCarthy or Harrison or other? That's all you get to pick. A, B, or C. McCarthy, Harrison, or other.
Harrison.
McCarthy. Somebody trades to get McCarthy.
Okay. Brett,
I'll go the Vikings trade to 4 to get McCarthy.
Chase.
I'm going Harrison.
Vikings. Okay.
I'm going Marv too.
Listen, I mean, the Giants could pick a quarterback at 6 now.
I think the Chargers are the team that trades out.
we could trade out and get that Alabama tackle, right? I mean,
Arizona would do something stupid and take a Dunze. I listen. I like a Doom. I'm a big Rome fan, but if anybody takes a receiver in this draft over Marv, they need their head examined.
Dunze, I would not take over Neighbors either. Am I?
Well, I don't know. It depends. Dunze is more of a physical receiver, and Neighbors is more of a athletic receiver. So it really depends on what your system is. Like think of a system that would be better for a faster receiver. Like I'll give you an example. Right, the Miami Dolphins would be better suited to take a Dunze than Neighbors. They have 2 absolute burners already. You would want a physical guy, right?
But didn't Neighbors run a 4.35? I mean, that's fast.
No, that's what I'm saying. Neighbors is the fast guy. Dunze is the stronger
Strong over the middle type. Yeah.
jump ball guy.
Yeah.
High point guy.
I have questions about his separation. That's what worries about me.
A Dunze?
Uh-huh.
Man, he caught like what 9 50-yard touchdowns last year.
That's going to be different in the NFL. So if it translates, he's going to be fine.
Godfrey, we can assume that everything's going to be different in the NFL.
Yeah, but there wasn't a lot of separation. If you look at it, they rate that, right? I mean, the stats were saying there wasn't a lot of separation on his catches.
That's fair.
So, I mean, that's a problem. Maybe It depends how he adjusts.
We'll
He
see
can
who's
make
right.
a living.
Me,
He can make a living
Brett.
on back shoulder throws and jump balls. He can make a living doing that.
Brett, who'd you have again?
I said that the Vikings trade up to 4 and get McCarthy.
Who was the third one that had Harrison with me and Chase?
See what?
Godfrey?
I had Harrison.
No.
Okay, so me, Godfrey, and
Yeah,
Chase have Harrison.
Yeah.
Kyle and Brett have McCarthy, and nobody has other.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you don't go. If you don't go Harrison here, like that's the
Oh,
stupid.
it depends what the trade is. If I'm the Cardinals and I can get capital up, here's Schefter's on the clock. I don't know what he's saying. Looking for offensive playmakers. Okay, so they're basically he's doing that thing where like he doesn't want to tell you the pick, but he knows the pick already.
They have to get a receiver because they
But
got to be like,
sources tell me the Arizona Cardinals are looking for offensive playmakers.
yeah. Well, you have to.
They're not trading it. So
Okay, then it's Marv at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, Marvin Harrison. You know, you got it. Kyler Murray. This is. Hey, this is who you are, right? So they got to give him playmakers. They got to surround him with talent.
do I?
You got-
I don't. It's funny. You know what sounds funny to me? I don't think Marv's best suited for Kyler.
I don't either. I agree
But he's the best
1,000%.
receiver. But like, I don't think he's best suited for Kyler.
I
Like,
agree.
if you were asking what receiver fit best with Kyler, I think it's Neighbors.
Mhm.
Like, he reminds me of a better version of Hollywood Brown. And that's where Kyler had his best success in college when he was throwing the ball to Hollywood.
I agree with you. I agree 100%. I just think they're taking. It's. I don't know if you.
Oh, wow. It looks like it might be Malik Neighbors. They got Malik Neighbors all over taking a phone call.
Yeah. I
Oh,
see
my
that.
God, bro. If they take Neighbors over Marv,
And Marv goes to the Chargers. That's gonna be nasty.
oh, my God, Marvin Herbert, that should almost be, like, illegal to do that.
Think of the play action they'll generate if that happens with that Greg Roman offense. Just think like if you're running the ball that much and you got a guy like that over the top with a guy that's accurate, deadly.
I'm really.
You had
I hope Arizona takes Neighbors now, just because I want to see Marv with Herbert.
But
Nope,
I
they
mean,
took
could
one-
that
they
just be that they look at Kyler Murray and just say Neighbors is just the better?
The Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver out of the Ohio State University. That's the right pick.
all
Now,
right.
now, here's the different part right here. The Chargers are on the clock right now, and I don't. All right, let's play the same game, but there's no multiple choice. Actually, there should be a multiple choice. I'm going to give you a multiple choice for the Chargers. Trade. You just say trade. That's it. Odunze, Neighbors, and then you get a fourth one too. Control Alt Delete. You get A, B, C, or D.
So
I'm going trade. I'm going trade here.
Dunze, Neighbors. I'm going Neighbors.
I feel like it's going to be a trade.
I feel like it's a trade. I feel like this is your trade. It could be the Giants moving up one spot. It could be the Vikings moving up.
How can you pass up on Neighbors? And by the way, question here. Is Jim Harbaugh petty enough if they pick Neighbors at 4 that he wouldn't pick Marvin Harrison because he's from Ohio State?
No, I think Jim Harbaugh would pick Marvin Harrison because he was from Ohio State, because he played against him and seen how good he was. I don't think Jim Harbaugh's petty at all. I think Jim Harbaugh wants to win. I think he would sell his children to win.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just
Chase, you're really quiet, bro. You okay? Can I send you some cocaine?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Gee, this is a family show.
I know.
We're on YouTube. We can talk about cocaine.
I'm anxious to see what the Chargers do here.
You got to go
I
Malik
don't think
Neighbors.
I don't think they're trading it.
I don't either.
I think they're trading it. I think this will be a trade.
Listen, you got to go Malik Neighbors. You have to. Like, you can't get cute here.
I don't think
Like-
Malik Neighbors is that surefire better than Roma Dunze. I don't. I think that this is a situation type thing. I think that for Justin Herbert, I think Malik Neighbors is the right pick, but I don't think it's a surefire thing like one's better than the other. I think if you're one of the two wide receivers on the clock, you're calling Harbaugh. I'm like, I'll do whatever you want. Please let me go to the Chargers instead of the Giants. Could you imagine like being a wide receiver in this situation right now? And being like, I get Justin Herbert or Daniel Jones.
Well, at that point, you're just
Your whole
the
life
Giants
is
take
changing.
you're praying that the Giants take a quarterback and you don't have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're playing
By
with
the way,
Justin Herbert.
where are all the Daniel Jones truth sayers? I remember
Where's-
Daniel Jones is elite. I heard about this last year.
Danny Dimes,
Where's that? Where's that at? I'm missing.
Danny Pennies.
I remember
That's
some
crazy that
jackass I
they
used
say
to.
elite.
I remember some jackass I used to not work with, but do podcasts with. Used to talk about how great Daniel Dimes was.
That he had to be a Giants fan, right?
Yeah, he was a jackass.
3,000 passing yards, 1,500 rushing yards was all supposed to happen last year.
He's a jackass. It's the third time I said it. I'm done with it.
Listen, he gives up. He just has too many turnovers. I mean, I still haven't seen that improvement in his game. He had a better year when they made the playoffs with the Giants, but I mean, the year before. But I don't.
All right, that's a fun one. That's a fun one. Who were you wrong about? While we're waiting for the next pick, give me a player in the first round that you were absolutely wrong about. You said he would be a bust, and he wasn't a bust, or you said he'd be great and he wasn't great.
I thought Jalen Waddle wasn't going to be good going to Miami, and I was wrong on that.
I was not wrong on Jalen Waddle.
I had a couple.
Well, yeah, give me your biggest one. The biggest one.
I wasn't against his talent. I just
You
was
pick
against his
one,
quarterback
bro.
situation.
Maybe Braylon Edwards. I thought Braylon Edwards was going to be good.
I mean, Braylon Edwards wasn't bad.
He had a good couple. He had a
I
decent
wouldn't consider
sized
him
cup
a
of coffee.
Okay. How about Justin Blackman? Because I thought he was going to be great.
Ah, you stole mine. You scumbag.
But
I thought
he
that
was
guy
good. He
was
smoked
a
weed.
lot.
That's all the guy did. He smoked a
Whoa.
doobie.
No. Justin
That's a part-
Blackman.
That's a part of the profile.
I have this is not a joke. I have a comment that I made on Facebook. I leave it up there every year when I see it. I laugh at myself. Justin Blackman is the next Terrell Owens. He'll make last year's first round draft picks AJ Green and Julio Jones look like garbage.
That did not age well at all.
No, didn't age well at all. That
But
is verbatim of what my comment was.
He did look good at first in his small sample size. He just, but see, receivers though, the thing is systems matter, quarterbacks matter. Like Braylon Edwards, I think he was good, but then the quarterback got downgraded where he was at. So like you can't throw the ball to yourself. You know what I mean? I always bring up the example of Robert Woods before Josh
Bobby
Allen.
Trees.
He left Buffalo and he had a really good 3 or 4 years because the talent was there, but they couldn't get on the ball. He got into a system where they threw it. And I remember playing fantasy football that season. If you picked up Bobby Trees that year, you had a gold waiver wire pickup. You know what I mean?
Chase, who was yours? Guy you were 100% wrong about. It could be somebody you thought was going to be terrible and was great. You could be on the other end of the fence.
No, I thought D. Milner was going to be like the next Darrelle Revis.
That's fair. That's a really good one.
D. Milner.
He went like 5th or 6th.
Yeah. I actually wanted the Chiefs to pick him number 1 overall.
Was that
That's
year you guys drafted the lineman?
Fisher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That wasn't a bad pick.
Brad, who were you wrong about?
I really thought Kevin King was going to be awesome. That didn't age so well for me.
Bro, he had the worst, and I mean this when I say this. He had the worst conference championship game I've ever watched a cornerback have in my entire life.
Yeah.
I've never seen like a guy I'm not kidding with you. When the Packers lost to the Buccaneers, I mean this when I say this. I think that the sole reason they lost the game was Kevin King.
Pick is in.
Yeah, Kevin King and the offense not moving the ball in the fourth quarter.
Nope. Kevin King only. That's Scotty Middle. All right, pick is in. That's all it did. The Scotty Miller touchdown at the end of the half was over
that was
Kevin King.
brutal.
The pass interference
Brutal.
at the end of the game was Kevin
King.
Like he was so. The first touchdown to Mike Evans was over Kevin King. He had the worst game ever. Kyle, who did you said Justin Blackman?
You know, I mean, my thing with Jalen Waddle is I thought he was a good receiver. I just was like, who's going to throw him the ball?
I'm shocked that the Chargers didn't trade this pick. So now that we know it's not traded, Odunze, Alt, or
Receiver. It's a Dunze or Neighbors.
or Neighbors.
I'm guessing Neighbors.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be Neighbors too. I think Neighbors is gonna be super happy about that too.
I would be. You just went from possibly playing with a Ford Focus to playing with a Lamborghini, or what? Let's not even say Lamborghini. Let's say he went to a Ford Focus, and he went to a top of the line Honda Accord. I think that's a good upgrade. Herbert being the Honda Accord.
I'm really excited to see who this is. If you see it, do not say it, please. We would like to be surprised when it pops up.
Oh shit, Bubby Brister. Wow.
Bubby Brister.
Steve DeBerg. No, I'm just joking. That was for you, Chase.
Joe Alt. All right, here we go. The Los Angeles Chargers select.
Oh wow. Okay, not surprised.
He said not
There you
surprised.
Oh,
Joe Alt. Control, Alt,
man.
delete.
I mean, they're a run.
Baker's great for the Giants. I love it. He's going to hate Daniel Jones.
They might go. What if they listen? If anybody picks McCarthy in the top 10, it's an absolute reach and foolish move. That's all I'm going to say right here. He's not a top 10. He's not a top 10
The
talent.
worst thing I could see here, like, right? I would love if the Giants just draft here. The worst thing I could see here is if the Giants trade this pick and get capital. I don't want them to trade the pick and get capital. I think either pick they make is a bad pick.
Smart.
Listen,
I think if they go Dunze, I think if they go Neighbors, I think if they go McCarthy, they're all bad picks for the franchise.
The Admiral's ready to scream.
Well, listen, you're shoring up the line for your quarterback who you have signed long term. You're also
The Admiral Allah. Who is that? Do you know who that is, Brett?
Yeah, that's my buddy Ian. He used to be my roommate. He still has.
Oh, nice. Is he a Giants fan?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
my condolences.
No, he has my all-time favorite reaction. I was actually on the phone with him when they drafted Daniel Jones. I was driving and he was on speaker. And he goes, "Oh, the pick's in. Shut up," because I was talking to him. Everything goes silent for like 15 seconds. Then just really loudly, all I hear is, "Why the fuck did we get Daniel Jones?" Just screams it. It was an all-time great reaction.
I mean, it was a bad pick.
I think everybody said that, including analysts and fans. I don't, unless you live in North Carolina and you went to Duke, you can't tell me. I don't want to hear I watched Duke football. I don't want to hear it. Like, you know, I was like, who?
Daniel Jones got a second contract for the team, so I guess that's further than most people had him going. Control Alt Delete. I can already see what Jim Harbaugh's going to do. Ground and pound.
Yeah, well, he's got Greg Roman. The gang's back together. I mean, him.
A Hall of Famer. This is a surefire Hall of Famer. Joe Alt's a Hall of Famer.
Wasn't his dad a first round pick for the Chiefs?
Joe Alt is a Hall of Famer.
Ooh, pick is in.
That's pretty quick. Sometimes that means there's a trade.
It says pick is in. Pick is in means pick is in, right?
Don't they
Giants
usually-
wasting time.
Don't they usually go up? Oh my
Brother,
God!
it's not going to trade yet. This is an interesting first round.
Please be JJ McCarthy. Please be him.
Ought to be
As an
a-
as an Eagles fan, I would love that.
Updating the screen so we can see the next few picks. This is fun.
If he doesn't go here, the Titans aren't taking him.
And
Falcons aren't taking him.
Who, McCarthy?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. The Vikings they're gonna fall in his lap. I think Brock Bowers goes 10 to the Jets.
Yeah. So maybe that's what happened. The Vikings won.
Oh, bro, a lot of people think this is JJ McCarthy. Adam Schefter's on the screen right now saying Daniel Jones no guaranteed money past this year.
You're right.
A lot of people think this is JJ McCarthy.
The first reach of the draft is about to happen, I think.
I would love that. JJ McCarthy means just another 5 years of the Giants not being good.
Well, listen, Brian Dable, he's supposed to be a quarterback guru, so this is your job.
Bro, here's the thing about JJ McCarthy, though. Bro. What game did you watch in college where you're like, oh, man, he's really good?
I had this argument with a friend of mine. You met my friend, Brett. He's a Vikings fan. He wants JJ McCarthy. And I'm like, he told me, he said, I don't want a dual threat quarterback. We need someone that passes. I'm like, JJ McCarthy didn't pass. He didn't run a lot either. He managed the game, and they had 2,000. They had two running backs to combine for 2,000 yards rushing in the college season. Like, what makes you think that he would step into a passing offense and succeed? I think whoever's the Giants quarterback is in a good position because I think they have to start game one.
Dan Dempsey said he's really great at handing the ball. I agree with him.
Maybe he could develop.
Godfrey, don't give me a reaction. Don't look at it first.
I don't know. I don't know who.
I know, but like you're getting it like maybe 30 seconds before I am, maybe less than that.
You need to upgrade your internet package.
I'm going to read it. Don't look. You already seen it?
I've seen it, but
Yep.
Okay.
Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
There you go, Walla. You got your boy.
Malik Neighbors is like, great. I got to catch balls from a bagger from the supermarket.
They got 2 speedsters and a quarterback that can't throw him the ball. They got Hyatt Neighbors, and they don't have a quarterback that can throw him the ball.
Well, they'll just throw passes at the line of scrimmage to Wendell Robinson all year.
Yeah, throw wide receiver screens to Neighbors and go, all right, make a play.
Thank God. I think it's a good pick. I mean, listen, here's the thing. I know people are going to laugh when I say this. I think the Giants like Drew Lock. I don't think that's smart, but I do think they like him. And I think Brian Dable thinks he's a guy that can fix quarterbacks. And you see the frustration in his face when he dealt with Daniel Jones when he's healthy because he hasn't been able to get through to him. So, I think they purposely went after Drew Lock. I don't know if that's going to be their starting QB. They might get a QB in like day 2, but
if you're Drew Lock, you probably feel like you can win that starting job.
The weapons excuse is gone. Well, yeah, and that's why it's smart to go there. Yeah, exactly. There's an opportunity there, right? The weapons excuse is gone. I mean, I don't want to hear. I thought it was trash when people said, "Well, they don't have any weapons in New York." No, they didn't have a quarterback to take advantage. Jalen Hyatt's not bad. They had Saquon last year. They signed. Who'd they sign? They signed Deion Jackson, kind of a low-key signing. He did well in the Colts last year when he had some opportunities. You can get a running back in the later rounds this year, so they can retool. I think it's a good pick for them. I think it's a very good pick for them.
You think Odunze comes off here?
I don't think
with Tennessee.
I think Brian Callahan's going to get an offensive lineman.
Yeah,
I think they wanted Alt to fall to 7.
Yeah, I think everybody.
I think since Alt isn't available and they go offensive line, it'll be Dallas Turner.
I think Dallas Turner goes to the Falcons.
I mean,
I have a mind-blowing stat for you. Do you know since 2020, the Atlanta Falcons have 23 less sacks than everybody else in the NFL?
I believe it. I've watched the Falcons games. They are one of the worst at getting pressures on quarterbacks.
0 pass.
Out there to Atlanta makes too much sense.
Yeah.
Especially with Raheem Morris there.
You got an offensive coach here. I think, he shores up they might take the kid from Alabama here.
They could take a shot at too.
They could take him. Yep, they could take him. A lot of mock drafts had them taking a tackle.
Well, they had him taking all. They didn't expect all to go 5.
Some mock drafts had all
I
at
think it's a
5 though.
Dunzier here.
You know what? I should have trusted myself because when we did the mock draft 2 days ago, I literally had the Chargers taking Alt at 5, and I changed my mind at the last second.
That's not out of this world. A lot of people had him going there. I mean, if you have a run first offense, you have Rashawn Slater. You're shoring up your bookends. You're protecting your quarterback and a run first offense, and you have 2 great tackles like that. Dude, I mean, it's not a bad
Brock
pick.
Bowers goes 10. I think Brock Bowers goes 10 to the Jets.
Say,
I think
wait,
the Titans take Latham. I think the Titans take Latham.
Okay.
They gotta
Because
they
they,
gotta
do
replace,
need, they do need a tackle for sure.
well, they gotta replace Andre Dillard. Somebody tag Jory.
I mean, anybody could replace Andre Dillard.
I know. Well, no, but they still have a left tackle position open.
Andre Dillard.
hey, don't talk about our new tackle like that.
Is he starting for you guys?
No, God, no. I think he's just a camp body that he's gonna get cut.
He's terrible, man.
You know what I need? You know what's terrible?
Pick.
This vanilla ash draft so far is terrible. I need some damn trades. I want some action here.
Yeah,
It's
we-
gonna be Fashanu.
I feel like I'm at the poker table and they keep drawing a.
think it's gonna be who, Brett?
Penn State. I think it's gonna be a Fashanu.
Oh.
I want to see a good trade, or I want to see someone make a bad trade and mess up. Like I want to see someone like
Last year, that shit was so funny.
yeah.
Who do you make fun of last year? They took a pick that was terrible.
Was it the Will McDonald's?
No.
I think it was around that area. I'm trying to think.
Hold on, let me look at the 2023 NFL draft, and I'll tell you. I'll remember exactly.
Gene, I need you to upgrade your internet if you're this far behind. What TV service are you using, sir?
What do you mean?
How are you watching it? Are you using YouTube TV? Are we using Sling? Are we using cable?
Cable.
How-
Look, the pick is not in. It's not. You already know who it is.
I mean, I don't know who it is, but the pick is in. I'm using YouTube TV and I'm ahead of you. How's that? Do you got a delay on your DVR?
George says it's a Dunzia.
I haven't even gotten that news yet. So it says the pick is in, but I don't know what the pick is. I'm giving you.
I don't know what you mean by behind. I'm like 10 seconds behind you. Like when you get it, I'm like 10 seconds behind.
That's still behind.
So what?
I'm gonna need you to upgrade that
You're
internet.
10 seconds ahead. Great job.
I'm gonna need you to upgrade that internet from DSL to fiber optic.
Yeah, I can't. There's no Fios where I live.
Oh man. So what do you have? Comcast?
Yeah,
Poor guy.
Comcast. I can't stand them.
Yeah, I have Fios where I live. Thank God. I was waiting for the day it could come through so I can give the double birds to Comcast.
Oh, we made fun of Emmanuel Forbes going over Christian Gonzalez. That's what it was.
Oh, okay, yeah. I remember that. I love
Emmanuel Forbes dude. Remember when AJ Brown made him cry? That was great. I needed to look it up and see who we made fun of last year. And then we did make fun of Mozzie Smith going 27 to Dallas.
Who?
Yeah, exactly. I still think the Packers made a huge mistake by taking Lucas Van Ness over Dalton Kincaid.
I mean, but their tight end room ain't bad over there.
I think
I mean,
we're-
they ended up getting a tight end in the second round, and he played really well. But Dalton Kincaid's just different. All right, so it's another good pick. You seen it all right, Godfrey?
No, it's just his pick is in for me.
Yeah.
Yes,
So what are you talking about?
You know who it is?
No. I don't know. As soon as it comes up, I'll know who it is. I'm doing a draft watch along. I'm watching the pick as we do it here. See,
I
pick is-
almost would have messed with you guys and make like exacerbated facial expressions, like oh, hold on, wait, guys, wait.
Sixers are down 3 at the half. Jory thinks it's a Dunzia. Dunze.
Well, that would make why?
It's a Dunze.
That would be a bad pick, I think.
Yes. Kincaid is better than Laporta. Stop it. Yes.
It's Jay. Never mind. My bad.
It's JC Latham. That's
Yeah.
what I said. Is it JC Latham?
So I think it is. Yeah.
Oh, I mean that would be a great pick for them.
I think they're going tackle. The Penn State kid or an Alabama kid. You don't sign Calvin Ridley and then draft Roman Duzier. That makes no sense.
Yeah, well, Callahan's going to get an offensive lineman. It makes sense to protect your quarterback and build from within. I think it's a good pick. Alabama offensive linemen though are kind of hit and miss though in the NFL. But I trust Callahan to draft a lineman. I might not trust him. I might not trust him to draft a wide receiver, but I definitely touch him. I definitely trust him to draft a lineman.
And I still think, a lot of people are down on
Jeff Stoutland was like, I want this guy for my line. Like I would trust that guy with my life.
right.
Like
I think, the Titans have receivers. I think Treylon Burks, people are writing him off. They really haven't had a stable. He's been unhealthy. They haven't had a good stable quarterback situation. I think the talent's there for Treylon Burks. So I still think you got two good receivers there. I just think it's too easy to write him off.
Chase, you're seeing it faster than us, right?
I'm watching online, or I'm watching like a feed online. So as the teams are tweeting them out.
Well, then you say it. Say it as soon as you know. Be like, I know, and then give it the pick. You'll be that guy tonight.
All right.
Because like Danny's making fun of us because we're behind. I don't understand. Like 30 seconds. This freaking world is crazy. Jory, I like that pick also. I think you guys need a tackle, and JC Latham's a great pick.
That's smart.
Look at the Titans making moves. Good for them.
Will Levis can sleep easy tonight.
I still don't get the Tony Pollard signing, but we'll see.
We'll let Chase be the guy that reads the picks off because he's getting them before us.
Oh, Falcons pick is already in.
It's DJ Turner. This is easy.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about this one.
Yeah.
This is exactly what it says. It's Raheem Morris written all over it. There's no way it's not. I would be blown away if it's not. Chase, tell me it's not. Like it's not. Even if I'm wrong, just tell me it's not. I told you, it's Dallas Turner.
I'm reading. It's Michael Penix.
No, it's not.
No way.
No, it's not. I will lose my mind if the Falcons went out to that Kirk Cousins and drafted Michael Penix. I will lose my mind. There's no way it's Michael Penix.
Well, that Raheem Morris will be fired in 2 years again. So that's.
I mean, somebody could trade up and get Michael Penix. Like I could see that. There's no way.
No way they make that pick.
There's no way.
Why would someone trade up for Michael Penix? Like who's going to?
I don't know. I don't know. JJ McCarthy's still out there. So
right at this point, the quarterbacks are dropping. I wouldn't move up either.
By the way, Chase is looking closer and closer to being right about 3 quarterbacks. I'm kidding, but if it's Michael Penix, I'm going to lose my mind. You're going to get a reaction out of me. If this is Michael Penix, I'm going to lose my mind.
If it's Penix, I'm trolling Falcons fans.
That's what I'm reading right now. Is it's Michael
no
Penix.
way they're going to do that.
Is it a real blue check mark next to your source or a fake blue check mark? That is the
it's a fake check mark, but there's a lot of people.
No way it's Michael Penix.
With the 8th pick in the NFL draft, the Atlanta Falcons select QB Michael Penix Jr.
Why?
No way,
bro. I still don't believe it.
I don't either. Like what?
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it.
Oh, it's not that I don't trust Chase. It's just that's so absurd that would be the pick.
Are the Raiders picking right now or the Falcons?
What did they give Kirk Cousins?
Yeah, if it's Penix, it must be a trade.
They gave him 4 years, $180 million guaranteed. There's no way.
Yeah.
It's got to be a trade. There's no way.
I
don't believe it. I still don't believe it.
Michael Penix's girl, if that's his girlfriend, she looks like she would be the type.
Holy crap! It's on the TV.
No, that's just his name. They didn't say it was his pick.
Bro, I trust Chase.
Why are they showing him?
Yeah, exactly.
Why
Because they just showed
this
JJ. They just showed JJ right
We
before.
just
What's
talked
going on
about
with
bad
that?
picks, and this is the worst pick you'll ever see.
The worst pick I've
You
ever
just
seen.
gave somebody 4 years, $180 million.
And they might be losing a pick because of the tampering situation too later on. So
They just gave a quarterback 4 years, $180 million.
no way.
It's coming, guys. Here it is.
No
Look,
way.
if this was their plan,
No
they could
way.
have literally just traded Ritter the way they did and just take Penix and go, Penix, you're our quarterback day one. Why would you take Penix 8th overall when you just signed Kirk Cousins?
I guess
Bro,
he's-
I needed this tonight. It was a boring draft until this
I
happened.
told you it was
And
vanilla.
it has to be, and it would have to be Atlanta to do something like this.
My
That
phone-
is so absurd. Michael Penix Jr.
no way.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. There's no,
Yeah, no shot. Oh, here we go. Here comes Goodell.
Bro, this is I'm so
If I
floored.
was a Falcons fan and I was there, I'd
Quit.
do it. Not
I
even
think,
Michael Penix.
I think
would
Chase
just
is. I
boo
think
the
Chase is
organization.
working us right now. That's what I think.
Working us into a shoot. Good job, Chase.
Bro, this
Yeah,
is
I think there's a shoot going on right now.
Negative Ghost Rider.
Oh my God!
I'm done.
What is that? And you should draft somebody. You have to
I'm
trade.
done with the
You can't
Falcons.
trade them when you draft them, right? You have to trade the rights to the pick. They drafted him, so they have to sign him.
Right. This isn't the NBA.
This isn't like this is so ridiculous.
Why?
Why would he be
They
happy to go
just
there?
gave a quarterback 4 years, $180 million.
And Michael Penix is older.
Yeah, so I guess it'd be smart to sit him for a couple years so he can age like wine. The fuck?
Michael
That
Penix
kid-
played 5 years in college.
Did that kid make
6
the
years? No, he did 6 years because he was injured so often.
Can someone help
This
me
is hilarious.
understand this?
Are they
This is
going to convert on the
hilarious.
receiver? Nice throw.
They better convert him to something because this makes zero sense.
They're not converting him to a wide receiver, bro. This is stupid. They drafted the guy 8.
I know.
It's stupid that they
I'm being
drafted him.
sarcastic. So maybe
Explosive arm.
Are they go play with the 2 quarterback system? I'm kidding.
this is a dude. Kirk Cousins is not going to be about this. He is not the type of dude that's going to be like, oh yeah, that's cool.
Right.
They gave him $180 million.
Kirk's like, you think I'm grooming this guy or something? Not a chance.
He got $45 million a year over 4 years.
I'm looking up his contract right now.
I have the contract.
$100 million guaranteed.
I am tuning in to.
They gave him $180 million.
$100 million
Oh
guaranteed.
my God.
I'm done. That's all I needed.
Wow.
It's on the
Wow.
screen, and I still don't believe this. There's no
This is
way that just
So
happened.
absurd.
No.
Is Ashton Kutcher going to come out on the screen? Are we being punked right now?
And the crazy thing is, like, these guys on the set are gonna have to try to tell us that this is a good pick.
If you're that worried about his torn Achilles, why did you pay
Then
him
don't give him the
180
4-year
million?
deal.
Yeah, Treat, I understand that, but why did you give him 4 years, $180 million, and then
I don't-
draft a quarterback at 8?
I googled Kirk Cousins' contract. The first tweet that comes up is
Chicago's
Michael
pick
Penix
is
will
in.
Be 28
done
when Kirk
day.
Cousins.
Whoa! The Chicago Bears go get Caleb Williams, solid another receiver, Rome Odunze.
Are the Bears running things correctly now?
$100 million guaranteed. The payout is reportedly
Google,
What are you
shut up.
In Google, bro.
No, it heard me talk about
Godfrey is
Kirk
what
Cousins'
got
contract.
Google playing.
Google. Shut up. It heard
Yeah,
me.
but why are you saying good job, Atlanta? Cottrell, they just gave a quarterback $180 million.
I think they could
'Cause
have
I'll
traded
say
back
this.
the appendix.
I agree with the Penix being better than a lot of people because I thought,
So do I. I had him third.
yeah, I like Penix to Minnesota. I thought Minnesota might jump up to get him. It would make perfect sense to me. But Atlanta taking him at 8, I need somebody to explain it to me that makes sense because it makes 0 sense to me right now.
All right, so that's 4 QBs, right?
Yeah.
I think the Vikings get their guy, JJ McCarthy, and Bo Nix goes to the Broncos, and we got 6 quarterbacks.
So I'm right. I said the over under 5.5.
Well, yeah, if
That
Penix
is
is going to go to
Well, none of
Atlanta,
us were
yeah.
able to forecast this.
Bro, look at this guy's timeline. Tore right ACL, dislocated non-throwing shoulder, tore right ACL, separated throwing shoulder. That was 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Michael Penix Jr. is older than 7 starting NFL quarterbacks right now.
Is like a requirement to play quarterback for the Falcons like must have prior injury history?
I think the requirement is that, dude, this is so that's the worst pick I've ever seen in my life.
Maybe they're going to pull a draft day move and trade him back.
You can't. This isn't the NBA.
Jesus.
He's right, dude.
Thanos Heisenberg.
Yeah, by the way,
Yeah.
congratulations to the Bears for having the fastest pick so far, I believe it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Fastest.
Because they're probably like, wait, Dunze's still there? Yeah. Just do it right now.
Bro, they have Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, and Adunze with
The
Caleb Williams.
Falcons
They've
out
already
there.
treated Caleb Williams.
I would
better
trade.
than
I
Justin
would give
Fields.
every dollar I have left to trade anybody I can to get offensive line help. That's all I would do. I'd be offensive line. The rest
Yep.
of my draft would be offensive line. I would draft 6 of
Absolutely.
them and hope to hit on 2.
Somewhere Justin Fields is like, how come I couldn't get this?
Oh,
The Vikings traded with the Jets.
they traded up for McCarthy.
Yeah, and that's so smart for the Jets. They're just going to drop back 1 pick, and they're going to get Brock Bowers at 11 anyway.
But why trade up? They think they're jumping from.
Because
They're
the
jumping.
Viking, I guarantee you what the Jets did is the same thing that the 49ers did to the Bears. Like, we have another team calling for JJ McCarthy. If you want him, you got to give me something.
But Minnesota's next.
Yes, we have another team calling to trade up to our spot for JJ McCarthy. If you want him, you have to give me something.
See, that's the thing. I would have been like, well, I'll take a gamble. Have a nice day.
You can't gamble on your future.
You can when it's JJ McCarthy. He's not as. I'm just saying. I wouldn't be paying.
The Jets are in a good spot to bait the Vikings into moving.
Can we
up.
talk about Roma Dunze and Caleb Williams and Keenan Allen and DJ Moore? Can we talk about that for 1 second? The Bears
Williams has
went
been
2
there
years
for
ago
less than
from
an
the
hour.
least prolific offense I've ever seen in my life to one of the most prolific offenses in 2 seasons.
Yep.
That was wild.
Dave Hernandez is pretty hype.
Yeah, no, I got to give the Bears credit. They've done everything right so far. It seems this offseason. So, except keeping Eberflus, but maybe that pays off too.
No, it won't pay off. Eberflus is a moron.
So Cottrell saying afraid that the Raiders would trade up.
Yeah, the Raiders would trade up to 10 for the Jets pick.
Let's say Raiders or Broncos, they could have easily
The
used
Raiders and Broncos both need quarterbacks. Bo Nix is going to one of those teams.
I mean, because what the Broncos are after the Jets, could the Raiders call the Jets again and be like, because maybe they want Bo Nix now.
Guys, I am floored. I am still like Michael Penix Jr. went to a team that just gave a quarterback 4 years, $180 million. And it's not like you can sit behind them for too long. How old's Michael Penix Jr.? 35?
I'm trying to get on sportstrack.com to see when
This is
And it's a-
Vikings
it's
are
a-
selecting JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
When they
that-
traded
that
up, I
makes-
knew that.
yeah.
And Brock Bowers is 11. You can mark that down too.
I'll say by the time Kirk's contract's up, like
28.
Penix's like rookie contract will almost be up, so then you'll pretty much have to almost pay him real quick.
Penix is only 23.
Are you sure about that?
I just looked it up. He turns
Actually,
24 next week.
Okay.
Yeah, so he'll be 28 by the time the 4-year contract's up. That's what we're saying. He'll be 28 by the time the 4-year contract's up with Kirk Cousins. But
What
you
a
know, I'm trying.
weird, what a weird ass trade. I mean, did anybody think that the Jets were going to take JJ McCarthy?
No, but what, and I get your point, right? But let me just reiterate this again. The Jets called Minnesota and said, the Raiders are calling us for JJ McCarthy. They're offering us a third. If you can give us a third, we'll move back one spot instead of 2 spots or 3 spots. Like, you're going to lose your quarterback if you don't give us a 3rd round pick. That's essentially what they said. I mean, it's probably a third. That's what they probably gave them to move up one spot.
Yeah. And at that point, the Vikings either call their bluff or make
Correct. And if you are the Minnesota Vikings and the only quarterback on your roster is Sam Darnold, you need a quarterback. And if JJ McCarthy's your guy, he's your guy. I can't argue that.
Yeah, no. And when you have a QB room like the Raiders and Broncos do, you can believe that they're desperate to trade up for a quarterback, so you just make the move.
This is why draft night. This is why draft parties are so much fun. This is why this is one of my favorite nights of the year, because I have 5 guys talking football and we're talking about picks, and I love this.
You know,
This is the part of draft I've been waiting for.
I'm not even a Falcons fan, and I don't even smoke cigs, but I want to go outside and smoke a cigarette for him.
Go ahead, go do it. Smoking
Sure.
Jay Cutler.
I'll be right back.
Bro, the Falcons had Dallas Turner, the best edge rusher in the draft, on the board,
Yes.
and they can't get any pressure on the quarterback, and they have a defensive-minded head coach and a quarterback they just paid $180 million to, and they went with Michael Penix Jr.
Are you guys getting McCarthy?
Call their bluff. Vikings are
I don't
telling
know
them
what
not to
to
throw
talk
for
about.
JJ. You make the trade every time. Yeah, I don't disagree.
Godfrey's on the phone in the background talking to somebody. I love it.
Right.
Just gonna mute him. I just don't understand.
I need to know who made that pick. Was it Arthur Blank was like, give me Michael Penix? They were like, we have Kirk Cousins, give me Michael Penix. Like, what? Every
$180 million.
check out the dead cap on Kirk's contract.
It's $100 million. It's $100 million guaranteed. He hasn't played it down.
Every mock draft had Dallas Turner to the Falcons. I never saw one that didn't have him going there. And they decided not to take him.
What the hell? What is this world coming to? All right, I'll do it for you. $180 friggin' million. What are we doing?
Yeah, I'm listening to Sports Radio tomorrow. I got to hear what Falcons fans really think about this. And the fact that Dallas Turner is a
Why
Bama
would
guy.
they sign Kirk Cousins? Bro, this all goes back to the Falcons. I'm not kidding with you, right? Do you remember when I said the Falcons should just give a 3rd round draft pick and go get Justin Fields? And I said this for like years.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you be in a better scenario if you didn't give Kirk Cousins $180 million and you didn't use the 8th overall pick on Michael Penix Jr. if you just gave the Bears a 3rd round draft pick and got Justin Fields?
There were some who thought
Michael
when
Penix Jr. is not better than Justin Fields. This has got to be the worst pick in the history of the world.
But remember that time when the Ravens told Lamar to go out there and find a deal, most people said Atlanta should have jumped in on that. They didn't do that either. I mean, Control keeps talking about he loves Michael Penix. I love him too. Don't like the situation he's in.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
Oh, Godfrey, you're muted.
I muted him because he was on a phone call.
Yeah, but he's up there like...
You're good. You're good.
So,
You're on.
Eli Manning was drafted and traded from the Chargers the same day. They drafted and traded him. Has that changed? Like, can they not do that anymore? Because the Chargers drafted him and traded him the same day. So
maybe I'm wrong.
But I thought that one was like the rights. They basically made the pick.
This is not the same thing, Cottrell. Not the same thing.
Behind Rodgers, Kirk isn't going to get one needed.
Oh, I tell you, I don't get it. Orlando beat Cleveland by 40, by the way.
Ooh, love it.
I love that too, because I wanted.
No, he can be traded. I looked it up right now. He absolutely could be traded. So the rumor is that they might trade the Raiders. That's what I'm hearing. You can trade it. It says anytime before or during the draft, teams can negotiate trades to swap draft picks or current NFL players to whom they hold the rights.
Yeah, but whom they hold the rights. Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
So they could you might see them trade the Raiders.
I don't get it.
So I guess basically
There has to be a trade. Listen. If that's what happened, this will go down in history. One of the dumbest picks in football history, outside of picking a kicker in the first round or something like that. But I mean, didn't they do that with like Ray Guy? Didn't the Raiders do that or something? Anyway, they'll be one of the dumbest picks ever if they don't end up trading him to like the Raiders. Maybe it was a situation where they were on the clock and they said, just pick him, we'll trade him, and they were working out compensation. But I don't see how you sign a first round just from the cap consideration. You gave a guy $100 million guaranteed. I've been trying to look up Kirk Cousins out in his contract. Sports Track still has his old contract with the Vikings. Vikings fans, you got your wish. You better hope JJ McCarthy prays to the Schnitzel God with all learns how to pass because, I don't know, man. I don't know why people. JJ McCarthy is
5 quarterbacks in the top 10.
He better. Yeah. Bo Nix is definitely going. So is Bo Nix?
You know who the Jets pick is already, Chase, or no?
We all know who it is.
No, because I'm going to give you guys multiple choice because Cottrell's normally dead on this. He said 2 offensive. He said Fashanu. Hold on, let me pull it up again.
That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing Ashanu is their selection.
So Fashanu?
Yeah, they do need a tackle. So that that's
Aaron Rodgers not going to like that. He wanted Brock Bowers.
Now the rumor that we heard in Philadelphia, Eagles are interested in Brock Bowers. Do they trade up and get him?
I mean, we hear rumors about Philadelphia all the time. I think Philadelphia, from what I heard, Daniel Jeremiah broke this maybe 3 hours ago. Philadelphia wants a lineman, and they're trying to trade up for a lineman. I think they're really in love with – I said this last night. I think they're in love with the kid from Toledo, the corner. I don't know why I'm forgetting his name.
Quinyon Mitchell?
Yeah, Quinyon Mitchell. I hear they're in love with him. But I got to update the board. Sorry, guys. Just do this.
Can you put like a head scratch mark next to number 8 or TBC to be continued? They have to be trading him.
Cottrell, can you please just comment on you think Michael Penix Jr. is going to sit behind Kirk Cousins for how long? They signed him for 4 years, $180 million with $100 million guaranteed. I just need you to understand. Just help me understand.
It depends how I'll tell you. It depends on the contract structure. I'm trying to look it up, and usually you could go to Sports Track, and it depends when they might have an out after 2 years. But even if they have an out after 2 years, you're guaranteed $100 million. There's no out from that. That doesn't make any sense cap wise either. How's it hit the cap? Why hamstring yourself by giving a quarterback $180 million? And then draft one. It doesn't make any sense to have someone just sit. This is not the 1980s where you're getting Steve Young from the USFL, and you have Joe Montana, and you could just stash quarterbacks. You can't do that during a free agent era. It doesn't make any sense.
So NFL Network compared J.J. McCarthy to C.J. Stroud.
Oh, I'm going to go use the bathroom on that note. I got to flush that tape.
Taking a dump? I would be too after that.
I mean, Cottrell's in here. I know Cottrell, I think, did a video on him. Who did you have him as a comparison? Because, they're talking about J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, I hear you on that, Cottrell. 2 years insurance, but you can front load the guaranteed money, but you just gave $100 million to a placeholder. I mean, he could retire, but Kirk Cousins is not going to retire. You got to pay? How does Kirk Cousins run his career? That man's made more money off of franchise tags and contracts than anybody else in this league. He's going to stay for every damn second of that contract. I guarantee it. He's going to get all that money until they cut him. he will get that 100. He's not retiring until he gets all those checks cashed. That's how Kirk Cousins rolls, and that's cool. But
because my thing is like the Kirk Cousins signing to me signal that the Falcons were in win now mode.
hmm,
You got Kyle Pitts, you got Drake London, you have the defense was pretty good last year. As Daniel said, the division is winnable for the next 4 or 5 seasons for the Falcons. That's why I saw the Kirk Cousins deal. Drafting Penix at 8 is like a long-term deal almost. And it's just like I don't see how the two of them make sense.
so Kyle, what are you hearing back from all 5 of the Falcons fans?
I haven't well actually
Maybe there's
check
6.
Twitter right now.
You know
So-
what? Let me tell
Chase,
you what.
you said Fashanu is the pick for the Jets. Oh yeah, there it is. Fashanu, offensive tackle out of Penn State. That kid's a freak. So they're really trying to protect Aaron Rodgers this year. They said, tight end my ass. You ain't getting Bowers.
I think it's a great
I
pick.
mean, now the next 2 picks are fun, right? Do you think? See, the Broncos could go out and get Bo Nix to run Sean Payton's offense.
I could see Bowers going to the Colts.
Yeah.
The Colts love Bowers, yeah.
I think it's really interesting what happens these next 2 picks.
Bo Nix is getting picked. There's no way they're not picking him.
You think Bo
People-
Nix gets picked here? 12?
Yeah, absolutely. Because listen, you got to think about who the coach is. He's an offensive coach. He wants to show that he knows how to do it. And with the way it went down with Russell Wilson, he wants to show he can coach. His system will work right if you give me the right tools. Right. So
And
he's shopping for the coaches.
Bo Nix is the perfect guy to run that system.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say he's Drew Brees, but if you compare what Bo Nix did in college to what Drew Brees did in college, I'm not saying he's going to be a Hall of Famer like Drew Brees, but like they're very similar.
It's Bo Nix.
Bo Nix, guys, last night I got mocked for picking Bo Nix at 13. And they said there's no way we have 6 quarterbacks that go in the top 13 picks. We had 6 quarterbacks that went in the top 12 picks in the NFL draft. Gentlemen, I need someone to tell me I was right. That's all I need.
You're definitely right.
You're right. You're
So,
right.
so at this point, is Spencer Rattler
this
coming
is
at the bottom of
insane.
the first round?
Bro,
Chase,
could
Is this-
Spencer Rattler be the
might
7th
be bottom of
quarterback
the
pick?
first round. Yes.
And every quarterback that gets drafted, the Eagles fans are sitting there like so happy because you're just letting better players just fall down the board. Like
Yeah.
Dallas Turner is still sitting on the board.
I mean, I don't know. You guys couldn't see this because off camera. I was so excited about these quarterback picks that I was slapping my ass like a horse betting degenerate saying, come on, Charlie, get across the line. Let's go. Because let me tell you something. That is, in my world, the Eagles world, that is perfect. Like, this is, I mean, it's like free squares. It's awesome.
It's like free squares. You're absolutely correct. If
It's
you
like
have a quarterback on your team, it's like free squares. That's all you're getting right now.
There's so much talent.
I got a question. I got a question for everybody. Out of the 6 quarterbacks picked, how many of them start day 1?
I love that question. Let's think about it. Caleb starts day 1.
Williams, obviously.
I think Jaden
Hayden starts day 1.
Daniels, yes.
Drake May starts day 1.
Yeah.
That's 3 right there. Penix,
Like-
I was gonna say maybe middle of the season, but I can see him starting day 1. Yeah.
Penix is starting day 1.
McCarthy's
well,
day
it
1.
depends. When is Kirk Cousins ready to play week 1? Coming off an Achilles injury, right?
Good question.
I don't.
It's a damn good question.
I mean, I think Bo Nix plays day 1. That's 4.
McCarthy.
I want to be a
Harden
Atlanta.
plays day 1. That's 5.
I
No,
wanna be a-
you know what? The Vikings will probably start Sam Darnold day 1.
I mean, it depends how it goes in camp. The way they talked about McCarthy, they made it sound like it's a second coming, so he should be able to start. He should be able to beat out Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold, listen, that dude is like the missing link. Okay, when you hear him talk, he's not I'm sorry, his football IQ is not high. He reminds me of Blake Bortles. You ever hear Blake Bortles talk? I remember when I heard his first interview, I was like, "Whoa, this guy is like Tarzan." And Sam Darnold, like when I remember seeing him interview before he got drafted, I was like, I don't know if this guy has it, man. Like he just, I don't think he's not quick, man. He's not quick with his thoughts. He's not quick with his wit. And
I'll go 5.
he's not.
Chase, I'll go 5. And that's assuming Kirk Cousins can start. I'll go 5.
I mean, you
I
could say
kinda
it's a
agree with
Patriot way.
Cottrell. I think Drake sits for like maybe till mid-season or like a bye week type of thing. I don't think he starts day one.
No, you're right. I don't think JJ starts day one either. I think 4. I think 4 is the answer.
Who's he got to beat out? Bailey Zappi? Are you kidding me?
No,
Jacoby
no,
Brissett.
they have Jacoby Brissett there.
Oh, that Jacoby Brissett. All right, I could kind of see that. It really depends how they look in camp. I'll give you an example. And he washed out, but like when the Eagles had Carson Wentz, it was he's gonna sit, and then all of a sudden he was starting. You heard that all camp, you heard that in the beginning of the season, and then based off the performance at camp, it changed. He had some short-term success, so it looked like the right decision. It really depends how they perform in training camp, how quick they pick up the offense. I think it might be better for Drake to sit because, again, I don't know what their offensive system is going to look like. I kind of do because Van Pelt was with the Browns, but he also got fired from the Browns, right? So, what is he?
Man,
what's he
Powell
going?
was a placeholder. That's Kevin Stefanski's offense.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And they do say that
that puts even more doubt.
But they say like a lot of people within the Browns are kind of surprised that Van Pelt was let go because they liked him. It was like something between he and ownership, and they fired him for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Well, they say Stefanski is the one that did it.
And we'll see. I can't believe the Raiders are sitting here and 6 quarterbacks are off the board. That's amazing to me.
Well,
Uncle Rico to the moon, baby.
Gardner Minshew's starting for them. That's 100% what's happening.
and knowing the Raiders, that they would have drafted like the 8th best tackle anyway. So
Yeah, I mean, this Alex Van Pelt being let go is weird, but he didn't really do anything. Didn't call plays, didn't have an offense.
Well, the story I was reading, Cottrell, about Alex Van Pelt is that after the playoff loss, he cleared house. So,
Bro,
I mean,
campaign's having a game for the Sixers, bro.
Old campaign.
well,
11
you mean they
points.
started? You mean they finally did it? Put Buddy Hield's ass on the bench?
Buddy Hield's only played 4 minutes, 0 points.
Yeah, I looked
I
over
mean,
to the TV,
That
and
acquisition looks rough right now because Buddy Hield can't buy a bucket.
Maxey, Embiid, Oubre, and Campaign are players in double digits. And still the $35 million piece of trash that's in our starting lineup doesn't have 10 points yet. I hate Tobias Harris. I'm sorry. I'm done. No more basketball talk for the night.
you know what? The Falcons deserve all the bad luck. I have to call them out for having a Chick-fil-A in their stadium on a Sunday and not being open.
Well,
I've never been open.
because they have college football there. They have stuff
Yeah.
on different days of the week.
Listen, I don't care. It's a tease, and I'm never going to that stadium because of
They have
that.
an eagle out front of the stadium.
Oh yeah, that's but wait, who is the pick for the Broncos? Oh, so it's in.
Bo Nix.
Oh, next.
Yeah,
Chase already knows who the Raiders pick is.
it says
I
that.
don't
It
yet.
says they're still picking. They haven't picked. The Raiders are probably figuring out what to do. They're going to take a punter. You know what? One of the worst Raiders picks I have ever seen was in person. It was in the first round. It was Darius Hayward-Bay. Remember that pick?
What was worse in the first round for the Raiders, taking Darius Hayward-Bay or Sebastian Janikowski?
Hayward-Bay, because Janikowski scored more points.
Please tell me that Janikowski wasn't a bad pick in the first round.
No, it was a bad pick. But
No,
you
it
said Bay or
compared to
him.
Hayward Bay. Janikowski
Yeah.
actually did something.
You're right, but I'm just saying.
Hayward Bay can barely be a gas station attendant. Come on, man. At least Janikowski had a career.
Yeah, you're right.
and then there's whatever Alex Leatherwood was.
That's
Oh,
another
yeah.
terrible
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, that's it.
Whatever Alex Leatherwood was. That's such a great line. Yo, Brett came out of nowhere. That was off the top rope. That was like we were watching a WWE match and Brett came in off the top rope and like the camera guy hit him. Like we didn't know he was coming. And then bang. It's been a fun watch party so far.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we have to
Nothing
thank the Falcons
is
for that.
official yet, but there is talk that it's Rattler.
No way.
No, I can't.
No
I can't
way.
do it.
I
No.
can't do this.
I
I
don't have. I
can't
don't have.
do
I don't, I don't have anything.
No.
I don't have anything official yet, guys.
I can't do this. I can't do this.
Hey,
If
Dallas,
it's Spencer Rattler, I'm done. I'm done.
Like,
That
okay,
Turner would be
Rattler
fun.
went
Crosby
here.
Turner
And guess
duo?
what? If Rattler goes here, then Joe Milton's going at the bottom of the first round. Then, like, we'll just keep pushing him up.
Giants will trade back into
I told you a lot of teams need quarterbacks. I just didn't think this was going to happen. We're 12 picks in. We get 6 quarterbacks. And I think 2 are going to be good.
I guess the Falcons will.
I need to go
like,
rewinding and chase the
chaos.
take at the beginning. He's like, I think we're going to go with 2 quarterbacks.
This is the thirstiest year ever for quarterbacks. Like
Now I kind of want it to be Rattler.
It's
Oh, my God.
it's Brock Bowers.
Brock
Okay.
Bowers? Why? They just took Michael Mayer.
2 tight end set, I guess. I don't know.
That's not a good 2 tight end set. They just took a tight end in the
Look,
top
their
and
draft
second
board
round last
might
year.
have been blown up by everything that's happened before them, and they're just like, who's still out there?
I
Somebody
don't
said
know.
Brock
He's not
Bowers,
a
and
Good
they're
pass
like, take
rusher
him.
then.
well, as an Eagles fan, again, there's another free square. So I'm loving this. First off, why? And listen, all right.
Brock Bowers, tight end out of Georgia.
Wouldn't that be like an Al Davis pick?
Yo, not for
I
nothing.
love
Brock
Brock
Bowers-
Bowers as a player, but like
Yeah.
you just drafted Michael Mayer last year.
Yo, he's a player, but why's he got a hairline like Terry Bradshaw? Like, what's going on there? Like,
He's like a
dude,
7-year senior at Georgia.
yeah, man.
Daddy's under the belt.
This dude's gonna need a Rogaine commercial. He better start shaving the head. Jesus, I'd have been wearing a hat.
I gotta see it now.
dude. I'm just saying, like he's got like a 45-year-old boxer hairline,
This is unbelievable.
dude. Listen, if you're a good NFL team, you have contingency plans. I refuse to believe that this was just a pick of, oh, we didn't know what else to take. Like so you're gonna tell me if you're at pick 13, like all 13 of your options were taken? Like what the fuck? Like this is number 2 stupid pick of the night. Like it's almost like
I love Brock Bowers. It's just tight end's a luxury pick, and you just took the
Michael
second best
Mayer.
tight end in last year's draft.
and he looked pretty decent in his first year.
Yeah, he looked fine.
And most tight
And they
ends
had
don't
no
make-
quarterback a whole year.
yeah, and most tight ends don't make an impact in the first year. Sometimes they do, but that's rare. And you don't. And now you got a second-year tight end and a first-year tight end. Was Mayer picked
They're
in the
going
second?
with the old,
or
they're
third?
going with the old New England Patriots system. Hernandez and Gronk.
Wait,
Yep.
is Josh McDaniels still the coach there? Did they
No.
fire?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, okay, because they're picking like he's still there.
Right.
Maybe Bill Belichick is being a consultant. He's like, yeah, you know what I think we should do this year? We should pick 3 tight ends in the
Go
draft.
with the wing.
Yeah, let's. What about the wishbone?
Oh.
NFL
Ra-
Network just put up the Raiders offense.
Listen,
and they have
as great as Bill
Aidan
Belichick
O'Connell
was-
as the quarterback.
As great as Bill Belichick was, Kyle, he can never live down the 3 tight ends in one draft. I cannot allow him to live that down.
You don't want to run 3 tight end sets all the way
Yeah.
down the field.
And maybe in 1982.
The Saints are listening to trade offers. And
They like to
then,
trade with the
there's
Eagles.
also-
Uh-oh.
If I'm the
there's
Eagles, why am I
also-
trading up here?
You shouldn't. You shouldn't. You absolutely should not. They don't have a lot of I don't think they even have any like 5th or 4th round picks, right? Or they have. So I
Like they were looking to trade their second round pick to move up in the first, but like you don't need to. Like you got 7 free squares on the board.
dude, this is wild to me. Like, I still don't like the Raider. It's almost like, oh, we'll take a kid from Georgia. You take the quarterback we want. Maybe we'll talk a bit later and swap them or something. Like, I don't get that pick. Like, the Raiders are being the Raiders. It's
Yeah.
almost like Al Davis telepathically put the pick in from the grave, sent it to his son. Had like, they should have drafted a better haircut from Mark Davis. I'm sorry, that dude's haircut. Every time I see Mark Davis, I'm like, how is this guy a millionaire?
You don't do that in the 3rd round, though. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
What
but you talked about Brock Bowers' hairline. Mark Davis could hook him up with his guy.
Oh,
Bro,
you know what? There might be a theme there.
Dallas Turner still sitting here is just so ridiculous.
That's wild to me.
I would love for him to go to. Would you take him on the Eagles, Gene? Dallas Turner?
Of course I would.
Yeah, I mean that'd be.
But like, I don't know. Like, I see. Here's the problem with that, right? You just paid somebody to play DN. You just drafted Nolan Smith in the first round.
Right.
Like, you just paid Josh Sweat. Like, they have a luxury of pass rushers. Like, if I'm the Eagles, I want Terry and Arnold. I want the cornerback out of Alabama. That's who I want. They love the cornerback out of Toledo, apparently. Quinyon Mitchell. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you have so much space. Like, I feel like I'm in Step Brothers. There's so much room for activities. Like, just wait.
Yeah, and if we're in Step
I love
Brothers,
that Chase is the guy that's giving us the picks. Like, Chase, I need you to be a little bit more dramatic when you write a pick. Just like not the pick, and then give me like a readout.
And
With
I
the
feel
14th pick in the NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints select. Boom.
if I'm in Step Brothers, the Atlanta Falcons are doing the scene where they're like, "I'm going to put my nutsack on your drum set. I'm going to ruin this whole. I'm going to just shake this whole draft up and drop my nutsack on your drum set, and we're going to take a quarterback." What?
Yeah.
I refuse to accept that there's not some kind
Do
of
you
trade
think the Raiders they were like, there's no way Atlanta's taking one. Like they're doing all the math on like quarterbacks that are going.
Yeah.
They had to be. They had to be. I thought Penix was going to go to the Raiders, even though I don't think he's the greatest fit. I thought that's who we go. But I mean, I'm like, the Raiders are
I
probably
think Bo Nix going to Denver makes sense. It's because the way he plays quarterback and the way Sean Payton's offense is.
Yeah.
Yeah, go put that dog down, Godfrey. Just kidding.
It's
Do it dramatic. Do it dramatic.
with the 14th overall pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints select Talais Fuaga.
Fuaga. Fuaga's a beast.
I like it.
I like that pick for the Saints. That's a Saints pick. What do you mean we're multiple picks behind, Greg?
Yeah.
Who did they? Then if we're multiple picks
Greg,
behind,
what pick are you on?
who did the Colts pick? Tell me. Tell me who Seattle takes if we're multiple picks behind. I don't know. Maybe he's right. I want to know. Let's give us the information. I'm watching it live on TV. It says the Saints didn't even pick on ESPN.
I'm looking at a Bleacher Report grading all the picks live, and the two worst grades they have right now is Bo Nix, they gave a D, and obviously Penix, they gave an F.
So Bo Nix gets it. Okay. What was their grade for Brock Bowers? I'm curious.
That hasn't popped. Oh, here it is. It just popped up.
A. Let me guess. It's an A.
No.
Oh no, you're right.
minus.
It's an A plus.
What
What?
website was that? What website was that?
It's just on Bleacher Report. They say Bowers, Michael Meyer, and Harrison Bryant form an impressive tight end room that will create significant flexibility within the Raiders' offense.
Let me tell you something. The writer of
We're
Bleacher
going to run
Report,
the Navy offense from 1934?
the writer that wrote that at Bleacher Report must be the love child of Ray Charles and Stevie
This
Wonder.
is 1984. You don't run 3 tight end sets in the NFL.
Hey, taking it back to the glory days of John Madden patrolling the sidelines.
I guess if O'Connell's your quarterback, you might as well just invest in a lot of tight ends and just run.
I
the
don't
ball.
know what's their. Did they give a rationale behind why it's a D for Bo Nix? And by the way, Greg, I call bullshit. You don't have these picks. I'm calling BS right now. All right.
Greg's my boy. Relax.
Listen, I'm just saying he's trolling. There's no way he's got those picks.
No,
out already.
I mean, maybe the YouTube might be a little bit delayed too. So he
Yeah,
might
but-
be like getting the conversation a little bit later. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'd say God, for their rationale is pretty much they pulled the trigger on a second-round quarterback with the 12th pick, so they just think they picked him too early.
That Saints fan.
What's
looks
the
like he was
rationale on Brock
related to me.
Bowers?
Holy shit. Number one. Number two, I think Greg thinks that the NFL.com picks are our picks.
Yeah.
Like we're obviously talking about them before they pop up.
Oh yeah. This is just a tracker.
Yeah.
This is just a tracker for NFL.com. The ESPN one doesn't look as good on the screen. Like we did both.
Huh?
But do you have the pick for the Colts? I know you do. It's in already, isn't it?
I don't yet. I think it's obvious. I don't think we need to wait for it.
Who's it obvious? I don't know who it is.
They've got to go defense. They've got
Well,
to.
Terrion Arnold or Dallas Turner. Either one of the Alabama guys.
It's
So
Dallas Turner.
It's already done?
No, it's not. But that's
All right, hold
that's
on.
who it is.
This is going to be our next fun game for the Colts. Alabama or other. So you get both Alabama players or anybody else in the draft for the Colts. Next pick. Now, keep in mind, Steichen is their head coach, offensive-minded guy.
Mhm.
So they need a wide receiver badly. Could be Brian Thomas from LSU. Could be Donnie Mitchell from Texas. So you go in for the Indianapolis Colts. Do you go Alabama or not? You get any Alabama player or the rest of the NFL?
I say not because I think it's Brian Thomas.
Okay. Chase is going Alabama. What are you going with, Brett? Alabama or no?
I'm going to go with Kyle. I think it's Thomas. So I'm going to go with not.
What do you have it as, Godfrey? Alabama or not?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Um,
for the Colts. Alabama player or
Alabama.
not?
What's the choice?
Alabama
Alabama
player or
player.
anybody else? Because the two Alabama players did.
Alabama player. Alabama
Okay.
player. I don't think they need. They got Downs and Pittman, but I mean,
You don't think they need a wide receiver because they have Downs and Pittman? Do you want to repeat
Well,
that sentence?
I want put it to you this
They
way.
have Downs and Pittman. No one's ever walked into an NFL season like, we're good at wide receiver. We got Downs and Pittman.
Does their quarterback have the ability to make more than 2 reads on a pass pattern in their play? Because Anthony Richardson hasn't shown that his whole career.
Anthony Richardson can throw a deep ball.
Okay, but can he make more than 2 reads? Because he
Bro,
hasn't
I
done
think
it.
Dylan Reed needs to hop on here. I miss Dylan, bro. Dylan's my guy.
Who?
Dylan, it's Dylan. Dylan Reed. You remember Dylan, Chase?
That's gross. No, Gene, where I live, there's a lot of panhandlers, so I see crackheads all the time. I don't need to see one talking about sports.
Well, Dylan's not. Come on, bro. That's not right. I love Dylan.
Who are we talking about?
Dylan Reed. Not you're thinking Dylan Beeks, bro.
Yeah,
not
yeah,
Dylan
yeah.
Beeks.
Bro, my bad. No, I love Dylan Reed. My bad.
You're thinking Dylan Beeks.
Cut that. Yeah.
It's a live feed. It's a live
Dylan,
feed.
he's thinking it's wrong Dylan, bro. He thought he was talking about the Joker looking mother.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there like, why is he not like Dylan Reed? Dylan's awesome.
My bad.
The
Yes,
Falcons,
I love Dylan.
I love it. The Falcons didn't give Kirk Cousins a heads up that they were drafting Penix Jr., so even Kirk didn't know apparently.
Nobody knew. Do I have to say it again? $180 million.
They would at least told the starting quarterback would kind of key him in real quick.
The with the 15th pick in the NFL draft,
go.
the Indianapolis Colts select Latu from UCLA or UCLA.
Okay. UCLA. Latu.
Okay.
Kid's a stud.
If the
See,
Eagles,
But see, here's the thing, right? I don't know how they take Latu over Dallas Turner. They're both edge rushers, and Dallas Turner's better. Like, I think here's what I think happened. I don't take this the wrong way. I think that some of these teams didn't think Dallas Turner had any chance that Dallas Turner would be here. And he's falling because no one realized.
they course correct and just say we're going to take Dallas Turner. I mean,
Yeah, but if you didn't bring him in and vet him because you thought you had no chance at him,
Oh, because lack of information on him. Or maybe you're thinking like, is there something wrong with him? Well,
I mean,
it's just wild.
Dylan wants him to
All
Seattle.
Dallas
He's going to
Turner.
be there. He'll be there at 16. Dylan
Well,
wants him in
Seattle
Seattle.
can take him right now.
Yeah.
That would be the best. That would be an A+ pick right there for Dallas. I mean Seattle.
hmm
I want to
A+.
be a reporter in Atlanta for a week.
If you're Philadelphia, you're sitting there like, this is amazing.
A cornerback hasn't been taken yet. Knock on wood.
Terry and Arnold has to be their pick. If the Eagles get Terry and Arnold to play cornerback, I will be elated. Like at this point, I would give up the second round pick to move up to get Terry and Arnold.
I don't think you're going to have to.
No, I think
Right.
Terry. I 100% think Terry and Arnold goes in the next 3 picks.
So when I get Cooper DeJean, I mean, if you
Because I think Terry and Arnold's that much better. I think Cooper DeJean he's a great. Listen, I like Cooper, but I think Cooper is Chauncey Gardner-Johnson-esque. I think that he'll be a very, like, I'm trying to explain it. Like, he's not going to be a lockdown outside corner.
yeah. Well, he played a lot of zone too. That's probably why they do a lot of zone in Iowa.
B just hit a big shot. Sorry. Sixers up 12, 5 minutes left. And Bede's got 41 on 18 shots.
Jesus, he's going nuts.
Yeah.
That's right.
5
We're
of
gonna-
7 from 3.
Fuck New York. All right. I'm sorry. I'm back. Listen. I'm not when the Sixers play playoff basketball, I really get into it. But I despise New York for a lot of reasons. Like the Giants are my most hated rival. I don't like the Giants at all. I hate them more than the Cowboys. And the Knicks have been irrelevant, but it reignited why I don't like Knicks fans. It's been so long since they've actually had a team that actually can make the playoffs. But New York teams, and I'm sorry if you're a New York fan out here, they overvalue their players so often it makes me want to throw up.
Well, I mean,
Like-
it's their media, bro. I mean, it's the same thing. Philadelphia overvalues their players. If you're outside of Philadelphia, you like I bet you did Chase, Kyle, and Brett think we overvalue players too.
All right, but do you ever
Well,
hear the
nobody
crowd
on
doing
the
an
level
MVP
of
chant for
Lynn
a guy
Sanity.
like Brunson?
I
Brunson's
love
not
Jalen
an MVP.
Brunson, bro. I love
Yeah, I like
Jalen
Brunson.
Brunson. You're not going to give me the say
He's
any
great.
bad thing about Jalen Brunson.
All right, but he's not
Jalen
MVP.
Brunson completely changed the culture of New York Knicks basketball. I
He's not
can't.
an MVP candidate. You think he's an MVP candidate?
Yes, for what he did this year, I think he's 5th in MVP votes.
5th. So
5th. That's where I have him.
I never remember any Philadelphia fan doing MVP chant for someone that's 5th that's not actually in the running.
Yeah, but he turned that dude, we can't talk about this. This is a football. But he turned the franchise around. I'm done. Let's stop.
F the Knicks. Jeremy Lin.
Dallas Seahawks, they have to take Dallas Turner, right?
You would think, but I mean, maybe they'll pick a quarterback here.
I'll go Dallas Turner versus the field here.
Well, Jags need defense. Who do you think Jags go cornerback or do they go DN? They need defense in Jacksonville. Would you think?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, they need a receiver too, but you can get a receiver, I believe, in the
I
second
think they
round.
take Terry and Arnold. I think both Alabama players go next 2 picks. That's
What about Kool-Aid McKinstry?
He's the second best corner on his own team. I love Kool-Aid, but he's the second best corner on his own team.
With the
Not against
16th
him.
pick
Here we go.
in the NFL draft, the Seattle Seahawks select defensive tackle Byron Murphy from Texas.
Oh wow, Clemson kid, right?
Yep.
Texas, I thought, right?
Texas,
No.
sorry, Texas.
Oh, I thought it was Clemson too.
No,
Yeah.
you were thinking last year. Miles Murphy.
Yeah.
I got it mixed up. That's my fault. That's it. That's interesting. Byron Murphy. Wow, Jacksonville is sitting there with the pick of the litter. Eagles
So,
got to trade up.
Case, when the pick is in from now on, okay? I'm going to play that.
No, please don't. It's so loud. Don't do that.
What?
If you played it without the plug-in, it sounded better. Like when you played it like without it being plugged in, like when you played it the first time.
Oh, it's closer to the mic. Could you actually hear that?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if I'm the Eagles, I trade up. I'm on the phone with Jacksonville right now, getting Terrion Arnold.
If they want Terrion Arnold, though,
You know what I just realized? Lealtu Latu was the first defensive player picked at pick 15. Has that ever happened before?
I don't think so.
I didn't even
It's
think
insane.
about
I
that.
don't think it had.
I don't ever remember that happening. The first 14 picks were all offensive players. Has that ever happened before? Somebody Google that shit. Lowest first round pick that was a defensive, I don't know.
Defensive
I don't know. That's crazy. This draft has been probably the most wild draft I've ever been a part of. 6 quarterbacks went in the top 12 picks. You'd think this was 84. Elway to Marino, Jim Kelly. Oh, we got Bo Nix and Michael Penix. J.J. McCarthy.
It's crazy.
It's so wild.
I mean, the quarterbacks could develop, but I just think I don't know. I mean, Dallas Turner. I'm surprised he's still on the board. That's a big one.
Oh, look at this commenter.
Hey, Alexa.
Yeah, it's probably making fun of you for having your background.
We talk Google. There's a difference. All right.
Get it right. We're paying the price. Sixers are trying to blow this.
Okay, so according to the Associated Press, the latest a defensive player has ever been selected is number 8 in 2021.
This is what I mean. So this never happened before, ever. This draft is wild.
Well, listen, again, the Falcons definitely messed part of it. I still am blown away. That's got to be, in recent memory, is that the worst pick in recent memory? I mean, that's of top 10 significance. I don't, if Kirk Cousins is saying he didn't know, he probably wouldn't have
I wish
signed
somebody
that.
recorded his reaction to it.
Just go watch Draft Day. And he's the quarterback that they're like, you're drafting Bo Callahan? I don't know, man. That's this is the first time ever I want to see an Atlanta Falcons press conference.
Yeah, NFL Network just put up the graphic about the latest defensive player taken. Because
That's
2021,
crazy.
the number 8 pick was J.C. Horn.
Well, Seattle didn't take who Dylan wanted. I think Dylan left because he thought that Chase called him a crackhead. And he's gone. We lost him forever.
That's my bad. That's my bad.
You thought we were having regular Dylan Beaks in our
Yeah.
freaking chat? Right, dude. That guy's a piece of
Who's
shit.
Dylan Beeks?
The fake Joker looking kid that if he ever comes to Philadelphia, he won't leave.
Is I've never met this guy.
He was the guy that did marketing for Sports Empire Network and Wire to Wire for a month and a half. He looked like Jared Leto's
Jared Leto.
Joker.
Sounds like a tool.
Yeah, it's 100% a tool. Tell you right now, if he ever comes to Philadelphia, I'm murdering him. Oh, I shouldn't say that online. No, I'm gonna give him a hug. Hang out with him.
Well, now you have evidence. You done fucked up.
I did it. I screwed up. Just admit it to. We're at the Jaguars. The Jaguars probably won't take an edge rusher. They're probably going to take Terrion Arnold.
Ooh, I know in our mock draft a couple days ago, I had them going Quinyon Mitchell, but that's because I also had the Raiders drafting Terrion Arnold.
Oh man.
If
Chase,
I was
we
a
got a message
Falcons
for you.
fan, if I was a Falcons fan, I think I would not be a Falcons fan after today.
No way, Danny. Did Jags really go Kool-Aid? Oh my God. 76ers cannot score down the stretch. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, I have a parlay with Torres Maxey having 25.5 points, and he's at 25.
Yeah. Well, he'll get fouled late. Thank God for Embiid. 45 points. What a monster.
I think they pissed Cookie Monster off.
Yeah. Everybody's yelling for Howie to come on and make this trade. I would give up a second round pick to move up and get Terrion Arnold. That's how good he is. There's no way the Eagles very rarely do what I want them to do.
He's a shit, so he's considered a shutdown corner.
Danny, the baby woke up. I'm watching Lorax. Come on, Chase. I know you got the pick. Let's go.
I don't.
I know.
Remember, you got to tell me the pick is in.
Yeah, I need the whole thing. Embiid tearing it up. Let's go.
I just need 1 point from Maxey, man. My butt cheeks are tight. He's watching this on the side. He's got 25. It's 25.5. For the love of God.
You've only watched this 100 times today. That's it. Lorax. Sorry, we'll keep you up to date with the picks, Danny. Wire to Wire's got you here. Play some music. No, I can't do that. I just realized I was about to copyright infringe myself.
What team do we think is going to make the next really questionable pick?
Cincinnati.
Jacksonville.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
There's your next 6 picks right here.
Do you have the pick yet?
No, I mean everything's going slow. They're doing like a salute to military and nothing against that. I'm just saying that's. Go ahead.
Chase, that's your cue.
I already announced this one.
What,
At
the
the same time, we don't want to
Seahawks?
take our eye.
Yeah.
from
Who was that? Byron. Oh, that's right. Man, they are really behind now. The commercials mess it up.
Yeah, the Seahawks are announcing that they took.
The Jaguars traded with the Vikings.
Oh, like so.
They're gonna take the kid from. I bet you they're gonna take the guy you're talking about. They need a
Dallas
cornerback.
Turner.
Yeah, they're gonna take the guy you're talking about. Watch.
Dallas Turner
No,
or Terrion Arnold.
they need a corner. They need a corner too.
They do.
And they could take Dallas Turner. You're right. That to replace Danielle Hunter.
That's what I'm saying. That's a Flores defense too.
They could also take. They also need a corner though too. So they could
They
take
do.
a corner. I have this one friend that's in the Vikings. He's a Vikings fan. He always calls up and tells me about Vikings news, and I'm like, dude, I do not care about the Vikings. Like, he'll be like, yeah, we signed this guard. I'm like, are you telling me about a guard that a team I don't follow? Like, I don't even care about the guards. Yeah, I don't know. You met him.
Oh yeah,
I was really hoping that the Vikes didn't take JJ McCarthy because he bought a JJ McCarthy jersey, and I was hoping he would have it for no reason.
The pick is in for the Vikings. Vikings straight up. They knew exactly who they were picking. But see, I can see the Bengals taking. See, now I think it's going to be
The Vikings
Dallas Turner.
select Dallas Turner.
Yep, they did it to get ahead of Cincinnati. That's why they did it.
Right.
Because Cincinnati has Trey Hendrickson that's asking out. That's a really smart trade. That's good front office work right there.
Yep.
They seen who's picking next, and they did it to get ahead of them. The Vikings. That's a really good draft pick for them.
I'll say NFC North having a great draft so far.
I don't know. JJ McCarthy got drafted. I wouldn't say that's great.
The only team that, if you're looking for that guy at 22 for the Eagles, the only team I think it would take him would be the Dolphins before the Eagles pick. Maybe the Bengals take him. I think Bengals are I think they want to go receiver, and maybe they're going to trade T. Higgins later. I don't know. They don't really have anybody at receiver outside of Higgins and
Jamar Chase.
No, well, obviously Jamar Chase, but there's two receivers they have, and then Higgins is not going to be there next year. I don't see the franchise tagging him twice. And maybe they take a kid from LSU.
They could. I don't think they will. Although Chase is an LSU kid, so is Burrow. So
right,
be LSU ties.
They definitely got influence. I mean, on the franchise.
100%. So the Bengals and the Rams, and then the Steelers, Dolphins. So it's an interesting setup.
Dolphins could take. They need a cornerback. They could end up taking that kid that you covet at cornerback. I can see that happening.
The Dolphins.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they have Jalen Ramsey, so they're gonna take him as a number 2.
Why not? I mean, Jalen Ramsey is not exactly a spring chicken anymore.
He's not. I thought he was a spring chicken.
No, he's not. I mean, how many in the league? Like 7 years now, 6 years.
Let's see what we got here. The Bengals are on the clock. I think the Bengals. No, man, this is an interesting one. There's still so many good players on the board. I don't know. Like, because 6 quarterbacks went in the first 13 picks.
Yeah.
That's a record, right? I mean, that's definitely a record.
Oh, yeah. That's a record.
Like, I could see them taking a lineman too, but the Bengals invested so much money in that line. But
the Bengals draft Steve Falco?
Shane Falco. It's Footsteps. Footsteps Falco from Ohio State. Footsteps Falco?
I love that movie.
That's a great movie. Empowering the Miami Dolphins to reach their full potential. I recommend The Skilled Graham Barton from Duke. Edition. Oh, he wrote this earlier. It's funny. Did you copy and paste that from somebody else?
Nah, I'm just waiting for the Dolphins to pull like a stunner and draft like Xavier Worthy just for the heck of it.
Cincinnati selects Amarius Mims.
Oh, that's a huge tackle. I love that pick. Amarius Mims. He's Georgia's offensive tackle, and that guy is huge. You want to talk about a guy you want to go in a back alley with? This is a guy you want to go in a back alley with. Amarius Mims is a monster.
See, the Eagles were linked to him a lot too, but
6'8", 340 pounds. That is a monster.
Yeah.
Sixers are really trying to blow this game. They make full efforts to blow basketball games in the last 2 minutes.
they're up by 7.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but they've missed every shot down the stretch, and now they're missing free throws. They were just up 15 a second ago, dude.
Oh my God, Maxey still has 25 points.
Yeah. Well, the good news is by them making the game close, they're going to foul, and Maxey will be one of the guys they foul.
Embiid's missing 3 throws now, but they're still up by 7 with a minute left. I mean, you're going to foul people with a minute left. So I guess
Yeah.
you would.
It's a playoff game. Of course they would.
All right. I hope you can't get mad at him for missing a 3 throw. He's 14 for 16 tonight.
Oh, my man. Batum, bro. Batum again. Got to stop talking basketball on a football podcast.
I'm going to lose this bet by half a point.
Looks like it. Greg goes, they were up 8 with 30 seconds left in game 2.
They weren't up by 8, they were up by 5, weren't they?
I don't know. The pick is in for you already read the Bengals pick. Wait, did you read the Bengals pick? Who did Bengals pick?
Mims.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mims.
Oh, Amari Smith. Yeah.
You just gave a whole speech on it.
I forgot. I forgot. Who did the Rams go here? We're 3 picks away from heaven, bro. The Eagles need to trade up right here.
They would only have to trade with the Steelers. I think the Dolphins are the only concern. I mean, God, the Rams, they could go corner too. They could go D-line. Aaron Donald retired. Who's best available right now?
I think they're going Quinion or no, Mitchell or Newton.
Are you looking at ESPN.com? ESPN.com literally has Quinion Mitchell and Jerzon Newton as their next 2.
Oh, no.
That's really funny that you said that, though. I might need a new. I love you, Dems. Sixers up 9 with 41 seconds left in the ball. Just foul Maxey on the inbound so Godfrey can hit his bet. Be great.
Please, God.
We're all following Godfrey's degeneracy.
Platoon, give it to Maxey. Oh, son of a bitch.
All right, so the Rams are on the clock. See, Newton would make sense because they just lost Aaron Donald. But they need a corner. Terrion Arnold, Quinion Mitchell. I want the Eagles get one of those 2 guys at 22. I'm happy. I was covering Kyle's face for like the last minute. No one said anything. I had a crossed fingers emojis up there for like an hour.
It's all good.
Kyle, who do you think the Rams go with here?
I mean, I could see a corner pick here, but I feel like when I did a mock, you would think they would get a Aaron Donald replacement. So I'll go Newton.
Yeah, I mean Newton is be kind of a reach. Kid's a stud though. He's definitely a really good tackle.
Yeah.
A lot of guys we said last year that would be absolute studs, we were right on. Devin Witherspoon was the best corner in the draft last year. Will Anderson Jr. was the best defensive player in the draft last year. And we said both of that on the draft.
Yep, we did.
Danny wants to know how you're doing, Kyle, since he never sees you anymore.
I'm good, man.
The Rams are on the clock. What's up, Mo?
No.
Oh, you want to hop on and talk about the 49ers or what? I'll send you a link. Send a link to. I'm gonna send a link to our group chat. See if anybody wants to hop on. Boom. Clap your hands, everybody. We need some more crazy picks so we can yell at stuff. Kyle, come on, take over, bro. This is your moment.
Okay.
One moment, one opportunity.
Well, I mean, to answer Greg, they took a Marius Mims.
One moment, one opportunity. Seize everything you've ever wanted.
They might go nose. They might go D tackle of the Rams. I mean,
I like Newton.
You like Newton, you said?
Hmm?
Mo Dollars. Everyone loves Mo. NFL draft. We got to get Greg out of retirement. He's not been playing softball with us anymore. I miss him as a
just
friend.
give the ball to Maxey and foul him. Fuck.
Somebody got fouled. Who got fouled?
Embiid for like the 90th time.
They're trying to get him 50.
Well,
That's
they
what they're
just
trying
did
to
it.
do. Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
I'm sorry, Godfrey. Son of a bitch.
Half a point, man. It's a 3 parlay, and a half a point's gonna do me in.
Son of a beast thing. All right. I feel like the Chase knows the pick.
I don't yet.
I've done this. How many years in a row have I done this? I forget.
I don't know.
It's Rich Eisen. Shut up, Rich.
Rich Eisen.
Oh, he's just to torture me. Maxie's dribbling with the ball as time runs out.
Just he's thinking at home. He's like, I'm gonna torture Godfrey.
F. Godfrey.
Let's
Just
see.
throw up a 3, damn it.
Well, see the draft.
One of my favorite spots in the Ted movie is when Ted 2 and they're like F. Scott Fitzgerald. Like, why do they want to fuck Scott Fitzgerald? No, that's his name, F. Scott Fitzgerald. What's the F stand for? It's got to be fuck.
Let's see. So the Jags received the 23rd pick, a 5th rounder, and a 3rd and 4th for 2025 for the selection for 17.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. If we're being honest, that's fair.
How pissed would you be, Gene, if the Eagles traded back?
I mean, with all this talent on the board, I would be mad. I would be mad if they trade it back. Like, who did you scout to not want something right here? Nah, I really don't want to shut down corner. I'm going to stick it out with James Bradbury. Like, James Bradbury sucks, by the way. He is awful. I'm starting a petition to get the guy out of town. He stinks. We could start a GoFundMe to pay off his cap hit. That was such a bad re-sign, bro. The Eagles locked up both their wide receivers for the next 28 years.
The 19th pick
There we go.
goes to Jared Verse, edge rusher.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, they need line. They need to replenish the line.
I get it, but I didn't think Jared Verse would be the pick.
I mean, the Dolphins and the Eagles are the ones that are going to go cornerback, I think, in the next couple of picks. The Steelers, I think, should go offensive line, but we'll see. I don't know who's left for offensive line at this point.
I mean, You have 3 really good picks in the secondary. In the next 3 picks, the Eagles can get one of those 3.
So after tonight, the Vikings have a first rounder and 2 fifth rounders for the 2025 draft. So they really mortgaged pretty much their 2025 draft or most of it for this year.
I mean, it is what it is.
I'm still mystified by the Raiders and the Falcons.
Did Chase leave? Is he coming back? He left. Oh, it's Adam back. You're back, Chase.
Brett, what was the write up on the A+ grade that they gave for the Brock Bowers pick? Did they say?
Please read it. Please read it. Please read it.
Oh, let me pull it up real quick. Hold up.
It was that bad.
A+. Yeah, we drafted. This is exactly what they drafted. The second best tight end in the draft last year with their first pick in the second round, and they decided this year we're going to go for luxury.
So the last paragraph. This is why they like it so much. Bowers, Michael Mayer, and Harrison Bryant form an impressive tight end room that will create significant flexibility within the Raiders' offense.
What? I could be a sports writer. What the fuck is that? I could have wrote that with my butt cheeks. Like that's their analysis, and then from Bleacher Report. Give me
You
a
think
break.
that guy's like a Raiders fan that wrote?
I think it's like some AI in a bathroom in a gas station somewhere. I don't know. Like I don't. There's no analysis in that. He's just stating the obvious and then saying like it's gonna have a great tight end room. All right. Like what? I don't know. There's that you could tell when people don't know certain things that guy has no knowledge of it. He's just reading. He's just gathering information from what he's scraping from the web.
But Brock Bowers is a hell of a football player.
Yeah, but you got more needs than that on that team.
Correct. We're not acting like the Raiders are just this team that could draft luxury. Like, I don't understand. They have holes everywhere.
Now, if I was Devontae Adams, I'd be pissed. You know, he came there to play with Derek Carr, and now Aiden O'Connell looks like Gardner Minshew. I mean, maybe he's cool with Uncle Rico, but you know, he'll get him.
Collecting his $30 million a year and being happy as pig and shit.
He wasn't happy last year. He led the charge to get Josh McDaniels rightfully thrown out of that place. Raiders are another franchise.
Right. The Raiders have an awful roster. You accumulate talent, and that talent isn't a third tight end. What?
Yeah, like if they had a tight end on board, why sign Harrison Bryant? If you're, like, there's so many ways you could say you want to accumulate talent. It's not a fantasy or a dynasty roster. You get like, how many play packages are you going to have in there for 3 tight ends or 2 tight ends? All right, if they go 12 personnel, sure, but how often have we seen that work?
It's like not even 12. They're playing goal line.
It's like, yeah, I don't.
The Raiders are going to beat people this year playing goal line. 3 yards in a cloud of dust.
If they did, and here's the thing: if they didn't have their guy, then trade back. So maybe someone else wants Bowers. That says to me that is a war room that didn't do their homework.
Oh, this is an interesting factoid. LSU becomes the first school to have 4 quarterbacks selected in the top 3 of the draft.
Yeah, well, I'll give you that, Cottrell. I'll give you that. Michael Mayer wasn't drafted by Tom Telesco, so that's not his guy, even though he's there. So, I'll give you that.
I don't think the Steelers go corner here. They're loaded in the secondary. They just took Joey Porter Jr. last year. I think they take the kid Barton from Duke. I think they take Barton from Duke, and I think they don't think twice.
They need line. They need line there. Yeah,
this is an easy pick for the Steelers.
It's line. It has to be.
Yeah, it's got to be Barton from Duke too.
You're right. Harrison Bryant could be a casualty, but
that's okay. Why are we playing 2 tight end sets every down in the NFL with Devontae Adams? I don't like that pick at all. I can understand if you had the luxury of a full team. They don't have the. It's not a luxury pick.
Well, maybe they're going to pick Spencer Rattler in a second. Do you even have a second round pick?
I don't know. I don't know the Raiders.
On the Raiders are going after Spencer Rattler, that's for sure. Like, I mean, you can't tell me Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew is your plan.
Their plan was Bo Nix or Michael Penix Jr.
That really messed it up because that Falcons pick was like,
Yeah, without that pick, they would have had their choice between Nix or Penix. So
that's the way I mean, that's if that many quarterbacks went, that's who I saw. Those are the teams I thought we'd be taking quarterbacks. That's the thing. The Raiders were one of the teams, not the Falcons.
I think this is Barton from Duke. Tell me I'm wrong.
Fatno?
Oh, they took the guard? Yeah. The kid from Washington. He's a stud.
Yep.
He's the second best guard in the draft. He's very, very good. I think that's a good pick too. I think if you go line here, regardless whether it's center or guard, I think that helps the Steelers. They really need to protect their quarterback and be able to control the line of scrimmage. So now we're at the Dolphins. Terrion Arnold's still on the board. Quinyon Mitchell's still on the board. Cooper DeJean is still on the board. The Eagles, it's Miami and Philadelphia. The next two picks should be secondary. You want it to be
they need Miami. They lost a lot of defense.
You're right. They also need O-line. He's right. And you can grab the kid Barton from Duke here. Like that makes sense. That would make sense. But then the Eagles have their pick of the litter. You got Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, or Cooper DeJean. And they've been linked to all three of them. And they need a corner badly.
I'll say I love the way this draft has played out so far.
Yeah, for a Packers fan, you're probably gonna get Cooper DeJean just like you wanted.
So Dallas Cowboys.
I think Barton here. That's a great pick for Miami.
How about Dallas Cowboys had a really quiet offseason? Didn't really do a lot.
They were all in, bro. Come on. Bro, we talked about this the other night on Wire to Wire. We talked about it on Coffee and Sports with Chris and Mo. Can you imagine how badly the Cowboys have messed up that situation?
With CeeDee Lamb or just in general?
No, with Dak Prescott. So let me tell you how it's a lose-lose situation, right? By them not signing him. They should have signed him before last year. They didn't. So now he comes off like an MVP year. Like he's finished his second in MVP. So watch how this works for Dallas, right? I don't care what you say, Godfrey. Give me any season. Does Dak have a great year, a good year, or a bad year?
This year?
Yes, this year. Just anyone. I'll show you how much they messed it up.
I mean, I think he has not a great year. I think middle of the road year, but above average. I mean, I just
so then you're stuck saying, do we pay $55 million for a middle of the road year quarterback, or do we start over? Let's change it. Let's just say he has a great year. Guess what? You got to pay him $60 million next year.
Steelers pick is in.
When Chase knows, he'll tell us. And then if he has a terrible year, thanks, bro. I wasn't talking or anything, jerk off.
The draft don't sleep. Yeah, but
it just doesn't make sense. Like they ruined that situation with everything they're doing with Dak Prescott. And I love it. I love it. Now, the one thing I will give Dallas, I guarantee you they draft super well. Like they've outside Mozzie Smith, they've been spot on with their drafts. They've done
Taco Charlton.
Taco. I mean, we could all point at what about Jalen Reagor? What about you could do the same thing.
Why are you gonna bring up that all-time miss?
Jalen Reagor, J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, Andre Dillard. I can bring up multiple ones. Do you want me to?
Arcega-Whiteside, yeah, but
7 first-round draft picks. The Philadelphia Eagles pick that could be the worst pick in NFL history.
Reagor.
Danny Watkins.
Oh yeah.
What about the D end? I forget the kid's name. He didn't play for us. He played for Seattle. He sat on our bench for 3 years and we cut him.
Marcus Smith.
Yeah, Marcus Smith. Jalen Reagor over JJ Arcega-Whiteside, second round pick over DK
Yeah,
Metcalf.
whoever's sitting, who's that next to Roger Goodell at the draft? He's a they need to not have that dude wear that suit. He looks like a pool table. It's like a green. Like what color suit did they get this guy? It's not even Steelers colors. Like, that's bad, man. Where's his wife at? She needs to help my man out. Is that Cam Hayward? Who is that?
Yes, Cam Hayward.
He looks like a pool table with a
pool table.
Oh
Look
god.
at that color green, man. He's not. If he was on the Eagles, I'd be like, all right, that makes sense. Awful.
But like the Philadelphia Eagles have had so many bad first round draft picks in the last 15 years. I don't even know which one's worse. Like, can we play multiple choice? Marcus Smith, Andre Dillard, Jalen Reagor, or Fireman Danny?
I would put Fireman Danny first, Reagor second. But Reagor should have had more.
Smith never even played for our team. How can he not be first? He never even played for us.
Yeah, I mean,
it's got to be Marcus Smith.
Well, that was that we knew.
Fireman Danny was a 26-year-old guard.
Right.
Like,
So
what the hell was that? First
we knew Marcus Smith was an oh shit pick, and that wasn't going to turn out.
I get it, but like it's a terrible pick.
The Jalen Reagor pick was, and I knew that year because he was part of.
Hey, we're waiting for the pick. Do you have it?
I don't.
All right. Waiting for Chase to give the pick. But like, I don't understand. Somebody needs to take his button away.
Well, here's the great thing about streaming: there's no dumb buttons. Well, technically there is.
As soon as you get the Miami pick, let us know. Danny's dying. He's watching the fifth time of I don't know what kid's movie he's watching again.
Danny, if you ever saw a Lorax in public, would you punch it in the face?
Oh, 1,000%.
Danny's been waiting on this pick. He's a Dolphins fan. Somebody get Chris on here, bro.
I always feel bad for my friends that have kids, when stuff comes out. Like, I remember when Baby Shark was a thing, and like I would torture him. We'd be in the car driving, and I'd be like, Baby Shark, do, like, stop it.
He said yes, he would punch it in the face. Pick's in. Come on, Chase. Let's go.
Come on, let's have a Mike McDaniel's overrated pick for the overrated coach. He's such a cool guy with his sunglasses and his parted hair.
You think they go Barton? Who do you think they go with?
I think you're going. I think you're going defense.
Okay.
They're going to copy the Falcons and take Spencer Rattler.
I would be shocked if it's not Xavier Worthy.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
That would be a Mike McDaniel's type pick. Yeah, we have Tyreek Hill and Jalen.
That would be a terrible pick.
That would be a Raiders type pick, right, Cottrell? Let's get a third.
Is that the pick? Did you get that, or are you just guessing?
He's guessing.
I'm just guessing.
Oh,
They said the pick is in.
that would be a terrible pick. If they went with Xavier Worthy, with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, that would be an awful pick.
All right. While
Chop
we're waiting,
Robinson.
discussion time.
Still unsigned?
It's Chop Robinson.
Oh,
That's
the end. He's a monster. I hate that pick for them, but he's a really dude. I'm gonna tell you something right now. I don't know who their DC. Who's Miami's DC? Somebody look up who Miami's DC is that replaced Vic Fangio. Because
Rob Marinelli.
Who is it?
I'm joking. I was saying Rob Marinelli.
Chop Robinson is
It's
raw.
Anthony Weaver.
I don't know who that is. Oh, Anthony Weaver. I remember Anthony Weaver. He was a head coach, wasn't he?
In the NFL? Maybe the XFL.
He was a D-line coach for the Ravens.
Yeah.
I don't that's perfect for Chop then, because I'll tell you something right now. Look, I'm not, don't take this the wrong way. And Chop Robinson could be a Hall of Fame edge rusher with the right coaching. I watched him play at Penn State. He is so raw. He's not going to be good this year. If they're in win now mode, like you got to basically give him one job. Like he's got to be your third down, go get the quarterback. But he's raw, bro.
So, speaking of the Dolphins, did anybody see the clip where Tyreek Hill said, I would smoke Dion? Like he would beat Dion on the football field. Do you agree?
He would beat him in a race.
No. If Dion was covering him, he said,
one-on-one?
Dion, he's saying Dion wouldn't be able to handle him.
In one-on-one, I don't think anybody can cover Tyreek Hill. He's too fast. It's nothing to do with Deion Sanders. It's just like he's a speed guy. That's what he is. He's faster than anybody. He can just run to a different spot of the field. But real quick, before the Eagles are up, I want to be very clear here, right? Chase, I need you to do me a favor and I have the pick and give us a real good, you know what I mean? I want this to be the best one you give tonight. Don't spoil anything. Give it a real, I need you to perform center stage. Your WWE, this is your promo time right here. This is the main promo slot. Can you give me that, please?
Channel your inner Howard Finkel.
Yes, sir.
I want Terrion Arnold. That's who I want. He's still available. He is a monster cornerback. He's an Alabama cornerback. They're always good in the NFL. Every one of them turn out to be great. Look at them. Patrick Surtain. You got Trevon Diggs. They all are good in the NFL. Give me the Alabama cornerback.
What about the kid from Toledo?
But see, that's the thing, right? And don't take this the wrong way. And I'm not saying Quinyon Mitchell won't be good, but doesn't Quinyon Mitchell smell like Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson? We got the SEC guy that we know is going to be good. Let's go with the guy from the MAC.
That wasn't the case with Sauce Gardner, right?
He went to Cincinnati, though. Cincinnati's not the MAC.
Yeah, but they're not playing the SEC competition.
Football.
He
was guarding Brett, and they think he's great because he was sticking Brett last year.
Brett, did he shut you down? But listen,
Unfortunately, he did.
I'm saying Cincinnati's not in the MAC, but Cincinnati's not playing SEC competition either, right?
No, but they still play. You watched Cincinnati play Alabama in the college football playoff, and Sauce Gardner shut down Alabama's wide receivers. They couldn't throw versus them. So you've seen him versus big time talent. So my point is this, right? And nothing against Quinyon. I think Quinyon's going to be really good in the NFL based on everything I've seen. But I know Terrion Arnold's going to be good. And it's a whole pedigree of great cornerbacks that come out of one university. Why not? It's here it is. It's right on your lap.
Yeah.
Right? Why screw this up? You have the opportunity to get the right guy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts? What do you guys think? Tell you, I swear to God right now, if the Philadelphia Eagles do something stupid, I'm going to be mad. You're going to get another rant out of me. And they have every they could go do something stupid. They can go get Brian Thomas like a jerk off. I'd be so mad. They just locked up 2 wide receivers. Yeah, we need a third wide receiver. Don't do something stupid like that.
I think they should get a third wide receiver, but in the later
We're going to
rounds.
get Zerzan Newton to play next to Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. I'll lose my fucking mind.
What if it's a tackle?
Who? There's no tackles left. Tyler Guyton's the next tackle on the board, and there's no way. It better not be a tackle.
I think Terrion Arnold's just.
Yeah, I'd probably guess Arnold.
It better not be. It better not be.
Where's Terrion Arnold's brother being slotted in the draft? Maybe they draft him.
Shut up.
That would suck. Who's this?
Terrion Arnold is the guy in this draft. He's the guy.
Yeah, there hasn't been a cornerback taken yet. I mean,
please don't go. And this is a Howie thing. Go, we need offensive line and defensive line. Don't do it. Don't do it. You got Jalen Carter. You got Jordan Davis. If you go out and get Zerzan Newton, I'm going to break my fucking MacBook. It's not funny.
it could be.
Yeah, we're going to get Graham Barton. He's going to be the third straight center we drafted in the last 3 years. The other two play guard for us now. Like, don't do that shit. I'm freaking out. Please be Terrion Arnold. And I'll be okay with Quinyon Mitchell. I won't, like, freak out at that. But I want a corner.
I feel like Chase should announce it as whether or not Gene will like the pick or not.
Well, damn, it's 10:40, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to midnight, bro.
Draft's gonna go to midnight?
Yeah, it goes to midnight every year.
Fuck. I got a
We're-
washer delivered tomorrow.
Then you can leave. There's 4 of us. We're not retarded.
Yeah, but you know.
This is the pick, though. This is the pick of the night. I'm going to lose my mind. Please don't do this to me.
Marcus Smith Jr. out of Louisville State. No,
Watch the Eagles. They trade back. They traded back. They picked up some draft capital. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind.
well, the Jags, if you're taking a quarterback, the Jags need a cornerback. You got to take it right here. You got to. The Cowboys out.
They're sitting there thinking to themselves. That they have. Well, we could probably move back a couple slots and get one of the 3 corners that are available.
I wonder if the
draft capital, and I could like how he can't go into a draft and just take the best friggin' player. He always has to let's just play around a little bit, move around. Sorry,
they got Saban talking.
Howie's calling somebody, so they're drafting, which is good. I love that they have a minute left. Like they always have to. We got to be on TV. They always got to do this shit. Just make the fucking pick. Not funny. Don't laugh at my misery. I swear to God, Danny, I'll punch you in your face. Stop playing with me, dude. We really like Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma.
They would trade back if they were going to do that.
Bro, I swear, I'm going to lose my mind. If he's right and he took a tackle, I'm going to punch my...
He's not right. He's fucking with you.
No.
Terrion Arnold's on the board.
Eagles.
All right, he's got it. Stop.
With the 22nd pick in the first round of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Toledo cornerback Quinyon Mitchell.
I'm all right with that. I'm okay with that. Quinyon Mitchell is a good corner. I would prefer Terrion Arnold, but I'm not. I don't hate that. He's athletic as hell. He's fast as hell. He's going to add speed to our secondary, which we much need. I'm all right with that. I'm okay with that. I would prefer Terrion Arnold because, I feel like this is like I'm not saying it's Jalen Reagor, but it's like you got the guy you know.
Don't you put that dirt on him already, Jalen Reagor. Jesus.
Oh, bro, he's from Toledo. Like, what receiver did you go see him lock down? Like, I know Terrion Arnold went up against Malik Neighbors. Do you know what I mean? Like, I watched him go against Brian Thomas. Like, this guy went up against Ladd McConklin. Like, he's went up against top-tier wide receivers in the SEC. So the guy from Toledo went up against Brett. I'm all right with it, though.
I don't know if you've seen Brett. Listen, you haven't seen Brett's button hook route, but it's pretty damn effective.
I mean, this guy's got a super high. So he's got a very high draft score. He's a grade of 92. He excelled during pre-draft process, standing out the Senior Bowl, running the fastest 40. He ran a 4.33. Those performances eased concerns about the level of competition he faced at Toledo and confirmed what he shows on tape. He reads receivers and closes in a flash, breaking on the ball and off coverage. He has the frame, recovery, burst, and speed to develop into a shutdown press corner. Mitchell also has the body control for jump balls, and he flashes the ability to pluck passes out of the air. His 32 pass breakups over the past 2 seasons led the country.
Where are you reading that from?
That's Matt Miller's. His pro comp's Jalen Johnson, who I think the best corner in football is right now.
Do you want to hear what the NFL prospects website says about him?
Yeah, of course. I would love to. I would love to hear every single thing I can read because I didn't watch Toledo football. I'm not going to pretend that I was like this Toledo guy. Like I don't go watch Maction. I'm not Cottrell.
6.47, and they say will become good starter within 2 years. So let's hope that's not the case. They say his next gen stats are elite at 90 total. 4.34 40, 10-yard split 1.51, vertical jump 38, broad jump 10.2, bench press 20 reps. Draft projection.
I don't care what he benches. He's a 6 foot, 195 pound cornerback.
Yeah. They say 6.47 is his score. Combine rank for the quarterback totaled 90 was first. He was first in the combine. And that part does make me a little nervous because that's a good thing, but how he loves the combine warrior sometimes. Like remember Jalen Reagor.
Senior Bowl too. So
yeah, Senior Bowl thing. That's
a while.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Brett's not here. But I was gonna say
I'm back. Don't worry.
Brett, did you take a poop? And that's where you went, didn't you? I knew it.
I did not. I let the dogs out too while I was up.
Lies.
Brett, do you think they'll go live in Jacksonville's war room and have Tony Khan wearing a neck brace?
Oh, I'm praying for it.
That would
all I really want from the
that would
draft.
be the highlight of my night. I don't even care who the Chiefs pick after that.
Did Tony Khan take a bump?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, his kid did, not the owner. Never mind.
Yeah.
That always confuses me because I knew who his dad was, what Shah Khan before that, and I'm like, wait, Khan. I'm like, wait, oh yeah. So
good night, Danny. Appreciate you, brother. I mean, I'm happy with the pick. I'm not unhappy with the pick. Yeah. I don't want to. I'm not complaining about it. You know what I mean? Like I think that it's not a bad pick, but I don't know. Like he could be a great corner. I could be wrong. Like I'm not saying he's not great. I just don't know. It's like I'd love to get on here and be like, guys, this is the guy. I've watched him play 65 games or whatever. Like I've watched Terry and Arnold play.
They had Jordan Mailata announce the pick all the way from Australia on a telecast. Sitting on a beach.
They're showing his awareness in a MAC game. Look how aware he is. Like he jumped an underthrown ball. Good job.
I'm about to say I did see like a couple of YouTube videos
32
on him.
pass breakups since start of 2022.
Watch Real versus Real. Real recognizes Real. I watched it when Cottrell did it. Cottrell loves the kid. Cottrell did a whole breakdown of him on Real.
Yeah, I was just say the video I saw on YouTube, like he's a guy who, he jumps routes. He plays physical. I mean, I think it's a good pick.
But here's
like you said, how many people are
not giving him a bump because he played at an Ohio school, right?
Don't take this the wrong way. I don't like being the guy that watches YouTube highlights and feels like he knows the player. Like I like being the guy that watches a guy play multiple games, like front to back.
That's the way to be because the YouTube highlights are plucked. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So like that's my point. I don't like being that guy, but like I'm not watching many Toledo games.
My nephew just got accepted to Holy Family, and he's going to play college basketball for him, right? But before that, you take your best clips and upload them to the coach, to get them interested. But you're cherry picking your clips. You know what I mean?
They were showing him dominated the Senior Bowl. They were showing.
Yeah, I only watched the video because I saw he was highly rated, but I knew nothing about him. So I was like, let me look at a video just to at least know something about him.
Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU.
That's a terrible pick. The Jaguars because first of all, they just let Calvin Ridley go and they signed the blocking wide receiver from Buffalo.
Gabe Davis.
So they have Christian Kirk, Gabe Davis, and Brian Thomas Jr. as wide receivers now. And they still don't have.
I think they needed another receiver.
Yeah, I'm sure they need another wide receiver. You know what else they need? To protect their fucking quarterback.
Well, hopefully it doesn't turn into Andrew Luck. Hopefully that's not the Philip Dorsett pick.
I'll be back. I'm going to
I often think about that, how Andrew Luck probably would have been in the NFL still, possibly, if the Colts decided to pick offense in the first round that year instead, they took Philip Dorsett. Right? And the reason why he retired is because he was getting the snot kicked out of him because he didn't have an offensive line. So he was like, I'm done. You know what I mean? So think about that. Like, he might have still been playing actually to this day. Colts are a weird organization. If you think about it, if Peyton Manning never comes along, they might have left Indianapolis. They were not drawing at all. They were a bad franchise. Peyton Manning saved that franchise. You know, they had Marshall Faulk, but that still wasn't getting the job done. So, Indianapolis is funny, man.
Oh,
talk about a city that I have no.
South. Moving to the AFC South saved them. They're
How about
getting
this for a
eaten
question?
alive in the East.
Which NFL city would you least like to go to? I'll give you a hint. Mine is Indianapolis.
Oh, I've been to Indianapolis.
There's fucking nothing except the dome. Come on, like you going there for an event. I never heard anybody say, you know what, the food scene in Indianapolis, it's fire. It's fire.
Oh, I went there, had a strawberry Henny and ended up like throwing it up in my hotel room.
You're a bad barometer for food. You can't even have half of the food on this earth.
You're not wrong.
He comes to Philly, he's like, he got some wings and stuff. I'm like, yeah, let's go get it. He's like, I cannot have bread or cheese, right?
Yeah, I can't have a wheat or dairy, and I also have acid reflux disease.
In my head, I'm like, I would kill myself. Not telling you to do that. I'm just saying, like, like holy shit, like all the face. Oh, I don't know. There's some people though who can't have dairy and they know it, and they're like, screw it, I'm gonna do it anyway. And then
Tony's wearing the neck brace.
Dude, I'm looking for it.
Is he?
Yes, he is.
All right, man. Look at him going full kayfabe.
Oh my god, that was awesome.
I haven't watched AEW in a while, but they did look pretty bad with that whole CM Punk thing. Like when they released that video, I'm like, come on, guys.
Yeah, it got a lot of bad feedback in the back with the guys.
I think Brian Thomas is a great pick, by the way, for the Jaguars. I think the kid could be a stud. I think he's 6'3". He's a little raw, but I think that's a great pick for the Jags. You got to replace Calvin Ridley. I don't care what anybody says. Christian Kirk's not a number one. They could, he's, you need a red zone presence, and this kid can catch the ball in the red zone. I don't know, man. I like that pick. I think it's good for him. They need to protect the quarterback, but I'm surprised they did go receiver though. They need a cornerback too. They should have went corner possibly.
My favorite part is he picked like the biggest, most obvious neck brace that he possibly fucking could, and I'm here for it.
I'm telling you, man, that popped me. I love that. I can't imagine like his dad being like, I think that's a great idea. While the NFL Network cameras are here watching us draft, I think you should wear your neck brace.
Yo, I mean, is that a rub? Like he didn't really hurt his neck?
Yeah, it's a total work.
Let's see. Jaguars wide receivers: Brian Thomas, Gabe Davis, Zay Jones, Christian Kirk. That's something. They got some nice depth, probably.
Dallas Cowboys. Yeah. All right. Do they make a reach for a running back and draft a running back in the first round and go with the kid from Texas? Who who I do not think is the best running back in the draft, but whatever. Brooks. Do they go for Brooks?
Part of me says they shouldn't, reach on a running back, but at the same time, it does seem like a Dallas move right here. And Dak just plays much better with a good run game.
I mean, if you're signing Royce Freeman, you're desperate. Rico Dwaddle and whoever the other kid is, I forget his name. That's who they got in that running back room.
They're not going running back here.
I would love them to.
Probably do a really good job at drafting. Let's not lie to ourselves.
They do.
I think they take the kid Barton from Duke and shore up their offensive line a little bit.
They should. They offensive line is really where they need to go.
They just had a guy front and center holding up a sell the team Jerry Jones towel.
I mean, that's where you feel trapped when the owner's the GM. I don't like that, man. Like,
he does a good job evaluating talent. Got to give him credit.
Yeah. I'm not going to give him credit. I'm going to give Jimmy Johnson credit for those 3 Super Bowl wins. There's been a lot of controversy on that, and he was the guy that orchestrated that. That's what Jimmy Johnson tells the whole story, unless he's lying. Jimmy Johnson. So,
Ooh, now they just got to find a real coach, right?
Yeah.
McCarthy, what are you talking about? He's Super Bowl winner.
Yeah. Yeah, it was all McCarthy. He worked awesome with Hall of Fame quarterbacks and in the regular season.
And that defense that year. Woof.
Yeah.
How many 10-point leads do you think the Lakers are going to blow in one series? They've had 2 already through 2 games. They were up to over 10 in this game, so it'd be 3. It was just 1.
Oh, they'll
I
probably
don't think Laker fans could handle them blowing another double-digit lead.
Bro, I'm sorry. I know this isn't a basketball talk, but it's just fun because we're waiting for the Cowboys pick. But LeBron James blaming the officials after that game 2 has to be one of the all-time worst moments in his career.
I hated it.
They lost by they were winning by 20 points. They blew a 20-point lead. He missed a wide open 3 with nobody near him.
Mm-hmm.
Jamal Murray hits a all away over your best defender. It's the official's fault. Got it.
Cowboys have traded.
Who'd they trade with?
The Atlanta Falcons for Michael Penix.
You're too quick with those, bro.
I mean, that would be pretty epic if they did, though. All right, Chase, you can tell us the trade now. They traded with the Cardinals, huh?
I'm not seeing.
Well, I'm seeing that on the chart Gene has up there. The Cardinals are now. Nope, I'm sorry, I'm wrong.
It's
The Lions.
the Lions.
The Lions. Maybe they're going cornerback. Maybe they take the guy from Alabama.
Yeah. That's exactly what they're going to do. Jahmyr Gibbs is already there, teammate. It's exactly what they're going to do.
They selected Terrion Arnold.
Yep. Knew that was coming. That's a great pick for Detroit. They keep hitting, bro. They keep hitting.
And they took what Branch last year?
Yep.
Oh man, you know what, Brett? They jumped right in front of the Packers and plucked that right from the hands of the Green Bay. They're like, we don't think so, Packers. Boink.
Oh, Brett could get Cooper.
I'm ready to be disappointed because as much as I think the Packers are going to just draft Cooper, it's going to be somebody we just absolutely do not expect.
Who's your center right now?
Off the top of my head,
You don't know your own starting center? Are you serious?
I know.
You are.
We just
What I
lost.
think. I'm sorry, go ahead.
We just lost a bunch of our couple offensive linemen. So
Josh Myers is your center. You don't have a starting right guard.
Josh.
Some
Yeah.
tells me you're going to take a lineman.
Okay, yeah.
What about that cornerback from is it Clemson? Nate
Wiggins?
Yeah,
Well, Cooper Scott's going to go before Nate Wiggins.
I'll laugh at that. Maybe they do Nate Wiggins. I'm here for the chaos,
bad, bro. Nate Wiggins is a very good player.
Yeah, he is, but I mean,
if I had to predict the Packers right now, the pick is Graham Bargain.
I see that would make sense though. It's not a bad pick.
No, well, I'm just worried because every time I think that I have the Packers figured out, then they draft like Lucas Van Ness or something completely.
I didn't like that pick. I still don't like that pick. But I'll tell you what, the Packers are so good in the second round. I don't know why. I don't know why they're so bad in the first round and they're so good in the second.
Devontae Adams was a second round pick.
Yeah, that's what I said. They're really good in the second.
Rogers
They got that Musgrave in the second last year. He's a stud.
The other tight end's not bad too.
How happy are you with Luke Musgrave, Brett?
Oh, I love Musgrave.
The other tight end's good too.
Who?
Yeah, Kraft.
Yeah.
Kraft. And you know what? They didn't have to draft him at pick 13 to get a second tight end. Cottrell, you're still here for that?
That's so. I still. All right. So if we're grading the worst picks of the first round, the first one has to be Michael Penix Jr.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And the second one's got to be Brock Bowers.
Well, I mean, the only way I justify that is if you're saying this dude is the next Travis Kelce or something.
I mean, he's really good. I think he's the next George Kittle, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I think NFL Network compared him to George Kittle.
All right, that's good. Hopefully, yeah, I mean, that's good. I mean, I see that, and maybe that's worth it, but it's just one of those things where does a tight end move the needle on your team? That's the point. Does that move the needle on your team? It's like getting like two good catchers on your team in baseball. Like you need one. And if he hits, great. You know? But like in a tight end, it's like, all right, I like him to catch him passes. I mean, like just look at like, all right, who had a good year last year in the Cowboys? Jake Ferguson had a pretty good year last year, right? He wasn't a high pick. I mean, I don't know, man. I like to see all teams be competitive. Raiders, man, it's weird. Like growing up as a kid, like Raiders was synonymous with winning. At one time, I think up to the year 2000, maybe they had, I think, one of the highest winning percentages in all the sports.
Just win, baby.
It hasn't been like that for 2 effing decades. Yeah, I don't know. Bad franchise.
We're ready for the Packers pick, man. I'm fired up for Brett. Brett's fired up.
I'm excited. I'm anxious, but I'm excited.
Marcus Vick II, Marcus Vick Jr.'s his son, cornerback out of Virginia Tech. No,
Listen, as long as you're better than like Dante Jones and like Derek Sherrard, I'm good.
you guys always seem to want to go defense in the first round, or like I feel
defense for the last 40 years.
Yeah, it seems to be like the recipe. But that
Defense or O-line, how's Tony Mandrick doing?
Tony Mandarich, man.
They should take a wide receiver.
I want to listen. I want a chaos pick, man. I want something again. Like we had a couple.
I hope we don't get a chaos pick for Brett's sake.
The pick is in. The pick is in.
The offensive pick I will accept is just because it would be funny if the Packers drafted a wide receiver. That'd be hilarious to me. But actually, I don't want them to. But just to spite Aaron Rodgers, that would be absolutely funny if they want a wide receiver.
With the 25th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select offensive tackle Jordan Morgan.
Oh, that's a bad pick.
Well, wait a second though.
Bakhtiari
Bakhtiari is gone. You do need to replace a tackle.
They took a tackle out of Arizona, bro. Arizona had like 3 wins last year. He's not good. He's like okay. You know what his NFL comp is? Christian Darrisaw. Like that's what you're picking in the first round. I'm not saying Christian Darrisaw is bad. It's just it's a bad pick.
Whew.
You probably
Sorry,
feel like you
Brad.
just went to
I'm
McDonald's.
sorry. I didn't mean to give like the gut reaction, but
The Packers take a late riser into the first round by adding Arizona offensive tackle Jordan Morgan.
I'm going to read the
Is that
scout.
on
report.
cheesehead.com?
Morgan started 37 games at left tackle for Arizona. He has big hands and he's tough to beat when he gets them inside and pass protection. He has the balance and body control to mirror and recover when he gets caught out of position. And he gets into position and walls off defenders in the run game. Morgan has short arms for an offensive tackle and may need to move to guard, but he has the frame and skill set to quickly develop into a starter. Bro, I just Google an image of this guy and you'll know he's not going to be a great offensive tackle. Just look at him. I'm not even trying to be smart. Like, look at him. Sorry, Brad.
Yeah, of course, we're talking about like top 3 worst draft picks, and the Packers just had to jump into that list, didn't they?
I mean, I don't know. He'll play in the NFL. I think he'll be a starter. Like, he'll be a starter. So, like, I don't think you got a bust. I just think that, like, I don't know, the first round, there's so many guys there. Like, Cooper DeJean could be a Pro Bowler. You know what I mean? Like, I don't.
Oh, yeah, no, that's kind of why I'm annoyed. I feel like there were guys on the board still with a lot higher ceiling.
Who's the GM there?
Huh?
Who's the GM?
Gudikit, Brian Gunkist.
He's been there for a while, right?
Been there for a couple of years now.
Thinking of the guy before him. Yeah, that's a weird pick.
Bro, just look at a picture of him.
I mean, you could have traded back if you were going to do that. That's the point. Or you could have got a
I'm just
cornerback.
gonna
You
blow this up. I'm gonna make this really funny.
get a second round.
At least I know he normally nails his late round pick, so at least I can look forward to the second and third round.
I wonder what the Bucks go. I mean, we haven't seen a linebacker go yet. Linebackers are that bad this year, huh?
Here you go.
Great hair.
Hall of Famer right there.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tampa Bay didn't take Kool-Aid here.
That's a terrible pick. I shouldn't say terrible. It's not a terrible pick.
Well,
It's
they got
not Michael
Saban
Penix
on the panel on
It's not Michael Penix Jr.
on ESPN. They got Saban on the panel, so I'm pretty sure he's blowing all his former players like, oh yeah, that guy's great.
I don't like that pick at all. They took a Pac-12 offensive tackle.
Hey, there's some good Pac-12 football out there, right?
I hate that pick.
Probably why the conference is dead.
They traded back. They didn't do anything yet. I don't know what they got for it yet. Anybody know what the Cowboys got for that trade?
Let's see.
I just, man, I that's not the pick I would go with. I promise I'll shut up. I'm done.
What the fuck?
Who do you think the Buccaneers go with next?
Who did the Cowboys trade with? Detroit.
Detroit. I hope Detroit didn't overpay. Oh, they might have overpaid because that's a real for them to jump and move ahead of Green Bay. They might have overpaid.
Cowboys get 29 and 73. The Lions get 24, and then a 2025 7th round pick.
So they gave up a 3rd round pick to move up 5 spots. It's not the end of the world. That's exactly what that should be. I guess this has got to be Barton. Graham Barton can't stay there forever. He's a really good player.
It's Graham Barton.
There you go. That makes sense.
Did the Bills go receiver in the first round?
That 100%. Who's the receivers right now? Well, let me look this up for fun. Bills depth chart.
Oh, like
Year.
do they still have like high
You
triangle?
ready, you ready for the Bills depth chart at wide receiver?
Yep.
Justin Shorter, Khalil Shakir, and Curtis Samuel, with Mac Hollins and Andy Isabella. And you're asking if they're going receiver? Yeah, they're going receiver.
Well, you can get a good receiver in the second round this year.
Yeah, well, you're right. The Buffalo Bills have a million needs. You're right.
They do. I mean, they could need offensive line help. They had to get rid of a lot of people.
They need everything. I don't think running. This is the funny thing. You see this right here? They list running back as a top need. No, it's not.
No, it's not. Yeah.
Who the hell does this?
That's what I'm saying. I could have did it with my butt cheeks.
Running back might be like after quarterback. Running back might be the only thing they don't.
What are the 3 needs they say they need? They have what is it?
Defensive line, wide receiver, and running back.
Yeah, I could have farted an OL on that sheet and it would have said offensive line, like in my sleep. Offensive line. Obviously, they need that. They had to let go a bunch of DBs. I mean, Tre'Davious White's gone. I mean,
this is fun. Let me read you their starting cornerback package. And just see if outside Rasul Douglas. Let's see if you know a name. I know Teron Johnson, 4th rounder, but Christian Benford, 6th rounder, Teron Johnson, and Rasul Douglas. With their safety being Mike Edwards, undrafted from Kansas City, and Taylor Rapp, undrafted from the Rams. Their secondary stinks. Yeah, the Bills are going to win fucking 6 games this year.
I still think they're going to compete. I'm
going to go as far as Josh Allen can carry them.
Pretty much. They're going receiver, obviously, in the draft. I just wonder if they're going to this round.
Who are the Cardinals going with? They're not going receiver. They took Marv.
No, I'm talking about
the Bills.
Yeah,
what?
They got to go receiver in the first or second round. The Bills.
Yeah, well, we're about to get into the nitty gritty. We got some big teams up here.
The Niners, baby.
I think Mo should hop on for the Niners pick. I don't know if he's awake. He's got the morning.
Well, the Niners are terrible at first round picks too. If you really think about it, they're good at all the other rounds.
Falcons pick raises eyebrows.
No shit. Understatement of the year.
That might be the worst pick I've ever like seen live ever.
Do you think that did they show their room when they made the pick? Did they have maybe their draft pick hooked up to like random?
They were handshaking each other and high fiving. They loved it.
Maybe they were running their draft pick scenarios through Madden. So that seems like something someone would do on an all Madden team. Like, oh, I just pulled the Michael Penix card. Yeah, I got Kirk Cousins. I'll take him. He'll be my backup. Like not fictional. It's not reality. Like, I don't understand how you're gonna there's just so many things wrong with it. Like, you're bringing in a quarterback who says he didn't know about it. You're creating the quarterback's usually somewhat of a leader, or at least a vocal leader of the offense. So you're cutting the nuts off the guy you already bought for $100 million, guaranteed 180, and then you're bringing in a rookie who's gonna seemingly replace him because he's pick fucking 8. Like, what the hell, man? Like, I don't know.
So I like this thing that ESPN does. Have you guys seen this? They have like NFL like projections. It's like a percentile scale, like percentage. There'll be a Pro Bowler, a starter, a backup.
Oh, okay.
Give me a player, and I'll tell you what their percentile is.
Where did they get those fucking measurables from? Anyway,
Give me a player.
Michael Penix. What's the percentage of that? I want to know.
All right, I got you. Ready? Michael Penix Jr.
59.
10% that'll be a Pro Bowler, 33% that'll be a starter, 40% that'll be a backup, 15% that'll be a replacement.
Fucking replacement? What does that mean? He's gonna play
I
on.
don't know what that means.
He's gonna play in the XFL? Like what?
Maybe.
With the 27th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select defensive tackle Darius Robinson, Missouri.
What are we doing? Did we just give up on drafting?
Madden.
What are we doing right now? That sounds like a Jonathan Gannon pick. Give me another player.
Cardinals gonna Cardinal.
Give me another player. I'll give you their projection. We'll have fun with this.
I guarantee the next pick for the Cardinals is going to be a 5'3" wide receiver. Kyler's like, no one else can be taller than me in this room, and they got to be good at Call of Duty.
Kyle, give me a player.
JJ McCarthy.
All right, we'll stay quarterbacks.
Oh, God. It should be a horrible rating for him.
23.9% will be a Pro Bowler. 44.4% will be a starter. 28.4% will be a backup. 3.3% replacement.
I guess that means they'll be replaced.
Yeah, I guess. His similar players are Drew Stanton, Drew Lock, Christian Hackenberg, and Mitch Trubisky.
Oh, that's real good.
Oh,
Oh, my God.
That's what they listed.
you had me at Christian Hackenberg.
You want me to read the one for Michael Penix? They have them for him too.
Oh, no,
Absolutely.
let me guess. Let me guess who they have for Michael Penix, who their player comps are.
Tyrod
They
Taylor.
don't have it. They don't have it for Michael Penix.
Oh,
He's not good enough.
Tyrod Taylor, damn.
Give me another player.
I'd take him over Ty God.
Give me another player.
Jordan Morgan.
I was going to say that. I was going to let Brett say Jordan Morgan.
All right, I got you.
They're going to put incomplete I next to that.
19 point. This is exactly what I would expect. 19.3% he'll be a Pro Bowler, which means there's an 80% chance he won't be. 58.3% he'll be a starter, which is exactly what I think he'll be, a starting offensive lineman. 22.4% he'll be a backup. His draft comparables, similar players, are the kid Mouch from Tampa Bay, Rayman, Tyler Steen, and Anton Harrison, sorry.
You know what would be a fun percentage to have? What is the percentage that this football player becomes a professional wrestler?
Chase,
Right?
give me a player.
Absolutely. A player who will
Any player that was drafted.
who is more.
Can we do Sky Moore? Wait, that's too old. Never mind.
I'll do Quinyon Mitchell real quick just to see what it says for him. Oh wow, Jesus Christ! 57.3% will be a Pro Bowler, 33% will be a starter, 9% will be a backup. His NFL comp similar players are Desmond Trufant, Bradley Roby, Stephon Gilmore. It's not bad.
I'll take it.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
Let's check Terry on Arnold. What they say for him?
Oh, it's easy. The most likely to be a WWE superstar is Latu.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Who's next? What player do you want me to look up? Look up Drake May for you. Want me to look up
Yeah,
Drake May?
Drake May. Yeah.
28%, 27% will be a Pro Bowler, 43% will be a starter, 28% will be a backup, 2.5% will be a replacement. No quarterback comp.
Got a unicorn.
The Buffalo Bills are trading back.
I don't understand that. They have no wide receivers. What is, dude? I think after 11 o'clock, these teams just get goofy.
So they're saying best. Oh, so Graham. Oh, wait. How's that pick already in? Oh, that's right. Yeah. Graham Burton did go. I'm behind here.
Yeah. They just showed that Graham Barton played lacrosse too.
Buffalo traded to who?
Doesn't say yet.
Okay. Maybe it's the Eagles. They trade it back into the first round. Use their 2 second-round picks.
Who would you want?
I don't know. They already got a corner, so they're not going to take Cooper DeJean, who's still sitting there.
Well, the
Can't
Bills
believe-
traded, you said, right?
I don't know who I'd want here if I was the Eagles. Trade it back up to get an offensive lineman.
See, it's funny. It's funny. They say best fit for the Bills, even before they trade it, was Xavier Legette.
Any other players you guys want me to look up?
Yeah, look up Xavier Legette.
I'm going to do Brock Bowers real quick. 26% he'll be a Pro Bowler. 55% will be a starter. 16% a backup. No NFL comp. You want Xavier Legette? I got you. 35% Pro Bowler, 43% starter, 17% backup. Here's his reply. Oh wow, Chris Godwin, Jonathan Mingo. That's a real wide net.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it could be really good or it could suck. Like what the hell is that? Chris Godwin or Jonathan Mingo? Like what the hell? I'll leave it right here because it's the rest of the night. It could suck or it could be good. Thanks, NFL.
So you said the Bills traded?
Yeah. It just doesn't. I don't have who they've traded with yet.
I would love if the Eagles jump in front of the Cowboys and fuck them on the pick. I would love that.
Oh, the Bills traded with the Chiefs.
Oh, Chiefs on the clock.
Receiver time? Or Cooper
Why,
DeJean?
why would they do that?
Or Cooper DeJean?
Yeah, Cooper would make sense. They need a wide receiver, but I'm just saying they just lost to Gary Sneed. To add Cooper DeJean right in that situation would make sense. I mean, I don't think you can fail here. You go Brian Thomas or Cooper DeJean. And I think the Chiefs, either way, that's a very good pick.
The
Brian Thomas is gone.
Who took Brian Thomas?
Jags.
Yeah, Jackson.
You're right.
click
Maybe
on that.
they-
What does it say the Cowboys' needs are? I'm curious. Click on it. On that thing, the little down arrow.
Gotcha. Give me a second. Offensive line, running back, defensive line, wide receiver.
I would love if they took a running back in the first round like an idiot. That'd be so sweet.
They need a center, dude. They don't have the center. I don't have a center no more.
Oh, they should have took the kid from Tampa.
Really, like Chase, do you want to turn your phone off and then we'll look up the pick and we can read it to you?
I don't care.
I'm just saying, your team's on the clock. I don't want you to.
He's anticlimactic. He doesn't even have love for the dramatics. There's too many Super Bowls they've won. He's spoiled right now.
It's exactly who I thought it was going to be right now.
Cooper or Xavier Worthy.
It's Xavier Worthy.
That's Tyreek Hill.
That makes perfect sense.
I mean, you got a guy that runs a 4.2 with Patrick.
Tyreek Hill's built a little thicker though, and he's shorter.
No,
right?
My point being is you got a guy that can. Bro, you know how many passes Patrick Mahomes threw that hit Marcus Valdes-Scantling in the face 40 yards downfield and
Or
dropped?
hands. Yeah.
I was being sarcastic, but I'm like, that makes sense. Xavier Worthy makes sense for the Chiefs.
So they're saying that the trade is the Bills trade 28, 133, and 248. The Chiefs trade 32, 95, and 221.
That's not even that bad of a trade.
Well, it makes sense for the Bills to get a little bit more draft capital because they got a lot of shoes to fill.
They didn't get any more draft capital. They just moved up.
Yeah.
It's 3 picks for 3 picks.
Yeah, but
They moved up for one of their picks. They moved up 40 slots. They moved up from the 5th round to the 4th round. Actually, they moved up from the end of the 4th round to the end of the 3rd round.
yeah, well, I mean, you're getting a better quality pick.
Yeah, I
Presumably.
mean, I get it. You're also passing up on grabbing a wide receiver, which you desperately need, to a team that you're going to play in the playoffs that beat you every year.
There's still a lot of good wide receivers left out there, though.
You're right.
I mean, you got
I'll do your NFL comp, bro.
Keon
Your
Coleman.
I got you, bro. 30% Pro Bowler, 49% starter, 18% backup. I love it. This is so funny. Do you know what his NFL comps are? You're
Or
gonna
how
laugh.
about this
Every
gambling?
one of these, you're gonna laugh. Alvin Austin, Jalen Hyatt, Henry Ruggs.
Yikes.
I don't think the Chiefs should be drafting Henry Ruggs right about now.
Absolutely not.
I don't like that comp anyway. I was a high on Henry Ruggs coming into the pros, but I mean, we'll see. Fast is fast, man. So that's the team to go to take advantage of it.
I know. Patrick Mahomes got a bazooka. Is Mecole Hardman still on your team?
What do you mean, my team? Like my dynasty
No,
team?
I'm talking to Chase. He's a Chiefs fan.
No, he's not.
He sucks.
Listen, he got 3 rings though.
No, bro, Robert Ory's got 7 rings. So what?
He's a role
I
player.
could sit on your shoulders and call myself tall.
Yeah, but he's a role player. I mean, listen,
By the way, I picked
he's
the
gonna
worst
play some.
UFL. I picked the worst UFL team to follow. They stink.
Who?
I'm a gamblers, not gamblers. Showboats fan.
Oh, the Memphis Showboats. Would you pick them because of the coach?
Yeah, I picked them because of D Filippo.
They do stink. I watch a lot of UFL. They do stink.
It's all right. It's my squad. I'm sticking with them.
Yeah, I'm an orphan because I'm pissed that they eliminated the Philly team. So I was like, oh yeah, we'll have the Stars.
The Birmingham Stallions are the best team in the league. Oh wow, they have Adrian. Matt Corral's their starting quarterback.
Yeah, they in the UFL though, a lot of times they'll rotate quarterbacks in and out.
Oh, Skip Holtz is their head coach. That's funny.
Greg Williams is the DC Defenders defensive coordinator.
The San Antonio Brahmas.
Is Hines Ward still the head coach?
I don't know.
He was the head coach last year.
The Cowboys are on the clock. I hope they fail miserably. I love the draft comp for Xavier Worthy. Yeah, it's 3 guys that were just known for their speed.
Oh no, Hines Ward is the Arizona State wide receiver coach now.
Okay. Let's see what we got here. I'm still doing NFL comps here.
How about Lad McConkey?
I got you. I'm right there, actually. 33% Pro Bowler, 49% starter, 15.8% backup. His NFL comps are Andy Isabella, Tyler Lockett, and Philip Dorsett. What the
Ooh.
hell kind of comps are those?
Philip
I love
Dorsett
Tyler Lockett.
makes me go ew.
With the
Lockett's cool.
29th pick in the NFL 2024 NFL draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Oklahoma tackle Tyler Guyton.
That makes sense. They need to replace Teron Smith. They need to get offensive line help. They always do smart things. That's a smart move. It's not a bad move for them. Ravens, 49ers, Bills, and then we're done, boys.
Maybe Ravens could draft another receiver to give Lamar another weapon not to take advantage of.
Hey, they never give him any weapons.
Bro, I hate that. That is like my least favorite comment is when people say Lamar has never had any weapons. He had 4 first-round wide receivers on his roster last year. 4. Let me reiterate that to you again. He had 4 receivers that were taken in the first round of the NFL draft on one team. Yeah, sucks.
You put a capable quarterback in there that's more of a passer, and Bateman shows. Zay Flowers showed, but he'll show it. Like I want to believe
Lamar gave Bateman an extension, so they're expecting big things.
Zay Flowers, Bateman, Odell Beckham Jr., and Nelson Aguilar, all taken in the first round. They were the top 4 receivers on.
No, they didn't take Odell Beckham. They signed him. You talking about Ravens?
No, they had 4 receivers.
He was on the team 4 first rounders. Yeah.
Odell Beckham's a thief. He shouldn't even be taking an NFL paycheck at this point.
Why?
He's okay. He's not that great. I mean,
what are you talking about?
He
was going to be Super Bowl MVP before he tore his ACL.
But now he in a Super Bowl, and he's not playing on the same level he was before he tore.
Bro, I don't know. He played with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah,
I don't know if there's anything. Bro, it's like the chicken or the egg. Like, I don't know what the problem is with Baltimore receivers. They all suck when they're on Baltimore. And we all go, oh, yeah, he's terrible. Why? Because Lamar Jackson's not a prolific passer. It's really simple.
But I just don't think Odell Beckham is that receiver he once was. He's a role player.
Like, what visual proof do you have of that?
What do you mean? Like, when you watch him play, so don't you think that he would get more rep on an NFL team? And you have more, like, you think is he going to play this year? Where's he going to play? Is he going to be in Baltimore again?
I think he should go to Kansas City.
No, I think Odell can still contribute on a team, just probably not in Baltimore and just not as like a number 1 guy. I think he'd still be a good.
He's not a number 1 guy. I don't see Kansas City taking him, but maybe they do. I just don't. I don't see him fitting in there. I could be wrong.
I mean, everybody could be
NFL
wrong.
Network called Xavier Worthy Tank Dell.
Hey, what do you think? Do you think so I have Rashid Rice on my dynasty team, and everybody in my dynasty league is trying to lowball me for him, and I'm like, yeah, you can go after yourself.
Everybody's trying to trade you for him. That's a good example of not to trade him.
Right. I'm like, yeah. So I'm just letting him talk. But anyway, like, he's definitely going to get a suspension. But I feel like everything I read is, since no one really got hurt, they don't take it as serious as like other situations. So he's looking at a 4-2 game. But you think they're going to try to, like, Xavier Worthy is a different type of receiver than he is. So I don't know if that really.
Yeah, I would keep Rice. There's no way it's more than 4 games. Clark Hunt has a lot of stroke in the NFL. And
the Hunt family in general.
Yeah, and one of the biggest lessons that people learned with Kareem Hunt was Kareem Hunt wasn't honest. He wasn't.
Yeah, if you lie to Andy, he's gonna cut you.
Exactly. And
we know that.
And Rashee Rice didn't do that, and I think that they're going to do everything they can to help him out.
Yeah, I paid very close attention to his response of how he responded, and that told me that he was going to survive it. If he came out and he was a dickhead about it, they would have cut him, I think.
Yeah,
but he didn't, and he listened to his lawyers. You could tell it was a dummy decision, like, you know. And I'm like, I don't think he was drunk, so that helps him too. But
bro, you know what they listed for best fit? I'm sorry. You know what they listed for best fit for the Baltimore Ravens? I'm gonna lose my mind.
Xavier Legette.
Yes. Is that real?
That would be a Baltimore move.
There's another first-round wide receiver. It's ruined someone else.
Yeah, that's gonna upset a lot of people.
So, it's funny. Like, remember when Juju Smith-Schuster was going to go there and he said, "No, I'm going to play with older Ben for another year." Like, he was going to sign with the Ravens. Smartest decision he ever made, because as a receiver, your
Is he still in
production
New
is
England?
Say what?
Yeah,
Is
he's
he
still
still
there.
Oh my God! What happened to him last year?
He was on the Patriots. That's what happened.
Well, I think there's concerns about the knee.
Yeah, it's concerns about his knee. He's like, I'm not going out there and playing with Mac Jones. My knee hurts.
Yeah, it's just like Christian McCaffrey was Mr. Glass, and then when he stepped onto the 49ers field, he became Mr. Endurance.
Yeah.
Like, oh my,
I
look at
ruined
this
my
guy.
career in Carolina. What the hell's the
Yeah.
matter with people?
Yeah. And then he's like, then he's playing for 49ers. Like, you can't get this guy off the field now.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what
like,
that was accurate.
it's so true. And I'm just like, this guy, I don't blame him, but at the same time, as a fan, I'm like, you piece of crap. Like, you know what's going on. You're like, okay, whatever. With running back, I kind of get what they're saying, but they did kind of help make his career. I mean, they did have like a half-armed Cam Newton throwing him like 100 balls a year because he wasn't throwing it more than 10 yards. Oh, just chuck it to Christian McCaffrey. Poof, poof, poof.
Amazing.
And what else I found amazing is when he was on the Panthers, he sucked in the red zone as a runner. It was almost like he didn't want to get clocked. And then when he got to the Niners, I'm like, wow, look how efficient he is in the red zone now.
It's great, most efficient back in the league.
Yeah.
The Baltimore Ravens select Clemson cornerback Nate Wiggins.
That makes sense.
That makes sense. It's a good pick too.
The crazy
I don't know
thing
why Cooper DeJean is just sitting on the board though. Bro, I swear to God, if the 49ers get Cooper DeJean, I'm going to throw up. I'm going to throw up. We're just going to let this kid just fall to San Fran at 30.
You didn't want him though. You wanted the other dude.
I did, but I don't want San Fran to get him.
So, yeah. The thing about Ravens though,
Like, that matters, bro. I don't want San Fran to get him.
Yeah, I know, but the thing about the Ravens, they had a good defense last year, and they couldn't even cash in on that. I'm still blown away by how they just shit the bed in the playoffs. I'm not surprised, but I thought that the defense would be able to make up enough for the other. And Tom Monken, did he really make a difference with the offense? So I guess it wasn't Greg Roman's fault then, huh?
It was the same offense.
Yeah, I mean,
And the
I like
did its
Lamar. I
job
think he's
against the
exciting.
Chiefs.
I think he's an exciting quarterback, but I just
Come
He
playoff
has-
time when things get tighter, he gets tight.
my favorite meme is a picture. It's a picture of a purple Lamborghini. It said Lamar Jackson during the regular season. Then a picture of a purple Geo Metro, and it says Lamar Jackson during the playoffs. I'm just like, Jesus, but it's true, man.
The Nuggets have officially taken the lead over the Lakers.
Look, they're listing their first round picks: Marcus Brown, Rashard Bateman. They added Deontay Henry. Derrick Henry was a good pickup for them. I think that was a great pickup for them.
I think it's a terrible pickup for them.
I think it's great. Well, he's got enough in the tank.
He's an aging running back that can't run the read option, which Lamar wants to run all day. Like, you can just take your time. If it's Derrick Henry getting the ball, he's got to start the engine.
Yeah, but have you seen what a great passer he is?
Yards behind the line of scrimmage so he can get his legs moving.
Have you seen what a great passer he is in the red zone? If Lamar's striking out in the playoffs, they can have Derrick Henry do the halfback pass option in the red zone. He's outpassed him before in the playoffs on the other team.
You're an idiot.
He did. I think he did statistically outpass him that game against the Titans in the playoffs.
You're talking about he threw for more touchdowns. He didn't out.
Yes, but listen,
You're such an
the
idiot.
rating was higher. I should look that stat up. I swear. I mean, listen, I think he can learn to run that option. He's going to give him a good goal line option. I still think there's enough in the tank there with the offensive line.
I think the perfect running back for him is already on the roster, and I don't think it's him.
Who's that?
Keaton Mitchell.
Yeah, but the problem is he shredded his fucking knee late in the season.
I know, you're right.
So
right.
I mean, I have him on my dynasty team, and the problem is, every time the kid gets on the field, he's a walking injury. I think he's too small.
I'm not gonna lie to you. This pick's gonna make me sick. I know it. I already know it's gonna make me sick.
Gee,
Yeah,
the average-
It's always really funny to me that Buffalo and Kansas City have been known the past 4 or 5 years to make trades. and Buffalo still does it. If you've kind of hit, or if you have a team hit off your trades like Kansas City has hit off of Buffalo's, I wouldn't trade with Kansas City if I was Buffalo.
You think?
And
do you
they're
think,
all,
sorry, God, I'm sorry. I'm listening.
it's always pretty evenly trades. The one today was Buffalo receives the 32nd pick, and then a 3rd round pick and a 7th round pick from Kansas City, and Kansas City got their 1st round pick, a 4th round pick, and a 7th round pick.
Yeah, I mean, they literally moved up 1 round to move up 6 spots.
Yeah.
It's not terrible either way. I think it's an even trade.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. It's a pretty even trade. And then just with the history of trading with Kansas City and your woes of facing Kansas City in the championship games, I don't know if me as an organization, I would continue trading with Kansas City.
I think either guy that the 49ers pick here, I'm going to be mad about. I think it's going to either be Leggett or DeJean, and I think either one I'm going to be upset about. I think they're both good picks for San Fran. I don't know why. I just want them to screw it up. I do know why, because I hate.
They do fuck up 1st round picks usually.
This is an easy one, man. Got Cooper DeJean. They can take Kool-Aid McKinstry. They can take Xavier Leggett or Adonai Mitchell.
So they haven't traded Ayuk. I think they're going to have to. And I heard someone interviewing Brendan Shanahan or Kyle Shanahan about Ayuk, and they asked him about Ayuk. He's like, I don't want to talk about Ayuk right now. He like flipped down on the reporter. And the guy just asked him about like the status. So my point is it's a pain in their ass. I don't think they can afford to pay Ayuk.
Okay.
They gotta retool. You also have to worry about Trent Williams retiring in the next year or two. Like he's long in the tooth, you know.
Yeah, this will be a corner or a wide receiver.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the next 2 picks could be wide receiver or a corner. Both of these teams need both of those.
I think Adonai Mitchell gets picked in the next 2 picks. I think the next 2 picks are Cooper DeJean and Adonai Mitchell.
Oh, look. Yeah, looks like the 49ers have made their choice.
They picked Cooper DeJean.
That's sickening. He's such a good player. And he fits that system perfectly. That's sickening.
Well, I mean, I guess his Iowa alumni brethren probably was like, yeah, let's get this guy. You know, Kittle's an Iowa guy, right?
Yeah, I just he's a good football player.
Remember what you said, he's not going to be playing man, right? I mean, he's not a man.
The 49ers don't really play man.
Oh, just another guy we're going to have to lose doing the 2nd round, right?
You guys had them beat, man. That was just bad execution toward the end.
Yep. As it was not fun to watch.
And I have not forgiven Dan Campbell for that fucking stupid.
Gentlemen, last pick of the draft, last pick of the night, right before midnight. The Buffalo Bills are gonna let us.
Xavier Leggett.
Oh, look at that! The Bills get the pick from the 32nd spot. Their dream, right?
Well, that's why they traded with the 40. That's why they traded with the Chiefs. They wanted to see what it felt like to pick last in the 1st round. Oh man. You know that the Buffalo Bills, like, do you know that they're you know how, like, the Eagles have the fight song is Fly Eagles Fly?
Yeah.
You guys know what Buffalo's fight song is, right? I told
Bills,
you.
go.
Yep.
Now,
The shout.
Yeah. Their song is the song Shout, but they just add the Bills in front of it. And it just goes, the Bills make me want to shout, throw my hands up and shout. Like,
Well, that's just as bad as the Boston Red Sox doing Sweet Caroline all the time.
I don't think it's as bad. I think it's worse than just adding the Bills in front of song Shout.
Sweet Caroline.
I'm waiting to get the pick for the Bills, And man, Twitter on Bills fans on Twitter are just
Losing their shit.
not happy about trading back.
Yeah, well, I
No.
wouldn't be happy if I traded with the team that knocks me out of the playoff every year.
Yeah.
I'd be like the Eagles trading with Dallas all the time.
All right, but if you're getting a player, let's not think emotional here. I get it, but if you're getting a player you want anyway, and you moved up 40 spots, like you said, you're getting a more quality player, and you got to restock the team. So you're hoping to pluck starters out of this draft. You know, I mean, if they went from the end of the fourth to the pretty much the end of the third, I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, for what, three spaces, 4 spaces?
Yeah.
I mean, or 4 picks.
Wait,
I don't know.
that doesn't say Cooper DeJean. That says Ricky Purcell.
Yeah, it says Ricky Pearsall. So the winner.
Yes, that was a horrible pick.
That's a bad pick.
Yes,
Oh wow! I thought this one.
that is the Brandon Ayuk replacement. He's definitely getting traded. Why the fuck?
Oh, wow. They drafted Ricky Purcell.
Do you feel better, Gene?
I feel a million times better. That just made my whole night better.
Maybe the Bills take
Yeah.
Cooper DeJean because they could use that guy too.
They
Perfect
could.
timing. Mo, what do you think?
Oh, my God. They
Ricky
just.
Purcell's awful. That's an awful pick.
I mean, he's not awful. He's got a really good.
All right,
He's
so
got.
I got a
really-
ranking. I got a ranking board. You know, I used for my research. Ricky Purcell was on the. He's not like irrelevant, but he's either dead last or not on the ranking board, except for a couple.
Buffalo
Like,
just traded.
Again,
there's- the
Carolina.
point is, there's a million other receivers ahead of him.
Buffalo's got to be losing their friggin' mind. They waited all night for their team to pick. They traded back twice. That's
Dude,
a bad pick for San Fran.
Carolina had number 33, so they just So they just wanted somebody in the first round.
Oh, so it gives Buffalo the whole night to kind of figure out who they want to pick.
Yeah,
Yo,
that makes
and on
sense.
top of that, Gene, I was at the draft.
But hold on,
Where-
Mo's in the chat. He said what? I thought they took Cooper DeJean. How did you? That was the first time Chase is giving us wrong information all night.
I know.
Twitter fucked us. They got you with the fake blue check mark.
They did.
Wow. Who does Carolina take? Who did they trade up to take? We didn't talk about Carolina tonight.
You know why?
and they'll just
They're
take it
irrelevant.
first tomorrow.
Maybe they trade for Michael Penix. No. I want them to trade just to make it make sense. Like it does. It's still like
Mo, I need
I
your
look-
thoughts on Ricky Purcell. And like by the way, Ricky, just to give you like kind of a breakdown of who he is. He's he's a really good hands guy. He's got really good hands. I think he has a lot of really spectacular catches. And he's a good like a quick receiver, not a fast receiver. He's I'm trying to explain it as nice as possible. I think his NFL comp was Tyler Boyd. Let me see what it says.
the thing about it is when there's a lot of better receivers out there they could have took over him.
I know, and here's what's crazy: Carolina has went ahead and made their selection. Buffalo passed on him, and San Francisco passed on him. Panthers are picking Xavier Legette, with the 32nd pick.
We're getting
Oh, that's
wide
great.
My opinion, he's better. He's way better than Ricky Purcell.
He is way better. And on top of that, now I'm depressed because I don't want to touch him in Dynasty because he's on the damn Panthers. Great. Now he's dead to me.
Well, I don't know, dude. I think that they'll be fine. The Panthers, I think, will be. I just hate their owner. But guys,
Yeah.
the first round is complete. Before we hop off air, because we're gonna hop off, it's close to midnight. We've been on for almost 5 hours. I want your best pick of the first round, your worst pick of the first round. That's not named Michael Penix Jr. You can't use Michael Penix.
I mean,
Best pick and worst pick of the first round. And we'll wrap up with that. We'll start with I'll start because I know you guys are. I just threw that out there, and I'm sure you guys aren't as prepared as I am. I'm not really prepared either. I think the best pick of the first round. Minnesota selecting Dallas Turner at 17. That's a great pick. The worst pick of the first round, if not using Michael Penix Jr. And I don't want to cheat, right? Like, I don't want to use Brock Bowers either, even though I think Brock Bowers is a bad pick there. Oh my God, I don't want to do this. I won't do it to Brett.
It's okay. You can say it.
Yeah, I'm going to do it to Brett. Sorry, Brett. I think the worst pick of the first round that's not named Michael Penix is Jordan Morgan, 25 to the Packers. Who wants to go next?
I'll go.
All right. Best pick of the first round.
Oh, you got me with best. Let me go worst, and then I'll go best.
Who's your worst?
Ricky Purcell. That made no sense to me. There was other. If they're going receiver, there's other receivers they could have taken. I don't think that guy is going to be a Brandon Ayuk type that replaces someone that it seems like they're going to have to trade.
Okay.
Best pick of the first round, Michael Penix. No, I'm joking.
Right here's a good one.
But Michael, that mine's still blown. But I'm looking at all our picks. I like, listen. I like this is going to be vanilla, but I like the Joe Alt pick for the Chargers.
It's a great pick because Joe Alt is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
like it's not many guys that are going to walk in the league and they're going to be Hall of Famers.
Generational talent.
Yep, 100%.
You're a run-first offense. You just short up your offensive line, and you have a tackle on the other side. Yeah, I mean,
one of them's got to play right tackle though, bro. The Chargers already have Rashawn Slater.
Yeah,
so one of them's going to have to play right tackle.
Yep.
All right, Kyle, you want to
go? Yeah, I'll go. Let's see. Best pick.
Drake May. I'm just kidding. I think J.C. Latham's a good pick there too.
Yeah, I was probably gonna go there with that one. Yeah,
go wherever you want. J.C. Latham.
Yeah, I'll take Latham.
Great pick.
They needed a tackle. Got a pretty good tackle, so I like that one. I mean, bad pick, and not Michael Penix. Like that kind of limits me here.
Here, I'll circle one for
you.
I
will say another pick I did like the Worthy to the Chiefs makes a lot of sense to me, so I like that one too. But
here's one for you. Terrible pick.
Oh, Darius Robinson to the Cardinals.
Such a bad pick.
Okay, I'll use that one. Sure.
Chase.
My favorite pick of the night, without picking the Chiefs, would be Minnesota trading up to get Dallas Turner.
Oh, I love that. That's such a good call.
My least favorite is Brock Bowers to the Raiders.
It's a bad pick for them. It really is.
Yep.
The low-hanging fruit. Brett, close us out.
Yeah, I was gonna go. You guys kind of stole mine already. I like Minnesota trading up to get Dallas Turner. My worst pick was probably besides the Packers was the 49ers drafting Ricky Purcell. But another pick I did like, I want to throw it out there. Lions getting Terrion Arnold. I think that helps them a lot. So
I love that pick for the Lions. And then add him with Branch in that secondary. Man. Guys, I really appreciate everybody that came in the chat. We had a ton of people watching through YouTube and Twitch tonight. Thank you so much for joining us for our 5-hour marathon. Sideline to Sideline will be back in 1 month to talk about some training camp stuff, and we'll get into that, and we'll start getting on a regular schedule come training camp in a few months. But appreciate everybody listening to the stream tonight. Man, I had a lot of fun. Sixers won tonight. Had a lot of laughs. A lot of people in the chat. Danny Dempsey, Derek Dempsey, my man Dylan Reed, who someone called a crackhead for no reason. I'm kidding.
Wow.
But we had a great time tonight. Appreciate everybody. Greg Guarino, a bunch of people in the chat. So thank you guys for tuning in. Anybody have any final comments before we wrap up?
Two, maybe 3 quarterbacks in the first round.
Can't wait to do it next year.
I can't wait to do it next year.
Yeah, there's still a lot of talent, so Friday night's going to be interesting. And on top of that, I am still fascinated by the Falcons pick, and I really want to see how that plays out. It's probably top 3 dumbest picks of all time. Like
I've never seen anything so bad.
There's got to be an explanation. Like, I might go visit Kyle down there, and just so I can like imposter as a reporter and just ask questions, like,
So it's so wild to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch like NFL Network and see like how people are reacting to it.
Yeah, I want some real reaction, because it's gonna be fraudulent if they're like, oh, we could see how this pick is good. I hope people boo him and roast anybody that tries that crap. If I hear Dan Orlovsky trying to explain it on ESPN, I'm gonna lose my mind. Like, there's no explanation for that pick. There's nothing.
Done.
Yeah.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
Kyle, Chase, Brett, any final?
I'm just interested to see what the Bills do at 32. They've traded back a couple of times. Like, this is going to be the most anticipated second round pick. What did they trade back for? What they need overnight to think about? How do they start the second round tomorrow?
I actually think picking at 33 is better than picking at 32. You get the whole night to kind of make your decision on what you want to do. You can do some recon. I don't hate that for them, especially if they work.
That also means they can't come out and just pick some random dude and be like, yeah, that's what we slept on.
Cooper DeJean's still on the board.
I can't believe that. That's so absurd. It sounds like a Buffalo kid. But Chase, anything?
That's what I was going to say. I think Cooper will probably be the first pick tomorrow.
Brett, any final words?
No, I had a great time, and I'm excited to see who the Packers finish out the draft with.
Well, I appreciate you spending 5 hours of your life with us. Thank you guys so much for tuning in the Wire to Wires breakdown of the NFL draft. And make sure you check out the great content that's on Wire to Wire Network or on Integrity Sports Network. We're family. We're all good. So if you guys have a great night, good night, happy midnight, and we're rolling out.
Deuces.